And thank you for watching. Everybody, in this video I will teach you how you could register a new user inside MySQL database that available on remote host. So to get started in this tutorial, you have to know at least how to use MySQL and you install it on your computer. Also you have to know about PHP. You don't have to know PHP, but you have to know MySQL. So first of all, let me create my database. So I will open my terminal. I will say MySQL /user, then root, then /p. I enter the password. I have 1 2 3 4 5. This is my password. Here you go. I'm now in MySQL. So first of all, I will create a new database. I will say create database sys admins will be better. Okay, I just create database. I need to switch to this database. I say okay. I will say use sys admins. Now I'm in that database. Now I want to create table. I will say okay, create table. The table name will be login, and it have ID should be integer and it should be a primary key. Is that right? Yes, it is a primary key. Then should be auto increment. So I say auto, then increment. Then I will add the next parameter should be username. In this way should be in varchar 25 character, or varchar, not in varchar. MySQL doesn't have in varchar. And I will also define password should be varchar 25 at least. Okay, then I close my instruction, then I add semicolon and say okay. Now if I say okay, show tables, if I'm right, I have one table named login. If I say okay, describe login, I see the table, the field. I have ID, username, password. Here you go, my database is ready. Now I want to start with PHP. First of all, let me open any editor you would like. I would say I would use Sublime. So in Sublime, let me close everything. I will say okay, Control U to open a new file, and I need to use my PHP file. I already have the file that helped me to access through PHP to MySQL. So just go ahead and copy all this line of code, which is amazing. So just copy it and paste it inside this one. Yes, here is it. First of all, IP address, I have local IP, I don't have server. My user, I will keep the same user, I'm using root. Password will be same password. What the database name? If you remember, what name we give to the database? Do you remember? sys admin? Is that right? Yes, sys admins. So I say okay, the database should be sys admins. This is my database. Then I try to make connection with that database. That's good. Then if the connection fail, display message please, say hi, connections fail. If the connection succeeds, that's okay. Now I want to insert data. I will say okay, insert into the table the name. What the table name? Do you remember? I just forget it. I don't know why. The table name should be login. So insert into login. The two field I have it just to don't have any problem with the entering data. I have username also, and I have the password. So okay, I have a username and password. Then the values will be for these two fields. I could open the bracket, then I say single quotation because I am adding string. Then I add dot, then underscore. I'm getting data, so I say okay, $. Is that right? Yes, $, underscore. Then I say get. I'm getting data. What the name of data that's coming? Username. I say okay, username. The username that I get it in the screen. Okay, that's okay. I will say please get the username. Then also I'm looking for I just concatenate, then single quotation again, then I add semicolon, then single quotation again, then I close it, then concatenate with what? For the password part. Okay, I'm just inserting. So okay, please insert this this way for the password. Okay, I added the password. So should be this one for password key, then make sure single quotation, then you close it, then here we done. So just insert into the table name login, username and password. The values will be, I open single quotation, I'm getting username, then I add it, then I single quotation, then getting the password. Then that's good. It's not plus, it's single, it's single. I'm not using Java. So also, yes, here is it. Also, I think yes, everything is good now. Here I'm just executing the query. So if he success in execute the query, I will say hey. I don't say die. If he die, I will say die. But if he success, for both of cases, let me. In this case, I will print on the screen. I just say okay. If he fail, print something. Say some JSON. Say JSON output. Okay. If he fail, let me just doing something for output. I say okay. If he fail, make this output, make it some JSON, simple JSON. I would say okay, MSG, single quotation MSG. Then I would say fail. This for failing. Then just making sure close it. Then here you go. Then I close the bracket. Otherwise, if he success, else if he could add it, just please add message, say okay, user is added, say user is added. This is simple JSON. So now I want to print the JSON. I don't want this lines. I just remove them. I just will print the output, then release the result if I have it, then close the connection. Here all what I have. If I want to save file, I will say save as. Would click Command Shift H to go to home page. I just want to add it in the site folder. Just make sure I'm in the site. Here is the site. Let me just get a new folder. I name it PHP Android. Just make it the naming convention capital. And here I say okay, add user, or name it just add.php. Now if I want to access to this one from the browser, I have to write localhost, then 3000, then I'm looking for file, name it add.php, then I'm sending some parameter for it. So which parameter I have to send? If you see here in the JSON or in the file here, I'm sending username and password. So make sure you send username and password. So go to the browser, send username, or call it, for example, Hussein, and the password you have to send it. I say okay, the password I have it, this is the password. So say, and the password equal 1 2 3 4. If I click add, yes, here is it. I have to add semicolon here. Now if I try the code again, he say okay, message user is added. So yes, he success to display this message, but they say warning, MySQL is something in line 23, because I don't have anything to release in here in this line. So yes, you don't have to release, because I did not use this line. So why I have to do it? I just say okay, do it here and print it again. Yes, here is it. Here is my JSON message, user is added. That's great. I have this URL. Let me go to Android and start do my work. So on Android, I will not do a lot of work. You remember in the previous video how we could access to a specific URL. First of all, I have to go to here and add use permission. I'm accessing for internet. He give me the first suggestion. So okay, when I access the internet, I need to do some function. If I go back, here is it, my code for adapter, asynchronous adapter. So just make sure copying all this code from line 12 to the end of this file. I don't know why I cannot. Here is it. I will go back here. After registration, I will add this line. So just make sure I'm moving any missing part. Everything is okay here, and connection, and I add all missing part from stream and output stream, and yes, everything is good to us. Make sure it is good, doesn't have any bugs. So stream reader also, and buffer, and also stream reader here I would not have anything with them and don't change anything. So yes, here is it. I don't have a problem. Let me just send to register. First of all, to send to register, I have to have a URL. So I say, okay, string URL equal my URL. Well, the URL, I go to here, I will have this, the URL. But let me do some change. If I go back to Android, I cannot write localhost. Android does not understand what localhost mean. You could replace it by 10 or 22. This is the port instead of using the localhost. So 10 or 22. So here I'm using here username Hussein. So let's just replace it with the new username. We have it. So making sure I'm taking edit text for username dot get text dot to string. Okay. So I will do same operation with password. So I'll just take off this part and the password, say okay plus edit text for password dot get string dot text. Here you go. I have username, I have password, I send it here. I need to just fire up my synchronous task. I say okay, synchronous task or new for a synchronous task. I would say dot execute this URL. He will understand everything and he will give me the result here as message. You could convert it to JSON object. You could rerun it again. Just let me show you first how you run it without JSON object. Just see direct result, how we register a new user. Hopefully will work. I would say here Hussein, and I would say the password will be 12345. User is added. Let me say that's great. Let me write Jenna and password is 4444. Here you go. Jenna is added. Now if I want to read specific tag, you know how you could read it. If I take this one, I would say okay, I have JSON object. I say okay, JSON object, JSON will be a new JSON object for this data, but this doesn't have any too many words. It have only two parts. Just I'm saying okay, get string directory for not get string I'm looking for. Which string I'm looking for? If we go back to our data, I'm just returning message. So okay, just give me the message for this person. He will give you if he fail, if I say I add password. Here you go. Oh, I cannot see. I know the problem. Do you know what the problem? Do you remember when we get the data? The data have this single quotation for both sides. So I have to make sure I don't have this part in my code. So I'm making sure when you print it, you just without encoding, just print it down because this is not a class. This is just normal string. So just to print the string. If you go back again, I just refresh it. Yes, here you go. Now it's gone. The part of string. I'm hopeful this time will work. If I get Soma, yes, username is added. Let me go to my database and see what I have. If I say select star from login, I have to see list of users added. Here you go. So Hussein ConstraintLayout is, and we done. So now you understand how you could pass data from Android to PHP services, then PHP pass it to your database. Here we done, and thank you for watching. Everybody, we talked in the previous video how we could pass data from Android to MySQL database using PHP web services. For example, if I added here Ahmed and I did any password for it, I click register, I go back to my database MySQL, I will see Ahmed has added his password and its password. What's happened? Android calling Java C# PHP web services and PHP services passing data to this database. Now let me say okay, I need someone to log in. I need to insert his username and password, and when he log in, I want to make sure if this user is already available or not. So to get started, I will just I create a new activity. I just create empty activity. It doesn't have anything. Let me name it this one to be login. Okay. Again, he asked for same problem. You know how to fix this one. You say okay, com. You have to write same this name. Com dot. I have it here. Hussein dot PHP login. So add same this name. You have it. You'll be okay. Okay, I create this one. I have same UI in login. It's same UI for register. So just let me copy all this code for this UI, and I will add it here on the login. Yes, that will help and save a lot of time. just this button will be login also, and this one will be BU login. And to create this event, I just be here and click create this event. That's great. Also, let me add another button for login for register. I will add a register here, BU register for register. Then this one be ID for register. I will also fire up the event for this one for registering. So yes, so here to call the register, you know how to call that. I say okay, intent. I will define my intent, call a new intent. This is not necessary to understand because you already know it. This, then I will say main activity should be .class. This should be for register page, and I will say okay, start activities for intent. I could run it and start this for register. So now the application already will load from register page. So I don't want to load from register page. I want to load from login page. So just take the intent folder from main face and change it to the login page. So the application will load from this login page. So here when we login, we will see this UI and everything's good. For main activity, let me just copy some code here. I just have the initialization. So just make sure I add this 2-line for an app. And also make sure copy this 2-line. You need it also for setting the data, and for sure you need to use asynchronous task, and you need this one for converting data. So just copy this code, use it in the previous video and add it here. So yes, everything is good. Now I want to start logining. So when someone click okay, hey, you could login or not. So let me just copy this line of code for login and add it here for login. So now I have the URL will be changed, it should be changed, and the data also should be changed. So just making sure from yes, everything will be changed. Nothing stays same, everything will be changed. So this is URL will be updated, but here is not main activity, here is a new synchronous task. Also the synchronous task will getting this message by the end. You will get this message. Just make sure from everything is good, if it's login or not or fail. So here is it, yes, here, and not in background I will talk about something on a progress update. So let me just stop this one for a period of time, and I will want display all the data that came from the server. That's good. I just done from client side, just preparing the environment. If I go to the server side, let me create a new PHP file. I would save it under name login.php. okay, I will copy all the code that I have in the store. Will be better for me. If you look for PHP again, I'm sure it's available, but I don't know why I also miss it. So it's better to search for it. You will find it. Yes, PHP query, this part, this file. Just copy all this line, going back to our file. Here you go. What I have to change only the database name here. Database will be changed. So yes, I get connect. I select star, not star. I will select, yes, I will select star from login file, from login. But I have some conditions. So I say, okay, where I'm looking for a specific user. I say where username. Where is the username? Here is the username and password. So okay, I will say where username equals something and password equals something. So where username, for example, equal something, and the password will be equal something. So here I have to add do they have to be equal, dot, then dot. Here you go. Also I will do same thing here. I will say dot, then dot again. Then what they have to equal? They have to equal to the post for username and password. Same thing. Okay, I have here for username. I just added for this one. Also I will add it for the password here. Yes, here the password, but here I'm looking for the password, not username. Just making sure the word is right. So password is right and username is password. So if I could execute this query, he will try to execute. If he could not, he will give me error message. If he could, if there is no result, he die. I don't think it's good to die, but it's better to display some message. But okay, he will die if he could not receive it. Otherwise, he will bring the data as a raw and he will send it back to me. He will send it back as normal data, as JSON data. I won't change anything here because just I want to show you what's happened. So yes, so the page will be login. So if I go here, looking for not this page, looking for page name it login, and I send same data login. I have to see something. Yes, here you go. But he sent me anyone have. There is many people named Hussein and password 1234. There is many of them. Yes. So yes, now it's okay. So if I go here to my code, I will use same URL here. Just I change the name of in the login. I just use same URL, but just change the name of the file because same thing. The file will be login. Here you go, login. Just to make sure show you how it's happened. So okay, login will get data. I will get the data as an array of string because maybe more than one element. Yes, that's okay. If I go to the database, let's make me sure what I'm doing. Let me rerun my application again to see what's happened. Let me try to log in with the Jenna. Should be a variable Jenna. So I say Jenna. The password should be 14444. If I click login, here you go. He give me the information for Jenna. But if I click something not a variable, he have to give me some error. See, he give me this error. So he have to give me some JSON data. It's better. So it's better to be more professional. So why I have to die? If some condition, if there is output already available, so please print this one. Otherwise, don't repeat yourself. Don't repeat anything. I will say okay. Else, just print some message. Say okay, there is error. Say, repeat this message. Say, MSG, then cannot log in. It's great. So now, okay, I cannot log in. You have the problem. Let me go back for Android. If he hit, he say error. And like, yep, I have to add this one. Yes, I know that. So just making sure, update again. Yes, error cannot log in. So now if I Jenna, he give me the information for Jenna. If you see the information of Jenna as array, so you could move through this array and read it row by row. So even if you want to retrieve number of rows, if you remember before when he was looking for Hussein, he retrieved number of item, still array of objects, you could work with it. Here we're done, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, did you talk in this video how we could list all users in the database in ListView? So to get started, just I will open a new file and I will save it. I will name it list.php. Make sure to go to our GitHub and make sure to copy this code from PHP Storm, this code. Make sure all the code will be copied because I will not change in this video a lot. So here you go. The database name, if you remember, this is our database system admin. So make sure you system admin. And the connect field, that's okay. The table that I'm reading is login. So okay, say connect. If you connect, please load everything from login and send it back to me. If I go to the design layout here, I try to just call list.php. He will list all the users available in the database. So I have the JSON for all the data. That's great. Now let me work with list. So for listing the data, I open a new layout. I will say activity, should be empty activity, and will be list users. Okay. Also, I don't know why this one all time having same problem. Yes, I know I have that auto completed. That's great. Now, okay, I want to do list. So first of all, I have to go to main to build this list. So how I could build this list? You know how the list work. So if I go back to the this or file to see how the list work, you see list adapter. You remember what we create to do a list. First of all, you have to design your layout. Then you create list adapter. So first of all, let me design my layout. The layout I will name it this by like this name, ticket layout. So okay, let me go back. I will design my layout here. I'll say okay, I will have a new layout. I will name it this name, ticket layout. Here you go. What I have to display, you could display whatever you want, but here I will display at least 3 text view, 1, 2, 3 of them. I just give them some naming convention. Should be this one. Edit text for username, and should be this one for edit text for password. edit text for password, and should be the third one for ID. So okay, I would name it edit text for ID. Yes. So just this layout, I don't like it as horizontal, so it's better to make it horizontal. Don't keep it as vertical. And also these as width, I don't want them to be much parent wrap content. Then also just me make it maximum. So we'll see what wrap content mean. Also this make width as wrap content. Also this one should be wrap content equal to the content. So this layout will be as a height. I will make it also wrap content. So just design basic layout for me. Yes, I have this layout. Now I want to go back and design the other part of the class, adapter. So okay, let me go back in Android and define a new class. I will name it adapter. Here we go. This class have number of item. The good thing, all this item I will use it in this code. So okay, I would say okay, I have all this. I have ID and I have username, and I have just make sure the username here, same username here, and also I have password. That's great. 3 items, so I will not get many confusing in coding. So okay, I have adapter ready. I have ListView. In here I have to add in the list of user, I have to add ListView. So let's just make sure adding or ListView. Where is it, the ListView? So here ListView. Here you go. This is my ListView. You could name it any name. So in the code, I would say I will create custom adapter. If you see here, he here created the adapter for me. So okay, just create this adapter. I would go back to my Android. See, most of the code until now I did not did anything with database. I just doing adapter. Say okay, I don't need this code. I'm using base adapter. So I just have array list of items and getting this array list and just some view, having a view, then a view group, then layout inflator to inflate some element. So inflate, yes, for my layout. So I get text view. It is text view. Yes, I have 3 text view. First of them, text view. Edit text for ID. I name it edit text. Should be text view. Okay, that's okay. This should have the ID, and there is 2 of them. I will add them. This one and this one. Second one will be for username. So make sure. See how is it easy? You just add username, you add password, so you don't have to do a lot of work. So that for password, if you write your code usability, support usability, so it's really easy to update your code. So okay, now I have adapters ready to work. It doesn't have any problem. So I could go back here to some other stuff to manage it. So yes, this is my code. If I go here and I try to paste it and I try to manage the code. First of all, I have adapter and array list. Let me add them then up. Then I have ListView, access to ListView news. So I make sure to all user give it this name. So I'll say, okay, give it this name, my ListView. So I could now it. Okay, that's good. Let's have a name now. Now, okay, I have ListView. Okay, I want to access this ListView. I want not this way. I have ListView. Okay, and then I set it adapter. Now I want to add element. The element will be getting from specific URL. So let me try for login, because the login have same functionality. Let just me copy this code and this code for login. Both of them I will add them in list of user here after adapter. That will be okay. Here you go. I just added all the list item, making sure I will not enroll into any problem. So I just add this one in addition. So yes, for the login also, if you see, we give it a URL for us. So yes, this user also will give it URL when application load for first time. Yes, here we say okay, we will not use login, we will use this URL, but there is not many information. You just say list.php and that will be enough. So make sure from adding only list.php. So is it list? If I'm sure, yes, I'm sure it's list, but just to make sure from the name, the name should be list.php. Yes. So yes, list.php, having this, all that all became here. I don't have first any data in my adapter. So now I want to add data. So how we could add data? I'm setting adapter, I'm getting all the data from the server. the data will be available here in this part. So here I will create JSON array because I have array of object. If you remember, I have array of JSON, not a single object. I will say okay, a new JSON array. So it will have progress for 0, also same thing. So I now having JSON array. So because you know what JSON array? Because the data is array of object. So okay, I have the array. Now I could go through the element array item by item. So okay, for I equals 0, I less than the size of JSON. So okay, JSON dot size length. Then I'll say I plus plus. Then I move through object one by one. So just make sure integer. So okay, I will get JSON object. For every element in the array will be object. So let me say user, every single user will be JSON object, not JSON array. JSON object, every single element will be JSON object. So I would say okay, get from JSON dot get bring me for I1. So he will bring a user by user, or he will bring it like not user by user, but he'll bring it object by object. I'll say okay, get object, get JSON object by index. So now I have every time I will have one user. One user will have three things: ID, username, password. So here you go. I could add them directly here. I say okay, list item dot add. For ID I will say user dot get in it. Should be for ID. If I'm not sure if I'm correct. If the ID is using capital, no, the ID using small character. So okay, get user for ID, and also same thing I will do it for this one. If it's user, okay, say user dot get string for what? I will get string for username. So make sure I'm looking for username. See how I work? So please do same thing. So here also I will say JSON or user dot get string. I would give it the key. What is the key? I have it here for password. Here is it. This is for my password. So yes, here is it. I will give it this password. So he will load all the element by element. By the end, when he will load the element, I just do notify. Well, how I do notify? I will say okay, adapter dot notify data set. Notify database change, and he will notify all the change. Now okay, everything is good. I need to add button for open this. If I did not miss anything, I hope everything is good now. So I just adding button in the main and the login page to display this one. So I say okay, let me add a new button for list user. I will say list user. I will say list the ID. So it should be bu list. Here you go. View list. I created. Then same this one for adding, but this one I will load list user. This one. Yes, here you go. Now if I run it, I have to see list of my users when I click view list. I hope so. If I click list, that's okay. If I go here, click here, yes, you say okay, this is ID, you cannot load ID directory. So okay, I say string. It is simple error. I hope only this error will be only, we will not have too many errors. Yes, I just changed it from string, from integer to string, so I could load it. Now click user list, hopefully listing user. That's a great. See, user ID, user password. He lists everything for you in the list item. So yes, that's what I want to show you from this video. Thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video and next upcoming videos about how we could create web service with Node.js. Node.js is a really amazing new technology that offered by Microsoft. So imagine you build entire website using one language, JavaScript, as a front end and back end. It's really amazing. And also the features that offered by Node.js, it could process more than one a client as sometimes, so it will keep the server busy. So imagine when there is 2 requests coming to the database, a normal application like PHP or ASP or any other stuff, if the 2 requests came to the database, what happened? The server will take 2 requests coming to the server take 1 request and he go to the database, so and wait for the result, then came back, then he will take the next one. So there is time consuming. The server will still waiting for some time until the database execute the query. But in Node.js the operation is different. The server will never be asleep. When the server have a 2 requests, he will take the first request and he will take it to the database to execute it. Then he will not wait for the result. He will go and take another request, and whenever any result be ready, he will take them. So the server will be busy all the time. So that's mean you will have very fast result. So before I start, make sure you install Node.js and everything is good. You could install here from Microsoft Node.js. And also as IDE, I prefer to use WebStorm to execute the code that I want to do it. So okay, make sure you install Node.js. So make sure when you open the terminal, if I open a new tab here, so when I say node/v, you will have a version, like for example this version. That's great. So now to get started, I want to build a web service using Node.js in this video and MySQL. So at least you have to know MySQL, as I told you from beginning. Not should be MySQL, any SQL language. If you know it, will be okay. So I will open WebStorm, then I will create my simple empty project. Here I will create a new project. I will name it Node Demo, and I will not open Node. I will make sure I open this type of a project. So make sure I just open Node.js Express. So also I make sure this one embedded JavaScript will be better if you want to use it. Then here you go, execute it. So I will wait some time until we create the project. I think everything will be good and very, very amazing. So yes, this is the project and I think everything is good. If I want to run the server, if I just go to the bin www, don't care about all this entire code. If I just run it, here you go, I just will see, he say, okay, the server is running on this port. So if I go to the browser and I try to open this port, I open localhost 3000, so this one, I have to see Express node. That's great. So yes, now it's great. Now it's running and everything is good. So before I get started, let me just make sure I will go to the WebStorm and just take this path. To take the path of application, I just click right and select copy path. Then I will go back here and I say cd to that path and say ls or dir in Windows. If you Windows, you will use dir. If you Mac user, you will use ls. This is the file that I have it. So first of all, to get started, I have to install something. So I say npm install MySQL because I'm using MySQL. So I'm using npm package manager to install MySQL because I'm using MySQL package manager. This is not the MySQL language or MySQL database management. No, this is MySQL for Node. So see, I installed, I added. Also make sure you install, write npm install, you install another tool for URL. So name it URL if it's not available. So make sure you install it because you use it. So we installed 2 tools, npm install URL, npm install MySQL. So our project will start from here, if you see. So because we did not open anything, if you see, this is the URL, you don't have to care. He will, when I click this one, just dir, he will open this page. So if I click this one /users, he have to open response with anything. So yes, if you see, this is users. He going to the page name it users. If I click on user here, I will see what user mean. User mean routes users. So if I go here to the route, I have something named it user. Let me just talk about users here. So I have this one for user. So as we said before, we need to use something. So I want to use variable for URL. I just imported already. So I will say require. You don't have to care other part of the code. I'm just requiring the URL. I just already installed it, and I'm sure we need also MySQL. So you need to do import for MySQL. So make sure you also say importing for MySQL, you say here, you done. Then you say where MySQL, you say require, in this way MySQL. I'm importing two library that I add them in my project. So yes, I just have this two library to get started. Now if you see, the response will be this one, response with resource. If I say welcome to node, I have to see now on the server side. I cannot see it now because I need to refresh the server here. So I just restart it again. Make sure, see welcome to node, because I just update this message. So this is the message that's going to the user. I don't care about this message. I want to replace it with a different messages. So let's just stop this line. So this is the code that's executed when the application will start. First of all, I need to add some addition to the header for security concern. So I will say header resource. This is the resource that's coming. So I say resource.header, add some header for the access control allow. So make sure you add this one, access in this way, ESS, then you say control, then you say allow, then origin. This is just you add this line. This is because in some way MySQL or node will not work unless you add this line just for security concern. This is just for security token. I don't know why, but you have to add it, otherwise you could not see the data. So when you add this one, now we need to do something. We need to get the query, because if you remember, first we need to insert. I need to do example to insert to the database. So what database I have it? I have this database that we did it before with PHP. I have very simple database, name it demo, have single table, name it login have ID, username, password, and this is the data I have it in it. So I need to add data to this database. So okay, to get started, first I need to get the data that's coming with URL. I would say var query data. I'm getting the query data. So call how I could get query data. I have this URL. I would say okay, query data will be URL dot first, because I'm getting from the URL. I will get the request. I will tell you what that means. Then I'll say request dot URL. Then I will say true. Then dot query. So what does that mean? Okay, if you remember in previous video, we was sending data over username and password. You send them here. We say okay, users, we will see username equal for example Ali, and password 12345. So how I could get this, how could I access to this two key? First of all, we just imported my URL and node. Then I get vers to that URL to the query data. That's mean, okay, this should be not a quality, it should be a query. Okay, not quality. So I say, okay, query to that URL I added. Now this query data will have a username if I send them, and password as a key and value, so I could read them. I will read them later. I already imported MySQL, so then I need to do configuration. So I say var config. I have configuration to my server. So what's the configuration that I have it? If you remember, we have a host name. So the host will be in node, in MySQL will be 1001. If you have remote host, go ahead and replace this one with your remote host IP. Then I have another information for the user. The user should be root. That's great. And I have password. The password will be 12345. This for my computer. For sure your computer will be different if you install in a different way. The database that I want to connect to, if you remember the database that we have it already, name it demo, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, we create database, we name the database first demo, and we worked with it in PHP. So this is the information that we will use to connect to the database. You have database name, username, password, demo. If your database is online, you will enter the host as online and username as the online username and password and database name as online. This is the connection. Now I want to connect the database. It's really easy. Same way that you did it in PHP. You will say var variable connection. Okay. or connect, whatever connection. You say, okay, we define instance from MySQL. You say, okay, MySQL.connect. You're just doing some connected with that MySQL. Is it you connect? You say not connect. You say create connection. In this way, okay, create. Then you say connection. Then with config. What does that mean? Okay, I want to create connection with this URL. So I have already required this MySQL as the input. So yes, so I'm doing creating connection with that URL. Then I create the connection. Now I say .connect. I will connect to the server. Okay, for example, I just give it the connection string to my MySQL. For MySQL, then I create connection. Now I'm connecting to the server, so I want to execute a query on this connection. I say, okay, connection dot. I need to execute a query. I say, okay, query, execute a query. I could send this query here, my query, whatever I want to do it. So you could write any query you would like. So yes, but for example, you want to insert an information. Let me say this is my query, variable query. Okay, do you remember how we insert for example my query? Do you remember how we insert data in the table admin? You say insert, is that right? Insert into login. It was login in this way, and the table information we have username and password. In this way, username. And we insert the password. If you see, this is the information that we have it, and then we give the value for this. Just me take this one down, username, password. Then you say values for the username, password. We have two things, username and we have password, and here we done. So for username, we will take the username from URL. Do you remember how we could take the username? I will say, okay, in this way. We said all the URL information will be here. So if I have username, I will say it will be username. You could write it in any way. If I write it here, a username should be sent in this way. Should send it as this username. And also, I will do same operation for this one. I will say, okay, I will take the password. So I say query data dot password this way. So that's mean this two information will be available when someone try to add data. That's great. Now I don't have any error. Use as a username and as a password for my connection string. Now I could send this query to this connection. So now this connection have the query that you want to connect to. So then I will give it the other parameter. So what the other parameter? So if I want to execute this query on the database, so if it's success, I want success or not success, I will execute some function. So what the enumerate function that I want to execute it. This enumerate function will return, I go down, this enumerate function will have number of information. We'll have error, and we'll have rows that effect on this query, and we'll have field that will be effect on this query. This is the three parameter. You have to add it already, not by you. They have to be added already by the language. So yes, you just say okay, I try to execute the query, and if it's executed or not, call this function. So this is the function. So if there is error or not, I will say okay, if there is no error, so I say okay, if there is no error, so I will say, for example, you could do anything. You want to do response. If you remember when we did a response in the beginning, we did resource header, not resource header. I don't remember this one. You say resource send. You're sending something. You could do same thing. You say okay, resource send error cannot add. So else you say resource data is added, return data is added. This one will display data on the screen. So yes, I think I'm good now here. I'm trying to execute a query. If I success or not, I will call this function. I'm having the error on the row affected or unfilled. I don't have any row affected. I just inserting. I'm checking there's error. give me error, otherwise give me message. Then when I done, I have to end the connection. I will say, okay, connection dot end. I'm just ending the connection. Then, yes, here we go. Okay, I just make sure that if there is no error, if there is error, I will display this message. But if there is no error, I will say data is added. Make sure everything is good. I'm just adding this one here. Yes, now I just rerun it to make sure everything is clear. And I would see my terminal. So if you remember, we said we will add the username here. We say we pass user as a page name, then add a semicolon, then add username, equal, for example, Ahmed. Then we add the password, for example, this number. So make sure you add username equal the value, then and password equal the value. Hit it. Data is added. If I go back to the server, it have to be added in the end. The data Ahmed is undefined, the password undefined. Do you know why the password is undefined? I will tell you why. If you see the password here, it's written in this way, but if you go here and back, it's written in this way. So what does that mean? No, because we have this key also. So if I say password user, also it's better, so because I don't want to confuse between two of them, so I will have a problem. So I will rerun it again. So I make sure this username and this password. And now when I send, I will send as a password user. So username. Now that is added. If I go back, here we go. Now Ahmed is added again with the password. So one thing you have to remember from this tutorial, when you send the data, you send it in this way: username equal value, for example, and password equal value, and for example age equal value, and anything. This is for the get you send them. In the server, to receive them or to read them, you just define a URL, then you write this line to get all the data. Then you could access to any one of the data by just dot the get name for it. So dot password dot username. To connect the database, you just create configuration, then we make get connection, then we connect it, then we execute a query, and we're waiting for a result. Sometime, for example, we get a number of rows. For if we suppose I want to get all the rows that we have it, so I will say select star from the login, for example. If I just want to get all the data, I will say select star from login. I have to get all the data that I have it in the login table, but there is some problem now in the login table with the name and other stuff. But let me see. Now we don't need username and password, but you have to add them because our data is working on that. So yes, data is added. No, what? No, not this one. I want to display it here because here I have the error. Here I have the error, but here I have a row because this I just mistake every time. This one error data is not added. Just connect again, rerun, making sure everything is good. Here's the data. Amazing. See how many rows I have it, how we could get it. So see how we could insert and we could get. Just now, whenever you want to use this script, you will not have to do a lot of change, man. All thing you need to do it, just changing this string or this query. And if you have the data as a row, you will get back as a row. If the error, you will get an error. And you will see how we add and how we did everything. Everybody, get we in this video try to build web servers that read data from SQL Server database. So we have a database that available on SQL Server, and we have a web service that we will build it using C#. So how we could get data as a JSON, that's what we'll discuss in this video. So first of all, let me open SQL Server on localhost and create connection. Then I try to create a very basic database. I will say a new database. I just create very simple database. Then I will name it users. I will follow the standard users in this way. So here is it. Now in users, I will create table, new table, and I will add some information. I will have ID, should be integer, and this one should be primary key, and make sure some other properties I have to setting up with web service. So here you go. I just give it true and auto increment. This is for any field in SQL Server. Just give it auto increment. So like you're doing auto increment. So what I have in login, I will have username as varchar 15 like, and I have password also varchar 15. Okay, also varchar 15, and I will save this table. Click right, save it. I will name it login. So now I have a database. I want to insert data in this new table, so I want to add data inside this table. So to get started, I will open Visual Studio. So make sure you have Visual Studio and SQL Server on your computer. Create a new project. From new project, go to Web and Web Application, and let me name it Android Web Service. Okay. Save it any place you want, then click OK. He will ask you about this part. Select empty field, then click OK. Yes, it will give you this message. Just let it create it. That's great. I have this project and everything is good. Now I want to create a new web service. So just I click right on the project and select add. Then look for web service. Here is it, web service ASMX. Let me name it web service 1. I will not care about other information. So I'm waiting for some time until he will create this web service for us. Just for spacing, I will just minimize this one. So first of all, I need just to enable this part because I need to return data as JSON. So first of all, I need to define web service. This is have single web service. So if I run it, I will see already have one web service. This web service return string, name it hello world. So if you run it, you will see hello world. Now let we start build a simple web service. Let me just delete everything and I try to implement a web service. I already have web service in my Android tutorial. So if you go to Android tutorial, make sure you go to branch and select web service. And web service, you will see part here for web service. Click on it, then click on C# SQL. Go down and select from line number 56 to the end. Copy this code and write them here. This is not too much work. Just to work with JSON, now I want to get the result as a JSON. So first of all, I need to enable this part. Make sure this part is enabled. Second, I just define web method. Then I say, okay, this is secret method. This method will return data as a JSON, and it will accept HTTP GET. We will talk next what HTTP GET means. So okay, just I click add to add this line. So I define this my method should return data as JSON. Then I define public void. I define it login. This login will take two parameters, username and password. I need data to be returned as a JSON, so I will define JavaScript serialization. I will name it SER, a new JavaScript serialization. What I want to return, I want to return a message. So to do that, first I will try to use normal SQL connection. You do it in C#. We just use any code C# you would write here. That's okay. So I say okay, create a new SQL connection with the connection string of the database. So from where I bring this connection string, it's really easy. Just you could go tools. From tools, you click connect database. Then from connect database, you write the connection string you have it for SQL Server. If you see, I click here. This is my connection string. It's localhost. So make sure go here and add a localhost. Click down. You will see the database users. Click advanced. This is the connection string. Just copy it and add it instead of this connection string. It depends on your computer, maybe different. Second, I want to add data inside database. So I will say, okay, I want to do a command. The command for me to be insert into login. I will insert username and password, and the value will be username and password. Then I will give value for these two parameters. But before I will give this value, I will define that. What's this type of the instruction? It is text? Yes. So I will say command type is text. I'm doing text. Then I define my connection. Okay, I have the comment, the type is text. It will be executed on this connection. Then I'm still missing the value for this two parameter. I will add for username value that's coming from input, and for password value. Then yes, I'm ready now to execute my query in C#. First, I open the connection. I will execute my query. Then I click close the connection. If I success, I will add inside message data is added. If I fail, I will add inside message cannot access to the data or cannot add the data. By the end, I want to return JSON data, but this result, as you see it, is just normal data. So how I would return it is variable. So I will define variable JSON data new. I would just send this key equal this value. You could define more, like for example age equal 27, whatever you want, key add. I just had one only, so I will send one. Now I have this data as an object. I want to send it to the back as a JSON. Just I will say HTTP context curate response write serialization for serialize for this data. That's mean the benefit of this line is just changing any object to the JSON data. Imagine you have array of class have a name, age, ID, and you have array of that data. If you send that array of data to this JSON, it will change it to the JSON object directly, and this is the benefit from our work. So if I go back here, click web service, click view in the browser. Here we go, this is the login. Now I want to login, click here, enter Jenna. Should be register, not login, but okay, that's okay. This will be the password. Invoke, he say, and see here, return JSON for us, he say data is added. If I go back to my database, I have to see data is added. See, this is Jenna, this is the password. But I don't want to send data in this way. I want to send data through URL, send username and password. That is totally okay. Just go to your file and copy this line from number 4 to number 8. Then go back and to config and look for any, you have system web, and system web add this line before the end, add this line. This line will help you to do direct access to the variable. See, this is the benefit of use HTTP get, that someone could do get directory. So yes, now if I run it, now I could send data directory through URL. So wait for some time. If you see, this is my login method. So if I want to execute something on login method, I will just do bracket login. Then I would say, okay, I would have username. You could give it any name. Let me say Leia, and I will give it password in this way. Let me say this is the password. Make sure you write the same thing. If you have here, what you have here? You have here username, send it as a username. You have password, send it here as a password. Same thing you see it here. Here username, here is password. Them same here. If I run, he say something is missing. Yes, for sure, because I'm adding at here. I have to add and not at. Rerun it again. Here you go. Data is added. So now I added Leia and added this number. If I go to the database, I have to see Leia and this number. See, Leia and this number. That is great. You understand how you could do this information. Now let me say I want to get this data back from database. Okay, if you go to your database, you will see this method. I also have this method from 13 to this line 51. Just copy it and go back to your database. Just a little bit. I just changed something in the file. So just let me just minimize this part. So make sure I'm the same method. I will add this line. So also, but now I will say this one, I will name it list, and this one will not take anything, just listing the data. So yes, so now I need connection string. The connection string, I already have it in this method. If you remember, this is my connection string. You don't have to do it in two parts. It's better to add it in one place. But now I'm just demo of my code. So what I mean, I'm saying it's better to have something like shared, not you add it in one place. So I have connection string. So yes, I will go down and I will copy it here also. So I have it in two places. Then I want to get all the data from table login. I will say, okay, what the query I have it. I will say select star from login. That means I'm getting all the data from login. If I just try to execute this query in the database, that's mean bring all the data from login. It have username, password, and many. So yes, here I don't need to send any parameters. Now I have a reader. See, I have a reader here that's reading the data. So I will execute this reader. Then I will have the data will be number of line every time I will get specific data. So now I want to read all these data and add them in specific array. So it's better to go outside of our method. This is our method scope, so I have better to go out and will define a specific class. I will name it user, and this user will have two properties: public, let we say username, should be string. Okay, username should be properties, so should be get set. Okay, and I also have something for the password. I don't know why this one, but yes, this is this one. Not I don't add semicolon then. So same thing for password. So you could do public constructor. It's better to do constructor. I really recommend it to initialize the data to the constructor, because for saving your data and having some encapsulation. So yes, I have username and password. So I say okay, for username this dot username, I call the username, and for the password I say okay, this dot password, I call this password. This dot password, I call this. Call this password, just making sure everything is good without any problem. That's great. I have this class. Now I could create instance from this class. What I want to do, I want to create instance from this class with number of rows. So I would say okay, I would define here, I will say I have defined user, you call a new instance of users. Okay, but this one is not number, it should be array of users, so I should define array of user. So if you say it depends on the number of row that I have it here. Do I have count here item, getting a count, field count, size, I don't know, count I think, field count, maybe it would help, field count or number of item. Or let me suppose now I just have 2, let me just give it 2 now, because I don't think this one will give as number. Let me suppose just 2 I give it. So I say this one will be user. So for everyone, for number 0, I will create a new instance of users. Then I will give it some data. I will say okay, for number 0, what he do is there any error here? No, I don't think there is error. So I say for number 0 dot, I could give it, okay, sorry, I just have to give it information directory. So what I have to give it, username and password. I will say reader dot get string. I'm getting string, or get init. Is it get init? Get string. Get string. I will get 0. I will get field number 1. I could get it by its name. You could get it by, I know this one will be number 0, this one number 1, number 2. So I just want to take number 1 as a username, and also I would get number 2 as a password. This one. So I have 2 items, number 1 and number 2. I'm no longer needing this one. So by the end I have number of users. I want to return them back. So it's better to do this way. So if I have error, I will print the error. If I don't, by the end I will reading everything. I will say okay, please print the users for me. Just taking user and convert them to the object. So if you see I have array of class of array, then I just, this should be for I, it's better, and I have to have I integer I equal 0. Then I have to have I++, because I'm moving through the call, the rows. So yes. So now I have a user, I print the user, then I have to, when I done, I have to do return, not reader, return. So yes, just I want to show you here how you could read data as class, like what I mean by what he missed here. He missed something. He said there is something error. What's the error here? If I just go to the error list, he say yes, you have one error. If I see, yes, very basic error, this error, it's just semicolon. Maybe semicolon stop your work. Here we go, this is the list. If I click, I have to get list of that. I could click it here and get the list, or I click just directly from URL, I will get the list. See, list of items, key value, see, username Hussein, password, this password is the name Leia, password this password. Also, as I told you, this one is not good to add number, so you could reader is working with fields, so you could do reader dot field number field command -1, because I don't need to give us a call like one addition free place. Just run it and see. See, here's list. If I click on it, listing this data. If you see array of object, this one, second one. So I have just array, and how I success to convert this array to specific type of object, and I could read it. And this is most important part. Thank you for watching. See you next. Hey, let me talk in this video and next upcoming video about GPS and location. To start working of GPS, you have Google Map application in your phone. So let me just open it and show you something. I will just accept it. I will skip it here. Then I will see this layout. Let me just click this one. Make sure you click this one and click yes. I need to get my location. Here is it. He gave me specific location in the world. So this location have a specific longitude and latitude. So how I would now this longitude and latitude, I will just click this one more to see more information. This is the real longitude and latitude for this location. Every location in the world, every location, even there is very small distance between one location and another, it have a specific longitude and latitude. If I change this one to, for example, 122.2 and 73.3, it will take me to another location. So every location has specific longitude and specific latitude. In Android, there is GPS already built in inside the phone. This GPS will help you to get this value for user location. So you could build many applications by getting building find phone application or GPS for using a route map or many things you want to do. You could do it with Android. So to get started, I opened very basic form, doesn't have anything, project very basic. I will add only one button inside it, and I will say get location. Get this way. Okay. This is the text. When someone click on it, let me call event name it BU get. This is my event. Also, I have to add some text view to display longitude and latitude inside it. So I just make sure having this text view, I could name it any name. Let me name it text view location. I will click enter. Here you go. Now I have text view display location and I have get location. If I go to the design and I click preview, I select the button, I will see here's the button. Let me click create event to create the button event. Also, let me make sure I add text view here. So I will say, okay, text view, I would name it text view location. Then I will initialize this location from here. Not edit the reference, edit text or text view, sorry. Then I say find the view by ID, r.id. the ID name. Well, the ID I have text view location. This one. Here you go. Now I have access to the location and I have the event. Now I want, when someone clicks to this button, I want to display location. Let me get one event for getting location. I will say, okay, get location. It doesn't take anything, just getting user location. How I could get user location? You know how. First of all, you have to define location manager to allow you to access to location services. So okay, you say location manager, let me name it location manager equal, you say okay, I'm doing casting for location manager. Then you say okay, find some service in the system. So you would say okay, get system service. You look for some system service that, name it location service. Okay, and you close it. Now okay, I have the location service. Now I want to get last user location. I will say okay, location. Let me define location, simple variable equal location manager dot get last known location. This method will give you last known location by the GPS. So if someone opens the map, you will have the last location in the map. If there is any app working getting you GPS, you will have last location. But if there is no one open the map and no one interact with these services, so the last location will be last location used in the map or last location used by any app. It is good for some point, but when you want real-time tracking, this method will not help you. We will go next and talk more. So let me give it parameter will be location manager dot GPS service or GPS provided. This is second thing. So now here you go. Now I have the location here. I want to display the text view. It is really easy. I will say okay, text view dot set text will have the information for location. Let's say okay, longitude will be plus value string dot value of, because it will be float, dot value of for location. I need to get longitude. I will say okay, get longitude and latitude. So I say okay, get longitude. Also I will say okay, plus I'm doing another one, lat should be information for latitude. So also I would say okay, string dot value of location dot latitude in this way. So I would say okay, get latitude, attitude or latitude. Okay, I have longitude, so latitude, the second one will be latitude. So I have longitude and latitude. Okay, I will sublime in text view and someone click on the button. Here you go. Now if I want to run it, I will run it from here to get my location. But you know, location is considered as dangerous permission, so you have to ask for permission in real time. So if I go here, I'm going to the location services, location file, and I will copy the code from line 8 to line 43. I will go back to my code. Let me just add it any place. Okay, here you go. I will add it here. This check permission. So if there is more than 23, I just make sure I'm checking user location. Okay. If he is not granted, if he granted, that's okay. If it's not granted, please ask for user location, and this one will be display asking for location. If he not give, I will say denial location. If he did not agree. So if he agree by any chance, I will display user location. I'll call the method, and also this one I will call the location method if he was less than 23 or he has already granted the services. So now I will not call get location, I will call get service, this method, to get location. Yes, that's great. Now I have everything. Let me just run again and see what's happened. Here you go. Now the application is running. If I send this GPS location, so the device will be in this location, for example. If I click get, he have to give me both location. If you see he asks for access to location permission real time, I say okay, allow. He give me the longitude and latitude. If I just try to change this one for example 111, and I try to send it to this device, make sure send it. Make sure you will see here the location of the device. If I click get, you have to see the new location. But if you see the location is not updated, even I click send. The problem is because there is no application interact with this location. Now to make this location updated, I first have to open the map. So when I open the map, he will go to that location, making sure he will go to that location. He will go already go. You don't have to click it again. Now I go back to my application and click get location. See, he updated. Let me do another example for you. If I change it to 1 to 1, okay? If I click send and I click here get location, he will not get the location 1 to 1 to you. Even the device location now is 1 to 1. Even the GPS in the device reading the location 1 to 1. But because there is no application interact with this location, so this code will not execute. So he will get the previous last location now. So last location now, he know it because when someone opened the map, for example, if I try and open the map again, so see, this is now the last location because I opened the map. Now if I go back again, get location, he send me to the new location. So if you want to get updated location by the method that name it last now location, you have to use another operation. We will see it in the next video. But this one, how it work? So make sure when you work with it, don't use it for something you want it to be real life. Thank you for watching and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about location listener. If you remember from previous video, when you want to get user location, we use it get last location. But get last location would not update unless someone open the map or open any application that dealing with map, you get the update for location. So what about if I want to do some application, for example, some application doing tracking for user location in real time? How I'd fix this problem? I need something working in background all time. Whenever the GPS location is changed, he know about that. So the solution will be with location listener. So to get work, I will continue with same example that I have in previous video. So you make sure you have the previous video and you see the previous video. So I click create new. I will name it my class. I'll name it my location. In this way. Name it any name you would like. I will make this class implement. Implement you mean you implement some interface. So I will implement location listener interface. If you see, he say, hey, you have something missing. If I click here, I click, okay, implement what I'm missing. You say you need to implement this 4 methods. Okay, implement for me, please. If you see, there's 4 methods. One of method, name it location change. This method will be executed whenever user location is changed, and he give you the new longitude and new latitude. So you don't need to open a Google map to see the new location. So this will be great. So you could, for example, adding some code here. Whenever user location update, you send it to the server to track user location. Here on status change, this method execute whenever the status of GPS change from enable to disable. This will be executed when the GPS status changes to the disable, when someone disable your GPS. This one execute when someone enable your GPS. So let me here try to display in message first the longitude and latitude. To display something in message, I need context, but this class doesn't have context. So I need to implement my context. So I say, okay, let me first define some context, add my context and with context, then I implement the constructor that receives the context. See, if I want to access to UI, I cannot access unless I have context in my class. So the way I implement context here, I will get it in the constructor and I initialize. So now when someone gets an instance from this class, he will send me the context. So now I have the context in my class. So now I could access to it. For example, I want to display and message the last user location. I will say, okay, make this context. I said in this context, then I need information for last location. If you remember here, how we have a message, the longitude and latitude, just let me copy it and have it here. Let me just have it to you as string location to be easy for you. Look in this way. So if you see, I have not here, sorry, should be here in this place. So if you see, I have this location that incoming that I will have it whenever the location change. So I will get the longitude for this location and I will get the latitude for this location and I have it in this variable. So now I want to display the message. Okay, here we go, display it. Then I say to us dot long then dot show. So I have the show. Now I want to make this to display some message when GPS is off. I will say, okay, GPS is enabled, for example. I want also some message display when GPS is disabled. And you could also, as I told you here, GPS status is changed. Status is changed. So this will call whenever the GPS status changed for enable or disable. So this method will execute. So okay, I have everything is good. I have my method. I want to just run this method. So to run this service and make it work in background, I have to go here in my application, and I just, instead getting location this way, I will stop this code. I just adding some comment, make this code is not working. Here you go. Then here I will get user location. So to get user location, first of all, you have to have a new instance from the class, the my location listener. So my location listener, I will send it mylook equal a new instance from that class, and I will send it this. If you see, this is the way for us to access to the UI. So when this will send it here, it will be considered as a context. Then I get it and send, so I could access to UI. Then I will take this line for location manager. I will add it here. Third of thing, I want to listen for something. What does mean? I have location manager. I will say, okay, request on location update. Whenever the location update, which update for location? For location manager.gps approval. Whenever the GPS location is changed, send me updates. So how I would send update? I have to talk with two things: the space or the length and the time. Make him send me the space every 30 milliseconds, and whenever he change at least 10 meter. So when he do this both this thing, please call this method. So what does this line mean? This line mean whenever the location changes 10 meter, please call this method. He will call this method. This method will fire this event only, and you will see the location. But why I'm using time also? Sometimes you're driving, so the location he take more than 10 meter. For example, he take 10 meter, for example, every 1 second. So you don't want him to send update every 1 second. You say, okay, at least after 3 seconds, even the location updated. Now, if he get 10 meter and he still did not like have time as a 3 second from previous location, he will not fire this method, unless after if he take 10 meter after 3 seconds, he will give the update for location. He will call this event. This way help you when you want work with car driving and you want to avoid the HTTP. There is many HTTP to the server, and the server will be die because there is many HTTP requests. So to avoid too many requests to the server and the server die, this is most probably you will find it. So just manage this time and this distance. So how much distance you want the location will be sent to the server, and how much the time between the one location and other. I will not add too many. I will say 13 milliseconds, and the distance will be every 5 meter. Okay, because I'm using GPS, so I don't want to wait until 3 seconds or more than that. So let me just run it. Here we go. The GPS is running. If I just send this location, see, I see this location now. If I just update the location now, for example, I'm moving to another location. If I send it, you will see the location will be updated. Should be updated in this one. So let me see. You see it. He changed the location. So 1, 2, 3. So now if also someone he go to the location 129. If I click it, the location will be sent 129. So whenever the location will be changed, this one will be fired, but at least 5 meter change in the location. Maybe you want to track the update of the location every 10 meter, 100 meter, whatever you want to do. So this is basic example of getting a user location. Let me go to next video and see how we could send this location to the server. Hey everybody, let me in this video try to implement simple tracking system that whenever user location updated, we get his location database. If you remember in a previous video, we had a user location update. Whenever user location updated, we will get it using location listener. And we talk in more further or more previous video about how we could access to PHP and MySQL database. So make sure you've seen all these videos before we start here. So now I will use the previous tutorial for getting user location, and I want to send this location to remote server. So first of all, let me open MySQL database. So I say, okay, MySQL/user/root. I open it in my terminal. So now I want to create a simple database. I will say, okay, create, I will say database. I will name it tracking app. Then I will try to use this tracking. After I'm using it, I will get a new table. I will say, okay, create table. I want table for track user. I will say tracking. Then this in the tracking, I will say, okay, I will track user through, I will take longitude, log as double, or as a float will be, and lat will be also float, because you know the longitude and latitude will be as a float number. Also, let me also track the device ID. Okay, I will say, okay, I have device ID in this way. Will be integer. For example, you will give for every device specific ID. Here you go. Now I have a tracking database. If I say, okay, use or describe tracking, this is the tracking table. So now I want to create a new script that allow me to track user. So okay, let me open Sublime and open script, and I make sure go to the PHP services. I have them in my GitHub. Then I will say, okay, I will go to Android app, not Android app, sorry. I will go to PHP Android. So I have list add this 3. I will take the code for add because I will adding. So okay, here you go. I have add. I will go back in my code. I will paste this code here. The database, I have it. If you remember, when you create database, we create database, we name it tracking. Not tracking. Our database was tracking. I don't remember. Yes, it was a tracking app. This was our database. Okay, I will access to database name is tracking app. I will say insert into the table name here will be tracking, as I know, yes, tracking, and I have two, log and lat. Okay, I have table name it tracking, and I want to insert into log and lat. Should these two things will be sent here, log and lat. Also, we should get the device ID from the remote user. So we should get this one also. So just make sure I add this one here. So I have device ID. So also I will make sure I'm sending device ID also. So here you go. I have the device ID. So also let me do get for device ID. So here we did not use, sorry, this is PHP. So we have to use this thing. So also device ID will be sent through the string. So okay, I'm setting to tracking, longitude, latitude, device ID. So whenever any location updated, I will have the location. I don't know why I have error here. So it should not be error. So okay, here you go. Here we go. Yes, now it's good. So okay, I will save it. I will save this one. I name it tracking.php because I want to track someone. Now I will go back and I will try to take some code. So which code we will use it? Let me go back here. I will go to Android app, and the app in the CSRC main, then this file, then I have three of them, and I have main activity that will help, I think, to register something. So let me copy the line from number 32 to the end of the code. So just copy them and go back to your application. Make sure go to my location center and add the code here. Okay, then after add them, just make sure you import all these libraries. Here you go. It's not too much code. It is just very simple application that getting user location. So if someone added, I would say, okay, I have here should be context because I'm using context here. So okay, context, you know when you use it. And yes, this is something in background, and we should not have any problem with this part of code. Now I want to send location to the server. You know how we have this two lines to send location to the server. So I will say go back, and here you go. This is my getting user location. Here is it. I would send them to file name tracking as I know. If I don't mistake, the file name should be tracking. Yes. I will get log, lat, and device ID. That's good. I will say, okay, I'm sending log should be for longitude for user. This one longitude. I just change it to a string. I will also take latitude. So let me make sure I have this one as latitude. So it should be this one, lat. I send them here. And also I will add another part. It is for device ID. So just let me sure why I'm not dividing this code 2 lines, so it will be easy to read. So okay. Also I will add device ID. Just make sure you write it same way you receive it here. So how I write it here, I add device ID. So I will go back and add device ID here, equal the ID that I have it. What the ID? Let me give it a number. This number 1 2 3 4 5 or 4 4 4 5 5 5 5. Here we go. Now I have everything good. So whenever location is updated, it will be send it to the server, and the server it will be doing something. Then just me review the server side. If you see, I have this insert log lat device ID, but here an insert value is not string for longitude, it's just a float. So just make me sure I'm removing the string, so I will not be in trouble. So okay, I have log, I have longitude, latitude, then semicolon, I have device ID. Here we go, now everything is good. Wow, I think here I missed it. Should be lat, not log. So log and lat, yeah, that's great. So log, lat, device ID, see, all the way we missed something. Last thing, I have to go to my Android permission and I add permission to access to internet because I need internet to do communication. So here you go. Let me just run it and see the result. Here we go. So let me just send 121 by 10. Here, get it, 121 by 10. If I go to my database, I will look for this device. I will say select star from tracking. Okay, 121 by 10, and this is the device ID. You could send the serial number for device ID, will be better. So now, if I send, like for example, 122 by 11. So let me go to the database. Maybe I see it. Here you go, 122 by 11. So just try now to move through the home, and also make sure you upload your database on remote host. You will see all the location will be updated in this database. Are we done? And thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about how to implement Google Map in our application. What I'm meaning this layout of the map, how we could use it to display some point on it, or gray circle, or use different type of map. It depends on our application when we use the map. So to get started with this application, I will get a new application, or you could continue with the previous application that we already built it for Android. So first of all, go to layout and click right and select new. Then from new, click new Google. Then Google, select Google Map Activity. Then we give it any name. So, but here you have to make sure you give it our layout. So what our layout here is com.hussein. So this make me sure I'm writing good. So I say, okay, com.hussein. The name of the Android. This is my package. That's good. So now, okay, I say finish so he could create this layout for me. Android, when I do this thing, he implement everything for me. He implement the layout, he implement the key, he add all the necessary file in main phase. So let me browse this thing for you. First of all, if you see, he say, hey, you have something missing. You need to replace here your code, your API code. What he mean by that? He mean when you use Google Map, you have to go to Google Developer Console. So make sure you write in your Google Developer Console, and you go to this one, Google API Console. From Google API Console, you have to create your new project. So make sure from here, from the top, create a project, and you could give it any name. Let me give it Android app or Android app demo. You could give it any name. So I would say, okay, create please. So he created a new project for me, so I could now work with this project. This project have different things, have libraries, have credentials, and more. What I want to work with this project with libraries. I want to use Google Map API. So I want to make sure I'm on Google Map API. I click on it, then I enable it. So just make me sure enable. They change the layout every time. I don't know. So here you go. Now the API is implemented. Let me go to Credential. So here in Credential, just click here and select API key. It will give you a specific key. Just take this key, copy it, Control C, close it, then go back to your application and paste it here. So now we have the key. Now let me teach you everything and what he did. First of all, he added a new activity. If I go to Memphis, I will see he already added a new activity, name it main map activity, and he give it this title, a smacked title, just normal. And also he added metadata. Metadata in Android mean additional information that I'm using in this application. So he just using this key from the string file. If you remember this key, we added Google Map key for accessing to Google Play services. This one point. Second point, okay, we have the activity. So if I go to the layout, I have to see a layout for map. Yes, here is it. But now I don't have layout in map. I just have a fragment. And in the fragment, name of fragment map, and it is type of support map fragment. So that's mean an Android fragment mean I need to display something in this one. So I could display map in this fragment. If I go to the Java file for this file, if I go down here, I will see map activity. Here we go. This map activity does not extend activity here, extend fragment activity. Then and also it implement on map ready callback. This means I just want to work something with map. I just want to listen some event in the map. For example, when the map will be ready, I will listen to it. That's great. So when I also have something on create in my class. So when something create, okay, create fragment and access to the ID name it map. We know what's mean ID map and try to display map inside that map. Or inside that fragment. Try to display the map inside that fragment. Also, I say, okay, I have Google Map, this as a key, as an instance, because I want to access to it. You see, I just having some listening on the Android map. So on the other map that I go to it, there is a method named on map ready. This will execute when the map be ready. So, okay, when the map will be ready, this method will be executed. That's mean ready to display. So what I want to do, I just taking the map, the new map, because maybe I want to access to do some operation with this map and other methods. So he want to display something. I just want to display some point or a simple point in that map. To display point have longitude and latitude. In Android you define lat, just point with latitude and longitude. He defined it as Sydney. In new latitude he give it this is for lat and this is for longitude. Then I want to add this point to the map. So okay, I just will say map.add market. I want to add this one to the map. I say new market option. I added in this position. So I just okay, I will add point in this position and I give a specific title. He give it mark as Sydney. You could give it any title. Then I have to move my camera to that place. So because the map is very big, so I want to go to that space. So okay, say map, move camera factory to that latitude. Yes. Here we go, everything is good. One last thing, I need just to start from this activity. I don't want to start from the main activity. So just let me take intent filter and just I take it, Control X. Then I will go down to this new activity and I try to start from this point. I don't want to start from this one. I want to start from this one, from the map. Run it and let me see. Here you go. You see, this is the map. I have it, and this is the point that I added for Sydney. If I click, this is the title for the point, and everything is great. Now, could I change the map type? Okay, yes, you could change it. Could I add more points? Yes, you could. So let me first try to change the map type. So if I go here, I want to change map type. So when I change the map type here, I say, okay, I have map. So I will say, okay, let me start from here. I say, okay, the map, so mmap dot set map type. You could click set map type, you could select map type, you could just Google map, you could select any type. For example, you could select hybrid. This is what use it is hybrid. You could select satellite. Satellite give you more view. This one, try 4 of them and see what the different. So this is one. So this how you could change map type. Also, what about if I want to change moving camera? If you see the camera is very far away from the point, what if I want to change it? If you see I have here move camera to new point, I would say dot new for point. I say new point with longitude, new long lat with zoom, and I could give it any zoom I wanted. So let me say I get 14. Is between I think 1 and 20, so whenever you increase the zoom he will be more near to the point. So okay, in this deploy I just add two things. First I change the map type, and the second thing I just make it like zoom. So if you see now I'm near this point more, and the map type is changed, not like the first one. That's great. That's what I want to show you in this simple to change. The map is not root, but if I try to replace it this one to another map type, if I say dot hyper for example, or normal, let me just try this one, the map type will be different, not the same. This one you see it, let me show it. Yes, this is for hyper, and also let me try the another one, none. So okay, none, normal, none. Let me say use none, no one of them, just to show you that different type of maps. Yeah, this is for none. Just this one have to have a specific route. You could use 4 of them and just try what the difference between one another. So this is one and that second. So let me show you more. So what about if you want not only adding title, you want to display something with it? So okay, you add title here. What additional information you want to add it? Let me add simple description. I say okay, dot snippet means simple description here where I live. So just simple description for the point. Also you could add more. Why I'm using this way? I hate this work, so just do it on the line so it'll be easy to read. Then what the more information you could add it here? You could add the icon for it for the point. So okay, I'm adding icon. So how I get the icon? First of all, they say bitmap descriptor factory. So make sure I'm using bitmap descriptor factory. Then I just adding another one from resource. I say okay, from where? From bitmap, from resource, from asset, from anything. I want to add it in resource, so I have to have my image. So let me go here and have this image. I will say Control C. I will copy it to the drawable, making sure from the name. Here you go. So now I add it here. I could add it. I will say okay, r dot drawable. This is my image. Dot the image. So now okay, I added for the point icon. So now the my point have a specific icon. So let me run it and see how is it. Here you go. If you see, this is my icon and the point. So it's better than if you want to add specific icon, you don't need to use the Google point, the Google icon for the map, so you could replace it. So yes, that's what I want to show you in this video, changing map, doing a creating map, and also add point. As I told you, you don't have to add only one point, you could add more. So you could say okay, I won't copy this one and I want to add a new point here. That's very okay. Let's for example 34.5, you're adding another point. Let me name is Sydney 2, and also I will add it. So now if you run it, you will have two of them. But you cannot see it now. You just need to move the map to see the second one. Yes, here we done, and thank you for watching, and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video how we could create circle on the map, or how we could draw a line between 2 points, or draw a line between number of points. So yes, to get started, I would just want to move this second Sydney point, and I want to move this one, first one. Just I will keep only the point without any update. So just I want to have example more simple and more practice. So just having this point, I want to add circle around it. That's okay. That is awesome. Now I want to add some point to the map. Okay, I would say, or adding circle, I'll say map dot add. What I have to add, I want to add circle. So okay, define my circle that I want to add. Okay, in new circle options, my circle have some options. So what is the options that this circle have it? First thing, the center of this circle. Where do you want this center of this circle would be? Okay, I have my map. I want it to be the center on same Sydney point. Okay, I will take Sydney point. I say okay, I want to be the center here. Okay, go down. What is the second? I will say dot. What the second I want to add it? For sure radius for my circle. How much you want to be? Let me make it 2000. Okay. Third, let me go down. Third thing, what I want to be. I don't know the stroke color. So the stroke color means the color that you want to have it. You could use color. This one. Say color dot red. Make sure you select it. If you see this is color for citric, this means around the circle. Then next, what I have dot full color. So I will say okay, my full color will be color dot, let me say blue. I will use blue for this one. Okay, that's which color I want to fill my graph with. Okay, I'm done. Everything is good. I'll say okay, close it please. Now okay, I'm adding circle to the map. If I run it, I have to see the circle around the point. That's great. If you see, this is our circle. So you could reduce the radius for the circle. If I make it down to 200, you will see the circle, but it will be smaller than the first one. Here you go. This is the circle and this is my point. So you could add circle to specific place in your map. It's really easy. This is for circle. So what about if I want to add, for example, line? Also same thing. I say, okay, map dot polyline. I say, okay, polyline. Or add polyline. Then you say okay, same thing, no new poly options. Then what the options for polyline you have to give it. So you know what you have to do. First you say okay, I want to add something. I want to add 2 points to move between them. So you could say, for example, okay, my first point will be this Sydney. Okay, and the second point you could say okay, Sydney 1, for example. So okay, let me define it. I will say okay, Sydney 1, this one the second point, or Sydney 2. Okay, say okay, this be 34.01, a little bit change. This one will be 0.02. I just going to a second location. So okay, I have 2 points that I will use it in my graph. So okay, I have 0.1 and 0.2 in the draw. Second, what I have to add more, I want to add how much the width of my point. Okay, the width, let me say I would use 25 for width. That's great, will be. Then what I have to add color, for example, for sure. So I say my color will be, just making sure from I do not have problem in this one. So I say dot color. The color will be same thing. You could then okay, you say okay, I would use color. So which color you would use? I say okay, I want to use any type of color you would like to use it. I say okay, color will be better. So just make sure you select the color, not you type it. Then what you need to add, geodesic. I don't know what this thing mean, but it's required parameter. Just give it true. Then yes, here you go. Now you have all the parameter. You just say close it. Now he will already add this point to your map. If I rerun it, we have line between 2 points in the map. You see, this is my map. This is my first point, and this is the second point. That's great. Now, what if I want to add between number of points? Like for example, I want to draw the route between number of points. Also, you could use mmap, but now you want to use add not polygon. You would use again add polygon only, not polygon line. Before a few minutes we used it polygon line. Also you say okay, new poly option, also same thing. Then you could give it your parameter. So it's not so complex. That you just go down. You say okay, I will do add, and I will list my point. You could add list for your point. For example, okay, I have Sydney 1. I want to draw the circle, and Sydney 2, and you could add more if I'm correct, not Sydney 1, Sydney 2, this way. Then you could add, for example, Sydney 3, 4, 5, whatever the way that you want it. Let me add Sydney 3. You just list your point that you want to connect between them. So okay, we say Sydney 3 will be 307 or 2. This one 3, just some changing. So okay, I would have another location. Sydney for Sydney should be Sydney 3. So yes, I have a 3 point. You could add more, it's up to you. When you're done from adding all the point, just close the bracket, you will be all set. It's really easy to add polygon, and it's really easy to add line. Also, it's really easy to add circle. So if you see, this is the polygon, but the polygon mean he will communicate between the lines. If you see, he just created the lines. If I give it a 3 point, 1, 2, the 3 was here, he just complete the circle, he complete the line between them. Yes, but here we're done, and thank you for watching. I'll see you next. Hey, let me talk in this video about the events. I want whenever I click in the map, I see point. So that's mean event. That's mean the map have to have a specific event. So when I click on it, he could fire for something. So to do that, it's really easy with the map. You know this is the map, and this is the event for on map ready. Make sure in the on map ready you write your code, not another place. So after you initialize it, after you initialize the map, you could do the methods. So first of all, let me go to the end because it's method. I say okay, map dot set on map click listener. So okay, set on map and set on map click listener, or call a new on map click listener. I say okay, here we go. On map click listener, he implement everything for me. If you see, he sent me latitude and longitude for that point. It's really good. So I need, whenever someone click on the point, I want to add one marker. If you see, this is the way how we add the marker. Okay, that's good. Let me copy it and let me go down, and here you go. This is my longitude longitude. Just say okay, add this longitude longitude, and here's the problem. Let's fix it. So add, or I would give it title add by click. Okay, so whenever anyone click on the map, you will have the longitude and latitude for that point. So just add marker on that point, and here we done. Let me just run it and see. Here we go. If I click now, see point. Whenever I click, what's happened? Whenever I click on the map, this event will be fire. So it will know which location I click on by getting longitude and latitude. Then it's fired from that location. That's great. Now here we done, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about RESTful. In the previous videos we talked how to do. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about RESTful and how we could view the map in street mode. So to do that, you'd not have to do a lot of things with normal view. All thing you have to do, just go to map activity and change the name from support map activity to street view panorama parameter. So make sure you are using this fragment, street view panorama fragment. That's great. Now let me do some update in map activity. If I try to extend my screen, first of all, okay, I'm doing fragment activity. I'm still in the fragment, but here I'm not implement on map callback. I'm implement on street view panorama ready callback. So I will say on street view panorama on street view panorama ready callback. Just this one. Here you go. Now he asks for implement some method. Oh yes, I know what you need, man. You need this one. Add it. He will add it. This will be for street view. That's great. Okay, I will not work with this part, so let me just move it to avoid any problem. Also, I have to do some update on the fragment. My fragment will be not support map fragment, will be street view panorama fragment. So I will say okay, street panorama fragment, making sure from it. Yes, here is it. First street view panorama fragment, it will be support or street view panorama fragment also will be here. So okay, here you go, street view panorama fragment. Get support fragment manager. I would say okay, get fragment manager, not get support fragment manager. I say get, okay, get fragment manager, then find the view bar ID r.map and everything done. Then next line I will say, okay, city view panorama fragment. I would do it this one, or map fragment. I have it. I will say, okay, hey dot, I'm doing street view panorama synchronous, and I will give it but the parameter that is as in this instance. Here we go. Now I initialize my panorama fragment, so when it's run it will call this method. That's great. Now I want to view it, so okay, what I have here panorama fragment. That is good. So I say, okay, panorama fragment, not, I will say, okay, panorama, this one, I'm talking about this one, street view panorama fragment. I will say street panorama fragment dot set position. I define the position for when I want to get started. Okay, you could define specific longitude. Okay, you could say lat in this way, and you could give it the location. Let me give it 40.7 and give it something, and here I will be -77.98. This is just specific location for my state view. Then I will continue for state view. Okay, panorama dot set street enable dot set. I want to see the street name enable. Okay, set street name enable. I want to show the street name in the root. I will say, okay, give it a true. Also, I want to give it another information. Panorama dot set user navigation enable to allow user navigation. Set user navigation enable. I give it also true, so allow user to navigate through the map. Then panorama, I will give it another information. You could give it any information you want to do it. For example, set zoom cursor enable. Yes, here we go. Give it a true to allow zooming. That's of all. I would give it set panorama guest enable. I would say set panorama guest enabling. Also this one, give it true. This is just specific option I just enabled in my panorama, so I make everything is good. So let me run and see what's going. Yes, if you see it in this way, because there's no street to show. I went just to wrong location. If I here go and added correct longitude and latitude, okay, to fix this problem, I could go to Google Map and select any specific longitude and latitude. For example, I want to go to Wall Street in New York, and you could, from this Wall Street in New York, you have it. Now you could, from this street, if you go here, you could select specific longitude and latitude. I say, okay, what's here? He will give me specific longitude and latitude. You cannot show it now, but let me minimize it. You would show it. Here is it, log and lat. I could copy them, and I go back to my code. Here you go. I will add it. I hope now he will show me the Wall Street. So here you go. Run it. See here, waiting. Here is it. This is the Wall Street, and this is the people in Wall Street. That's great. Thank you for watching, and see you next. Hey everybody, lately in this video I try to implement simple features that are available in Google Map. You know Google Map, whenever you move to any location, you will see your location on the map. Look like this part. If I go to Google Map now and I try to move to any place, I will see my location marked by this point. So now I'm 62. If I say okay, 61, Okay, I will see it. The new location is moving. So whenever I go, he will go with me because this is Google Maps. So that will help me to know where I am. So how I could implement this feature in Android? Okay, let me go to my application bag. I already have just simple activity display on this market. So you know how we implement it. So it doesn't have a lot of hard coding, just very simple activity. So now I want to do that feeders. So first of all, I need whenever my location is changed, whenever I move, I get sense with that. So how I will do that? I have location listener. So okay, let me click here right, and I click add. Then I would say location listener, whatever you want to name it please. Here you go. This one should implement the class named location listener. Okay. So if you see, okay, you have something missing. Yes, I have methods. Please implement this method for me. You have 4 methods. Just I'm interested on this method. I want whenever the location updated, I have it in the public, so I could access to it from any place. Also, I want to be static, so I want to direct access without any instance. So here you go. Now I have this location. Now I want to initialize it. I say, okay, say this dot location equal to location. So here you go. Whenever the location updated, I will have it here. Now I want to run this location listener from the code. So okay, before I would run it, I would implement very basic method. I would say, okay, I have method named run the listener, and this method first I will create a new instance. If did I run it correctly, it have to be in this way, the location listener. Then here you go. Now I have to create a new instance, my look equal a new instance from the location listener. Then I send it the updated location. You know the parameter for this part. If you go here to the location listener and or get map and or get hub, location listener, you know how we could run our location listener by this 2 line. So if I get back and take them to my code, here you go. I would I did not take them well. Make sure I say Control C. Then I go back here. Make sure I write them Control V. So yeah, here's them. First of all, I define location manager for access to location service. Then I would say, okay, please run this location listener for me. So he will run it and he will update every 350 seconds. Okay, I will say every 3 milliseconds, and whenever it change 10 meters. So whenever 10 meter changes 3 milliseconds, this method will call it and he will update user location in this parameter. So I will have it here. Now I want to, whenever this location updated, I want to get them. So okay, I have to define my thread. So before I define my thread for doing that point, I need to run this one. So I cannot run it directly from here because you know this is have dangerous permissions. So I need to define some things. So first of all, I have to go to Memphis and I have to define 2 permissions. First of all is for access file location. It will be already available if you are using map. If you don't have, please add it. And the second one for crosser location, access crosser location. Add these 2 permissions to your file. This first point for Marshmallow and after. Second, you have to implement check permission part. If you don't now, please go back to previous video or go to this file in our GitHub permissions. You will see the code for getting permission from line number 8 to line number 43. Just copy them, go back. Let me add them here before I run my code. So okay, I want first of all, I want whenever the application started, I want to check the app permission. Here you go, check app permission. So if the app running for 23 and after, I would check check access file location. If he is not granted, I will request the permission access to location. So if not, I will call my method. What's my name method? So if that means if he already granted, please call this method for display location. Here you go. Otherwise, if he have the dialog, he will see that like if he grant me the location, I will access to that location. So I make sure from this message, I will say, okay, cannot access it, denial it. Here you go. Because he cannot access someone denial the location. Now I have everything is good. So just to remember you, if you don't mind, first of all, when application start, I check permission. So if he granted, he will run this part. Otherwise, he will run into on result. If he agree, also he will run, and this one will also get updated user location. Now I want to display user location on the map, so I could use many tool, inter-process communication. I would say it's easy using a thread. I would say, okay, I will define a new class. I name it a thread, or my thread. This one will be extending thread class. So, and because I have thread class, I have to implement some part. I have to implement public void run. This will be running whenever I have a thread. Now we need something working continuous, so I need to use while true, something working continuous without any stop. So whenever the location update, I will get it. Also, I want this code to be run every space time. So I will say, okay, I have a thread dot sleep. I will say every 1 second, so 10 milliseconds. So I just may add surrounded. Here you go. Then every 1 second, this code will be run to get user location. I want to display the location on the map. Okay, we say, okay, I want to access to UI, so I cannot access from thread directory. I need to run on UI thread. Then I say, okay, new run on UI thread or runnable. Then here we go. Here I add my access to UI. Now I already have access to UI. This part, that's good. I will take it. Then I will go back here, access to UI. I will add it here. Before I add the location to the map, I need to get this one. So I already have this one updated for location listener. I'll say, okay, here display latitude for me. Dot location dot latitude, I think. Yes, latitude. And the second one will be this one. Dot location dot location dot get longitude. So I have get latitude and I have get longitude to location. So whenever this to location updated, to avoid run into problem, I have to make sure there is data. So I say, okay, if there is location already available is not equal null, please do this code. So okay, this code will be executed only if there is a location. Otherwise, this code will not execute. So when there is available location, he will take it and set it on the map. I don't want every time he will add a new location. I just last updated location. So I need to remove all the points that I have it marker, all the marker. So first I clear the marker. So if I have any previous marker, I remove it. So I will have only the new marker in the map. So a clear will remove any previous marker added. So before running, I want to make sure this thread, I will start the thread. So from where I have to start it? I have to start it from the place of, after I run the thread, I say, okay, place here, run. I will say, I get a new instance from the thread, my th, equal the new instance from this one. Then I will run it, my th dot start. If I don't mistake, my this one dot start. So just to start the thread. Now if I run the application, the point from this video, I want to help you to understand how you could use more than one feeder from locations. Okay, let me just click here. I have to see point here. That's great. Now let me check it here. I will change it 21 to 21. Location will be updated. You have to be updated. If you see updated by 72. If you see, whenever I change location, allow me to update. That means if you have this application on your phone, and whenever you move, you will see this market moving with you. And that's the point from this video. I want to show you how you could use location listener and thread and also permissions with the map to do some feeders. Here we done, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about denial of service. One of most common problem you will face it with Android is the denial of service. Do you know why? Because there's many users will using your app. Imagine you have only 1,000 users, not more, 1,000. And for sure you are normal developer, so you'll use normal plan in the when you have a server. So the normal plan with a server will have limit numbers of requests or limit number of pool for the user request. So imagine I have this basic application for tracking user location and send it to the server. What this app do is just whenever the user location changing 1 meter, and in the time of 1 second, he will send user location. What does that mean? The server send user location, then it will sleep for 1 second. So it's wake up again. When it wake up again and see, hey, is the location change 1 meter? If yes, he will send location again. If not, he will stay. He will go again. He takes sleep again 1 second, then try to do the operation again. So what does that mean? Imagine there is from the 1000 users, there is 100 of them are driving their car. So when the GPS sleep for 1 millisecond or 1 second, then it wake up again, he will see the location is changing more than 1 meter for sure because he drive the car. So when he check here for the location, yes, the location is changed. It's changed more than 1 meter while he was sleeping for 1 millisecond. So he will send the location. So that is mean. That's mean the location will be sent to the set, will be updated every 1 second. Do you know why? Because whenever this one sleep for 1 second, then it wake up again, he will see the location changing more than 1 meter because someone is driving. He will change at least like 100 meter. So that's mean every 1 millisecond or 1 second, the location will be updated. When the location updated, it will call this location for getting user location. You mean this? What does mean? I just write very hard coding. Don't care about the code. Just some URL, and I want to send the location, user location to that URL. So I just send that location to that URL. So imagine, as I told you, there is 100 user from the 1000 you have are driving their car. So there is 100 requests is coming to the server every 1 second. Maybe your server could handle this request. What about if you have 1000 requests is coming to your server, because maybe your app have more than 20,000? Or what about 3,000 requests coming to your server? For sure there will be denial for service, because you're using mostly, if you are normal developer, using normal plan with the server, you don't have money to pay for powerful server. So your server will deny this service and cannot respond and cannot get user locations because he cannot handle that request. So this is a basic example I could give you for denial of service. So it's better to fix this problem by going here. For example, you say, okay, I'm tracking user location every 1 second. Let me say every, not 1 second, let me say every 13 seconds, okay? Or every 1 minute, or every 10 minutes. So this is better, or every 5 minutes. So I say, okay, I will check the update of user location every 5 minutes. So you will reduce the upcoming data to the server, because you're using normal server mostly. But if you have a powerful server, go ahead with 1 second and track user location every 1 second. So this is a basic example I could give it to you for vulnerabilities that happen in Android, and you will face it a lot. So please try to avoid this part. For this is a basic example, and whenever you have idea like this, for example, you have a service running in background and this service getting notification from the server every 1 second, it is bad every 1 second, because you have around, for example, 100 users, 100,000 users who sending every 1 second request to the server. That means the server will die. So avoid this point. Again, if you do not understand this one, this code mean the server will sleep for 5 seconds or 5 minutes. Then after 5 minutes, he wake up again and see, hey, is the location change 1 meter? Yes, update. If not, he will not do anything. Here we done. One last thing left. You have to know Android did not encrypt the data when it's sent it over HTTP. So imagine I'm sending here user location, and someone who used my app are connected to public Wi-Fi. So any hacker on the public Wi-Fi could read what I'm sending using, for example, Fiddle app, and see here, this is my HTTP request, and here is the data that's sending over my HTTP request. For example, here someone is logging and sending his username and password. So yes, Android did not do any encryption when he sent data over HTTP. So try to avoid doing a transaction or other stuff using HTTP in your Android application, because it will die, because it's very bad, as I told you. So it is better if you're using something secure to use HTTPS, or when you send your data over the HTTP, normal HTTP, please encrypt this data, because as I told you, if there is any hacker on your public Wi-Fi, he could read your data using, for example, here he using Fiddle, and here he reading someone is sending HTTP request, he doing login, and he sending his username and Hussein, and he sent password ABC. So yes, try to avoid this part because it's very dangerous. So either use HTTPS in your application, or try when you send your data over HTTP encrypted, don't send it directly. For more about this part, for the examples, you would see it here, the vulnerability that I did it before. So read this part, data over HTTP. Here we done, and thank you for watching.
Hey and welcome. In this section we will implement Pokemon game. That's mean there is a map, and or location on the map, it is this man represented by this man. We have a name and we have some description about us, and when we move through the map we see there is Pokemon on the map. Every Pokemon have name, description, and have a specific power. So this one also have name, description, and have a specific power. So what we want to do from our game, we want to move through the map, and whenever we reach any Pokemon, we hunt that Pokemon, and our power will be increased by a specific amount. So let's get started step by step. Hey again, let me start step by step to do implement for our Pokemon game. So instead I go step by step for create map, create key, and connect with the map, and do all that step that I already did it before with find for application for find on location. So I will just copy that project and I will continue from that point. So you remember we already created in the previous section project named my current location, that find your current location. So I will get a new folder and I will name it this folder Pokemon. Okay, Pokemon. Then I will just Control C. I just copy this project, so make Control C or Command C on the Mac, and go back to the folder for Pokemon, this one, and paste it. So now I just have copy from that project. So I will get started. I will open to get started. I will open Android Studio. So let me open Android Studio, and waiting for some time until Android Studio get loaded, and I will load this project. So I will just start from this point. It will be easy for me, and I would say it's a little fun for me. Just open existing project and instead doing same step that I do it before. I just don't repeat it, and look for Pokemon here, and hopefully this is my Pokemon. This is my project. Open, wait for some time, and he will open the project for me. Here we go, the project is loaded. If you see, I just have only one layout, and if you remember, we have two classes. One of them for map, to show the map for people when the person just runs the application, just request permission, show pop-up, ask him to get permission to access location. Also, he will start a thread to track the location, and he always show your location or your current location on the map, and that is. So now I don't want to show it as a marker. If you see, he used by default, he used the marker by default. I want to use image or the Mario image. So if you see here we have something named assets, folder named assets, map app, we have this four images. This image is for Pokemon and for Mario. So make sure copy them and go back here and make sure add them in Control V in drawable V. So yes, now I have these four images. Now I want, instead adding just possession title, I would just add icon for my image. I think I already have icon for it, but no, I didn't have any icon. So I would add icon now. So to add icon, really easy, just say dot icon and give it specific icon that you would like to give it, like
I think he just already complete for me. No, he just asked me to add the image. I just say bitmap description factory, then I say dot from resource, because I want to read from resource. I might have the resource, so it should be r dot drawable dot Mario, because I'm looking for Mario. It's just replacing the image. It's not something really interesting. Just show the image. I'm sure now with Android O, when you run it, the project will not run as much because we have some issue and we need to fix that issue for initializing the variable before using it. So let's wait for some time and see what is going on, and if there is no problem, we are okay. If we have problem, we have to do small thing for updating, and we will be all set. So here he asks us for allow this application to access location. I say yes, allow him. Here we go. So the problem here happened because there is new changes happen in Android and you need to initialize this variable for location. So when you want to access to location, you have to initialize it here in the my location list designer, because there is some delay happen for reading the GPS, while this one he want to access to the GPS and there is no GPS, there is null, so you'll get error. So basically really easy to fix. Just make sure this is you have location, so just hey, my location will be a new location, okay, and this location, give it for example a start point for me, and I would give it for the location, give it set latitude, and make sure from it set latitude, give it 0, so just initialize it. Then what you said, location dot set longitude equals 0. You just initialize it with nothing. I did not anything. Hey, I just added here single quotation, should be double quotation. So now hopefully when I just run it, I will see the person who is the Mario. So wait for a second and let me see what is going on. If there is no problem, that's great. So here is Mario, click on it. So he say marker Cindy. So let you just do some update before you go next, because now we have Mario, not marker Cindy. So the title Mario will be as. So here is my location title, it is me, and you could give it description if you would like, but it is me, just icon only this one. Also move camera, I will not use this one, I will just move it much specific way. So I say new latitude with size. I want to move it, for example, for a specific location 14. So that's mean, hey, I want to do zoom up for 14, so it just like I see the Mario more clear on the map, and also I see other things. So looking here, clicking it, see here is Mario and the maps is too much, so just click send location, hopefully he go here, and this is his new location. So there is nothing in the map. Let's go next and try to build or add the Pokemons. Hey again. In this video what I want to do, I want to display all the Pokemons on the map, and also allow to myself when I move through the map, I allow myself to catch that Pokemon. So let me think about it. To think about Pokemon, Pokemon is an object, have name, have picture, have description, have many details, have power. So for that reason, I need to create a class for that, and I need to create a new class, and I will name it this class Pokemon, okay? And make sure create enter to create this Pokemon. So what do you think we have to have in the Pokemon? We have to have the public for integer for image, because why integer? Because I need to get the image from assets. We have the image here, so to read it in my code I will use integer code. Also what you need, also I need to have the name of it, so string name of the Pokemon. Maybe we have the description for the Pokemon, so something about it, so string des, okay. I would say also I have the power, so I would define public integer. Let you suppose the power will be double, okay, double for power, okay. And I would say also I have, if I want to know if the Pokemon is catch it, is the person catch him, or the Pokemon is still like life. So because if the Pokemon is catched, I will not show it in the map. So I would say boolean because is catched either true or false, so is catch or not. Okay, and also I need to know, this is most important part, the location of the Pokemon. So the location of the Pokemon, I say location, okay, because I need to know the location of the Pokemon. So now what I want to do, all what I do is just to create the constructor to initialize all these elements, so I could add them in the code using array list. So what I need to now just pass all these elements. I need to pass this one, and I need to pass also the name, make sure, and also pass the description. All this information need to be passed through. I just basically make it easier for people. I need to pass the power also. I don't think I need the layout anymore, and add the description, and I need to pass also sketch, and I need to pass the location. So you think about the location is just log to the latitude. So let you suppose it is you have double lat and you have double longitude lag. So lat and latitude, because here I will create the location. So I would say okay, this dot image equal the incoming image, okay, not is catch equal the image, okay. This dot name equal the whatever we have as a name input. Also this dot description equal what we have it in the DES. Cool. So this is all the information I have it. What do you think more we have? We have power. So okay, this dot power equal the power that we have it as the input. So now this dot what we have. Any more? We have this dot is catched or not. I believe is catched by default will be false because no one catched the Pokemon right now. Then I need to initialize the location. You remember we defined the location. So let's suppose the location here will be equal a new location, and we'll give it the name for the name of the Pokemon. Okay, and we set the longitude and latitude for that location. Dot set latitude, longitude, log, hopefully lag, I just write it lag, and location dot set latitude equal lat. Okay, just setting this information. So just object and have some information for setting up that object. Now what I want to do, really simple. I just go to my application, and inside my application I try to fill this one in the list. So a list of the Pokemons. So going back here, I would say, hey, this is my application. So here is the main. Let you suppose here I have method for add list of Pokemon. Okay. So what you will believe we need to have first, we have to have array list of what? Array list of Pokemon. Do you remember why? Because I need to have arrays of Pokemon. So I would say I have list of Pokemons. I don't know why Pokemons equal for sure a new array list for nothing as empty. So I just load this array with items. So I define my method void load Pokemon, and I add Pokemons inside this array list. So just list, really easy list, hopefully correct, list Pokemon dot add, then here I will add the Pokemon. So what do you think you need to add? We need to add a new Pokemon, the Pokemon constructor. Pokemon constructor takes two information. First of all, the longitude. Let's suppose, for example, 37 point. No, first of all, he will ask us for image. So let's suppose the image should be r dot drawable dots what the images I have, for example, bubbles, and what do you think? What think more? He asked us for the what do you remember? What do we have here in the Pokemon? What do you ask? We ask image
image name description, and we'll continue. So image name, let me suppose this name it below Basser, and description lives for in East Africa, and you continue pop just in this way, the description, and hopefully I didn't do something wrong. Okay, there we go. I will correct it. Live in whatever East Africa, and continue. All the other information I need to pass it for him. So if you see, I just pass name, image name, description, the power, and sketch. By default, I don't need to pass a sketch because already like we set it here by false. So I need to pass the power and lat and longitude. So for example, the power 14 and latitude 55.7 or 8 or whatever. That one is 34, whatever. So yes, this is. I will continue add 3 of these elements in the map. Then I will be back. Okay, what I did while I'm passing the video, I just add 3 elements. I try to add everyone drawable, proper, square, depending on this image that we have it here, proper, crumble, squared. And also I just try to give them name, I give them description, and also give them power for everyone, and add specific longitude or latitude. I just use this location because this is like the place I want to add them. Add them in any place you would like. I add them in near my place because I'm located here in this location, so I want to add them near me so I will see them in the map. Now I want to load the this element. It's really easy. Just go on the constructor and here whenever we have the get permission here, I am just load this element, load Pokemon, and array list now have all the Pokemons. So what I want to do now is I want to display these Pokemons on the map. So let's get started step by step. Did you remember when we was showing here the when we was cleaning the map, we was showing my current location. Now I have list of elements, so I say hey, for integer I equal 0, then I less than list Pokemon dot size. I didn't use for each because for each doesn't help me because I need to do update. I plus just I want to move through all the elements. So now think about it, what I have to have. I have this and same information here. Just let me copy this information and go down here, just add this information here. So now let me name it instead Cindy. I will name it Pokemon look. Okay, location. Okay, so just copy this one and make sure just replace this one so we will not get mistake, we will not have mistake. So first of all, I have this of Pokemon, so I need to define for every Pokemon he just iterated through. So I need to define Pokemon here. I say hey, for every Pokemon this person, so Pokemon in this way, hopefully Pokemon. So I will name it Pokemon, the single Pokemon equal whatever the Pokemon he iterated on now. So if he on 0, just get the information for the index 0. So give me that element. Now all the information for that one I have it. So of the 0, that means I have all the information about the first one, which is this one, picture and all the details. So I say I have the information. So I would say hey, location Pokemon dot location dot get latitude. Then also okay, Pokemon dot location dot get longitude. Why? Because here in the Pokemon we have location, and location have latitude and longitude. So okay, I'm done from this part. Now I have to add marker. I have to give specific title, which is equal what we have in the Pokemon. Okay, I have here Pokemon dot name. That's cool if you want to add them in multi-line to make them easy to read. The icon, what do you think the icon? So let me just move this one up. The icon are dot drawable. No, now I have Pokemon and the Pokemon have image, so Pokemon dot image. Okay, image, we are in this way image. So yes, I now have image. I now have the location of the button. Just I need to add specific details, small details. So I snip it
I would add Pokemon description here .des, and also I want to display the power for that Pokemon, and the power equal Pokemon dot power. That's mean now I have list of Pokemons. He will move it through this list. He display all the Pokemon on the map whenever every time I move through the map. So let me just run it to make sure he will be able to show me the Pokemon. So I would go to the next video to try to do the rules for the map, other stuff. But I don't have any information. Go to that location. Hopefully when I just move here, see here is the elements. So I know he doesn't allow me, he update because there's some bugs. We will fix it later on. But yes, now this is the map, everything is cool. So I go to next step and try to apply the rules. Hey again, what we have now, it sounds cool. I have Pokemons and I have myself. But if you see when I move the map, I cannot see the Pokemon. That's really okay, and that's normal because you have here while loop, and while loop is moving, always try to update the map, get location and move it and show it. So now I don't want to update the map always. I want to update the map only when I move. That means I have to have old location. Okay, that's what we have say. I have to have location. We'll name it old location. That means the old location that I was being there. Then this one should be get initialized when thread is created. So let's suppose, hey, I have this thread and this thread have constructor, and when the constructor of thread have created, so I just create a new instance from the location and we name it, hey, start. Okay, and make sure this is the initial value, so I don't have anything about old location. So I would just set latitude for it 0 and set longitude for it 0. Why? Because I don't have any information. Okay, set longitude. Okay, latitude ups, so longitude. Okay, I just give both of them 0. Now I have previous value. I don't know what is it, but okay, now I'm good. Now say okay, here on the when he try. So before you try to access to the layout, make sure then this is a new value of location coming. You are not using the old value. That's mean, hey, if the old location dot distance from the location that you have it is my location dot location, the distance, that means distance in meter between two locations. If it's 0, that means they are in the same location. Just continue, don't go, continue. Okay, because they are in the same location. Not equal, should be equal. Otherwise set the old location with this new location, which is my location listener dot location. But if you see, this one will happen a lot of times. So it is better to move this sleep from the end and get it up before this one. So that's mean you have sleep 1 second. He is checking if this is a new location. If it's not a new location, continue. He will go and sleep again. Continue, go sleep again. If he get a new location, they are different from old location. You just update the old location and he will continue. Now hopefully when you run it this time, he will not show you the problem that you see it before a few seconds for you cannot go to other place, because I'm in this location. I never changed my location. Why he update the map? So now he should not update the map. Hopefully, yes. See, he did not update the map because I should not change my location. Unless I change my location, he will update the map. So see, this is name it living power, name it living power, name it living power. So that's good. So now what I want to do, I want when I move through the map, when I reach any of these, this one will be hide from the map, and same thing, his power will be added to my power. So that's mean I have to have specific power. So it is suppose integer. It is integer. I think it's a float. The power is float or double. I don't remember exactly, but the power here double. Okay, the power is double. So I suppose my power, which is double, which is my power equals 0. I don't have any power when I get started. So for what I will do, I will say, hey, first of all, now we are showing all the Pokemons. In this time, I don't want to show all the Pokemons on the map. I want to show only the Pokemon that is not catched. So I'd say, hey, if the Pokemon is catched, equal false. That means the false. That means the Pokemon is not catched yet. so show it on the map so people or person could catch it. Otherwise, why he have to show me Pokemon that I already catch it? So this is good, and let me in that one. So now only the uncatched Pokemon will be showered. The Pokemon who I catch it will not get showered. Now let me see how I catch the Pokemon. How I could catch the Pokemon. For sure, when I be in same location of the Pokemon, I would suppose myself as catching it. So I would say, hey, if I am, that is if my location dot location, that's my location dot distance from the location of the Pokemon, that means Pokemon dot location. If my distance from his location less than 2 meter or 1 meter, whatever, so less than 2 meter, that means I'm near it. That means I catch it. 2 is mean meter because this distance to return in meters. So if I'm less than 2 meter, that means I catch it. If I catch, what will happen? There is different thing will happen. First off, think my power will increase it. So cool, my power plus the Pokemon power. Okay, plus Pokemon power. Second thing, I would show message to ask. Select create, so he will create everything for me. So I would show this activity, main activity with this. I would show a message, catch Pokemon, a new power is. I show my new power, my power was it. So whenever I catch Pokemon, he will show me my new power. So catch Pokemon, your new power is this. Catch a new Pokemon, your new power is this. So now I'm done from my part. I just show my power. Now I want to make this Pokemon, the status of this Pokemon, to catch it, so he will not show up again on the map. So I would say, okay, well, how I do that? First of all, I have the Pokemon dot is catch. I will change it to false. Okay. Then what I could, there's many ways. I could say, hey, I have list Pokemons dot remove. I just remove specific remove at you could say. Hopefully remove at will work. Remove at, we don't have remove at. So what I will do, I will say, hey, set in the location which is I, set the new Pokemon, which is, I think this is another way of setting on the Pokemon. So that means, hey, the object of Pokemon, change the status for it is catch to true, because it's catched now. I no longer need to shout again to the map. So next time when he read it, he will not consider it as uncatched. Then I set it in that place, so it will not appear in the map. So hopefully now I'm done and I have everything is correctly, hopefully. So now what I want to do, I say, hey, let me run it and see if he is able to catch the Pokemon and show me my new power or not. So because I'm not working, I just used this one to show you all the details. It will load them up for us. So I would go to my location, which is this location. Now let us move to the map. So let me change my location to the Pokemon location. Any of the Pokemons, I use it the third one now, which is this one. Or this one was the third one. This longitude and latitude, I changed it to that one. So hopefully now, if I just change to that location, he will go to that Pokemon location. But you see, there is a delay. I know the delay maybe because the map, but he will be in this location in a second, and he will take the power of that element. See, he take it, but the element is not removed. That's okay. See, now see, when I just change it 2 times the value, that one disappear and my power is now increased. So the reason happen, or the case for that, because now we are using emulator and we are changing the value by hand. But in real world, when he is moving, the value is changing a lot. So whenever the value is changing, what will happen? He will call this, he will pass this one to this part, and he call this one and he update all the map. While we are here, we don't change a lot, so you will see that it is stay. Even he get the value of he catch the element, but he still have same value. So this is what I want to show in this video. Thank you for watching and see you next.
Hey everybody, let me talk in this video and next upcoming video about
Firebase. Firebase is a new technology that offered by Google to Android developer to get benefit from some benefit from Google. I will tell you some of them. Some of them like using real-time database updated by real-time. It's really amazing. We will talk about it. Authentication, doing authentication for user who using your app and track them. Cloud messaging to send a message to all your users. For example, you need to send some notification to all people who are using your app. Just very easy to integrate with your application. Storage to store some videos, images remotely and access to it. Hosting, offering free static hosting for HTML, CSS, JavaScript if you want. Also, they have remote configuration. Like for example, if you want to do remote configuration for all users, for example, you have server A and you want to switch to server B, you don't have to add a new update for your application. Just update it from Firebase and it will be updated automatically with all your users. Testing lab for doing testing for your application. Crash report, very amazing tool for reporting report the crash that happened in your application. They have also app indexing to add your application to Google search, so it could be accessing when someone searching Google. Also dynamic link for doing some dynamic link, and AdWord for doing advertisement, and what very amazing part is AdMove for gain money from your application. We'll talk all these points in this chapter, so please follow this video because we will use the configuration that we used in this video in all other videos. So if you see, I just show you for example from my application. If I start my application, just I want to show you what you will see finally. So I see I have some application that already in the store. So for example, this one, see, he'll give me details about my users. I want to get who using my app monthly, what part from system they click on. For example, if you see, this is, he give me all that point from where my audience is they male or female, and also he give me a lot about the region, and most important part is interesting. What's the interesting for everyone from users who using my apps. So I could get all these feeders for if you just adding some code in my application. Also, you could get events. What they do. For example, app clear data. So see, most of users who using my app trying to clear my app data. First open, start session. So what my user click when they use my app for last 30 days. Also audience, I could get about my audience, places and purchases, attraction, and funnels and more. All these feeders I could get it in very easy way. Just integrate Firebase with my application, and all these data I could get it to my application. So how I would get all these data for analyze application in my application. So first of all, make sure you open, just I will minimize this part because I'm working on this one. Just make sure you first log in for any account you want, so on Google, then try to look for Firebase Google in the search. Firebase for Google, because there is more than Firebase you'll find, but make sure you are looking for firebase.google.com and go through it. For sure, for first time when you start for free, you will get something from you just sitting. Here you go. So if you see, he got a great application. Okay, great, please new application for me. He said, what's the name of your application? Let me name it Firebase Demo. Okay, I will say, oh, I just added this time in the beginning, so just remove it first. First app demo, region United States. I will create my application. Here you go, this is my project. If you see, this is a project created. All these feeders, I could use it for this project. I will teach you every part between video and other, but let me first time give you the analyze, how you could get analyze for your users. I'm using Android, so I will click here Android. He say, what's the app name? I just open a new application, it's empty, but to get app name, I go to Gradle. This is the application ID. Let me make sure I Control-C, copy it, and go to Firebase bag and add it. One thing he asked me about this one, SH algorithm. So how you could get this one? It's really easy to get them by clicking new from Android, clicking new project and select the project type, click next, select map and click next, then next, This is very easy way, so you don't have to waste your time. Just demo application, don't care about it. She will give you this line, so make sure you are in Google Maps. He already will open it to you. This part you will need it, so just copy it, Control C, and go back to your Google Map to add it here. There you go. So this is very easy way to get it. You could get it from other ways, but this is, I think, the more easy. So he will give you some file. You say, okay, save file. I want to save it. So okay, I would save it to my download. So let me make sure he save it. I'll say continue. He say, okay, you want to do some configuration to make this part work. So first of all, you say, okay, download this one and add it to your app. He already downloaded it to me. So if I go to my Firebase, like making sure here is the download part. Here is it. He will download it, this one. I have to copy this file and add it to your application. So make sure you copy it. So I just click Control C. Then I would go where I store my application. I'm stored here my application. So I'm just making sure in the application, this is Android Firebase. Make sure you add it in the app file. So here you go, in the app folder. So click paste it. Now when you paste it, then come here and click synchronize to just add Google to your application. So it takes some time. When he done, that's great. Now we have to do some setting. If you go here back, you would see he say, okay, first add this line in your global file. So make sure you go to the Yoyo project and click on this one, model.app you have, and you have a project.app. See this project, this model. This first go to this project, the first one, the project, then add it here, add this line. I will go back again to Firebase. He say, okay, you have to add this one for your application. Okay, please add this one to my application level. So I have to add it here. So okay, just let me make sure I go down. Where is my app level? He say add it in the dependency, I think. So I have to add it here, if I'm not mistaken. And we done. Just run your application and open your console here to see the data. So make sure we will wait until we see here successfully. Here we go. If you see the screen and you don't see any error here, that will be great. Everything is connected and you don't have any problem. So make sure you do this setting for our next upcoming video, because I will start from this point on next video. Thank you for watching and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about ads revenue and how you could gain money from your application. So let me tell you points. First of all, you have to create 3 accounts. Google account, then AdSense account, then AdMove account. First of all, you just create Google account, then you could just log into these 2 accounts. So why these 2 accounts? When any user uses your application, your ads will display to the user. You have money. Google will pay you money for whenever the impression, whenever the ads is shown. This money is displayed by AdMove. So AdMove will display the ads for the user. So how you could gain your money? By the end of the month, AdMove transfer your money to your account in AdSense. So you have AdSense, maybe you have YouTube channel, you have AdMove, you have different product with Google, you could gain money. So AdSense is the way to collect your money. In AdSense, you add your bank account and all your information. So in 24 in every month, Google translate your money to your direct deposit to your account. So this is the way how it's working. It's really easy and really amazing. You just publish app to the store, you gain money by anyone show your application or use your application. So the concept of how AdMove work. AdMove use CPC pattern, mean pay per click. Google will pay per click. So for example, if your CPC like $1, so every 1,000 time your ads is shown, you will get $1. But every time people click on your ads, you also will get $1. So CPC mean pay per click. So they will pay per click when someone click. But if no one clicks, so they will pay every 1,000. Your CPC of your application is depend on the location or location of your users. So if they, for example, in a state or Canada, the CPC will be higher. If there is in other places, will be lower. So this is how it works in AdSense. Hey everybody, we talked in the previous video how we could connect our app with Firebase, and we done everything is good, and we see the result was amazing. Now I want to do first part from Firebase. I want to do AdMove. AdMob mean I want to get money from my application. So first I would go to document, and from the document I would say Android start, and I make sure go to down to AdMob part. If you don't see it, should be down, very bottom. Yes, so let's make sure I'm in the correct place, so you would see it. Here is it, AdMob. If you see here, introduction, yes, I would say how set up with AdMob. Let me go to the process. First, he say add this line to your dependency. Okay, I will go back. I will add it to my dependency. So let me just make this down. Okay, I will go here. You see, this is app level. If you see, I already have Firebase cover and I already have services from previous video. Then I add this line for AdMob or Firebase ads. I'm using ads. Then second thing, he say, okay, add this one to your code, to your application. Yes, here you go. I will go down in my application. Then I will go to setting, resource. Then in the setting, I just adding a new key in my setting. This key will be this. We will get money from it. We will replace it later in the end of the video by real one that we prepared with or AdMob dashboard. But let me just complete the steps on this one. So going back, you say, okay, there is different type of ads you could use it. If you want to use banner, this is banner. If you use banner, just add this line to your layout. Okay, I will take this line first and I will go to my layout. Let me suppose I have this layout. This is my layout. So I will say to design, I will add it here because I'm importing some libraries. That's good. Now next, you say, hey, you need, this is for banner. You could use this banner for this one. I will copy it and I will go back here and I will add. You could remove this one and add instead just layout for ads. If you see, now I have ads. For sure you will not have ads because you need to do asynchronous to see the ads. Here you go. This is our ads if I want to display it. If you see in the code I have this name for this ad. So if I want to use it from the code, I have to use this name, RESTful. So if I go to the documentation, how to display ads inside this box, you see this is line, you have to use them. Okay, I just copy them and I go back to my code, to Java file, the real file that I used. Then here you go, RESTful. You see RESTful requesting some library, but there is the library. This is both library we'll use it. RESTful and add request. And yes, here we done. I think there is no problem. If you done, yes, here you go. What the error here? RESTful missing. Okay, we need to add internet permission because ads need internet to display it. So I say use permission. I would say Android internet because this is the ads. Now I think everything is good. So one thing, if you run it, you will see the ads. But this is not your ads. This is their ads. But then let me see first. Here we go. This is the ads, and that's great. So now if you see this ads is not related to you. If someone see this ads, you will not get money because this number is not your number. So how you create your own AdMob dashboard? So first of all, go to search for Google and look for, let me first go to Google. From the Google, look for AdSense. AdSense is the place where you could monetize the money. Make sure Google AdSense. If you don't have account yet, click sign up now. And yes, I want to connect this Gmail. I say your website. I would say. Then select language. I would say English. What is it, English? Yeah, there you go. You select English for me. Then save it. It says just some properties you needed from me. It would ask you before about your location and your address. Give the address, then go next. Here you go. Now I have AdSense is ready to work. It will take some time. Then go back again to Google. The most important part for you is AdMob. After you create AdSense, please create AdMob account. So if you see apps.admob, here where you could create your apps and you get the codes for the app. So if you see, I'm just waiting. Here, yes, link, yes, I want to use this account and say yes, everything. Watch time zone, you could select anyone, accurate billing, you could select the currency you wanted. Then here we go. It will take, do you agree? Yes, I agree. Great account for me. It would take, get started, and you're done. If you see, here is it, get started. Yes. Now you could create apps here. Here we go. Just you could create a new app. So you could look search or you could add a new app. Let me say, name it Android Demo. So select platform, Android it is, add app. I have this app now. save it. Which type of use I want to use banner right now. I would say ads Google. You could select your banner, how much time it appeared. Do you want to refresh, whatever. Save it. I have this code now for my banner. I would just, not this code, that app code. Yes, this is my. So do you want me link it to Firebase? Yes, please link it, because I already have Firebase. So what's the name of the app? You remember, this is our app name. We have it here in the settings. So make sure to, so why I link it, so I could, to tell me Firebase to get more details about my user and how I could increase my monetizing money. If you see, yes, this is the app I want to use it, yes, use it, please connect it. He will connect it and done, everything is good. Now I would take this ad unit, so I would copy it and I will replace it with the one I have in my code. So where is it? My code I have in the setting, this one what's coming by default, so just replace it. So all the money now will go to your account. So now whenever anyone see this ads, if you run it, should someone see the ads, so when the ads is be done, it's be seen, just making sure done, you will get money by user, and you will see in your dashboard here how many money you will get from this app. So now I don't have anything. So when you have impression, how much money you will get by monthly, you will get all your money will be appearing here. This is by the end of the month, this money will be translated already to your account AdSense, and in your AdSense you will add your Visa card and other stuff, then you will get direct deposit to your account. Yes, that is what I want to show you, and that's why we done everything, and this is the ads for new one that we get money for it. Yeah, that's great. So finally, I want to tell you something. This is not only one type of ads you could use. So if you go to your app that you created recently in Monetize apps, there is different type of ads you could use it in same app. So in this app, if you click here, you could use different ad units. So you could use this type. This will be full screen. You could use this one for reward. Like if you're doing game and you want to say, hey, show this ads, and you will get 10 coins. So you add this type of reward type in Android, or this native, this if you want to use native type also. So you could use any one of these ads. Everyone is depend on your cases. Also, all these documentation are available in Firebase. So yes, here we done, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let's talk in this video about real-time database. Firebase provides real-time database. That means you could have some value, for example, message. I want this message could be updated between different users. So if Hussein updated, other people, Alex, could see this value automatically. This is what doing for us database. So if I go to database tab, see this part for the database, there is no value, no keys. The database here working as key and values. If I click here, I could add my key. For example, let me add key, name it message, MSG. I could give it default value, hi from Firebase. Okay, so this is fire. That's correct. Fire RE base. So I add key and value. You could add more. What I mean by that, this database, real-time database, working as key and value. You could add many keys and many value. I just have now one key and one value on it. Now I want to read this value. If I say go to document, see, I just go to Android here, get Android. It's really easy to work with database here. Also, one thing you have is just this setting that already you have to do it, that's already added. But if I go to the database here, database part, introduction, if I see, I go to Android, I just make sure Android steps. Always I'm looking for Android, because first of all you say add this line to your app compact. As I told you, you have this project will be configured as the first time when we did Firebase. So first time what we did, we just added this line and this line as app, and also we added this line as top level, this line for Firebase. So make sure your application already configured with that with Firebase. So now I will add this line here, and I just synchronize my project. Taking time and to synchronize it, I just go down here. You say okay, to set value, to set value, could use this one. Okay, I would go back here to my project. Let me suppose I just having simple layout, and in layout I have message. So let me suppose I just adding two things. I would say I'm having just one button, and I also have one text view. I will not do a lot with this and a lot change. If I go to the design, I will say okay, my button will be bu get, and as a text, or get, or set get. Let me name it set, because I'm setting the value. Okay, set the value in the database. So also This one will be, I will remove, I will not add anything here. I will say this name it txt.msg for the message, and this one button click have some button click. I will say okay, on a click, when someone click on it, please call bu get. Okay, if you see I don't have this method, do you want to implement it? Yes, go ahead, just make sure stop on top of it, then do it great. He create this event for me. Now I want to access to the text view, so make sure you just first initialize it here, text view G. Then I will go down, I will go initialize. I will say okay, text view msg, I'll call something for text view. I'm doing initialize for that. I say find view by id r.id dot text view this one as message. So yes, here we go, just initialize it. Now I want to set the value to the database. I have the database here. I want to, from the phone, I want to change this value. Okay, how could I change it? Really easy, by that two line that I copied before. I just place them here. If you see, I'm using database. First of all, I just create database instance from Firebase. Then you say, okay, what instance I want, name it myref. So what is the name of myref? You see here, what I name it, this key in the database, I name it msg. So when you call it in the code, you have to call it in the same way that you send it. So I send it msg, I call msg. So I'm getting value, I would send the value for it. I will add value from text view message dot get text, then to string, just on hey, I will set this value. So this is how I set the value. Then how I could get updated value, how whenever anyone update that value, I will read it. If I go down, if I go to the document, you see here is it. This is the code for reading. I will say okay, I would use this code. Let me take them and go back to Android. And yes, I will still in same place. I'm talking with same reference value. I'm doing listener on it. Okay, let just me implement this missing part. Also snapshot, he doing some missing part. Let me just do the missing. Then I will display something. This for error. If you want to display error, I don't want to display error initially now. I just want to get the value that we have it. I want to set it also to my reference. Okay, here you go. I want to set it to my text view, not my reference. So I say okay, text view messages dot set text. So that's great. I will set this value. Do you know what? It's really amazing. So now whenever anyone this mean okay, anyone when you click on button, he could update the value of message in the database on remote host. So and here, so anyone could update it, and anyone could read it from his device. So whenever anyone update this value, I will get it here. Because I'm accessing to remotely, so just make sure you add internet access here, just permission. That's good. And one last thing, if I go to Firebase, I cannot now access to it because I need to change the rule. If you see here is the rule, I need to update it. So now I need to change something here in the rule that I have them. So the rules for read, I will change it to true, like anyone could do it. So I will say true. I want to just change it to public, and here to the right, I will say true. What does that mean? That means anyone could read and write to the database, because here you could specify, okay, I want only authorized people could write. Now I don't have authorized, and say, okay, anyone could read and anyone could write. Before I'm doing, finally, I think I did something wrong. I don't have to use text view. I have to use edit text, because I need someone to edit to the value, not reading only. So just I make sure change it from text view to edit, because yes, I'm reading, I want something to read write, not only read. So just make sure this one change it to edit, and this one to edit, and make sure edit text so you could it be updated. So why is not updated? So yes, here you go, edit text, adding it. That's good. Yes, now I have it. Now let me just run it. You see, I don't have any value. I cannot read the value from the database. Do you know why? There's no problem. But until now, if you go to the here for your code, I did not, this code is not fire up. This is right in the button. Must someone click on the button so I could set it. So let me say, okay, hi. If I click OK, send, he will set the database high. If I go to the Firebase, have to change it to the high. If you see, he changed it to the high. Now if I here click write good, okay, I say rare, see, he updated directly on the database. Not only this one, if there is any other emulator is working, he will get the updated value. If let me say hi, I say okay, for example hi, I will change it to the high. See, this one get the updated value. If this one say y, Okay, he updated. He will be updated in both, and anyone in the database and anyone who listened to this value. And this is great. Thank you for watching and see you next. Hey everybody, we talked in the first video how we could create simple key in the database and how we could update it. So yes, that's work and fine, but what about if you have more complex data, like a lot of users? For every user you have username and password and his age. So it will be more complex, you need to do a node. So let me clear it for you. In the real database you used before, SQL or MySQL, you have a relational database and other stuff. In real-time database, the story is different. You will use a node. So if you have a users, you will have a node named user, and this node have a child like username, password, and his age. For example, let me suppose I have here, I create a new user, new node, I name it users. Just give it this default value so he could create it, because if you don't give the value, he will not create users. In this node I will have a number of nodes. For example, for every user will be added, I will have a node for his name, email, and password. They start from simple way. I just create simple layout, enter username, email, enter username, password, and age. In the code I just create 3 edit text and I exit to them. Then in the button I have this two code, you see it before. But now if you see, I will not get access to specific node. Before we access to, for example, MSG, okay? Because you want to access a specific node. But now I don't want to access a specific node. I want to access to all the node of the database. That's in this line. What this line mean I just create instance from the database, so I could access to any node. What does that mean? For example, I want to access for node named user. I will say, okay, go to the child in the database that name is users. Okay, then inside that child add the username. I will say, okay, add another child, name it username. Okay, then you could give it value now. Say, okay, give it value please. Set value. Which value? I will say, okay, edit text username dot get text. Okay, what does this line mean? This line mean, okay, please go look for node named users. If you don't see it, create it for me, and then go look for node username. If you don't see it, create it for me, but this node should be child for this node. So first you have this node, then inside you have another node, and this node have specific value. I want to do this operation for 3 nodes, not only 1. So I will say, okay, copy, and let me do something for 3 of them. The second one will be for the password, and the password will be edit text for password. Okay, edit text for password. That's great. And the third one will be for age. I will get edit text for age. Here you go. Just one thing missing. I have to change everything to string. So make sure in the text view you change it all the way to string, so it will not be in any trouble. So just add this one to string, and this one to string, this one to string you, so you could read them. Now if I run this code and see what is going on. Here you go, this is the layout. If I give a user and give a specific username and a specific a password and specific age. Set, here you go. If I go to the database, I will see I have a node named user, have three child, age, password, username, and everyone have value. And that's what we did. We say, okay, look for node users and add child to it, username. Look users, add child, password. Look users, add age. So if you see here now, if I go back, I have users, name, age, password. But that's not what we need. So example, if I want to add in another user, I will say Jenna. If I say create add, he will not add the new user, just update the value. Why? Because he go to the database and he will look for key name it user. Okay, I find it. He find it. Then he look for key name it password. He find it. So if he find it, he just update the value. For that reason, he updated. He did not add a new one. So to have a new node, we should have unique name for the new nodes or unique key name. So I have to group all these 3 under one name. So what is that should be unique here? Should be username will be unique. So I will say, okay, I would say it is better to take this value for username and make it a parent for this node. And you will like it now. Okay, just to create this parent for me. What does this mean? Okay, create user, then create node in the same username inside it, and then add the username and the same thing for this one and same thing for this one. If I rerun it again, I will see the story will be different. So let me rerun it, make sure this one is deleted, so not affect on my work or my new work. Here you go. If I add now, I would have C. I have users, and in the users I have first user name Jenna, age, password, username. If I just create a new user, I will say Leia. Here you go. I have age, again Leia, C, new node, age, password, username. If I say at 622, just me update this password and update this username, I have a third node. So if you see why he could create a new node for me, because the username is different. When he first time go to the users, okay, I have users, but I don't have Jenna. He created a new node and he added this value. Then when he go next, he say, okay, I have users, but I don't have Leia. Let me create a new node Leia and I add this one inside it. Then when he came third, he did same thing. So now you say, okay, what about if I want to listen specific update in a specific user? For example, in Leia, I want to do listener. In same way that you did it before. How you did listen? You say, okay, I would listen for Leia. You say, okay, I would say this line, my events, dot, let me, for example, I would listen to the key or the node name it Leia, for example, dot add event listener. And you do same thing for listener that you did it before. Yes, here we go. And it's very easy and simple and practice. Imagine you have a lot of updates that happen in your server side. Like for example, user do update and you want to send notification for all the other users. Or one of the family member did update and you want to send notification on family member. So it's better to use a real-time database, and this real-time database you add specific tag for all family. So when one of the family updated, all other family could listen to that update, so they couldn't get notified. So it will not do a lot of work in your server. Everything will be in real-time database because it's faster and cheaper and easy to use. Yes, here we go. Thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about notification. Imagine you want to send notification for all people who are using your app. You just need to send some update, you need to send some message. How you do that? I think you will think about a lot of hard coding. Wait a minute. Here is very easy way with Firebase. You're just adding some code in your application and you'll be okay. So if I click to notification, I click go to dashboard. Okay, I just click Android. I would start in the Android notification, so I would say, okay, here, this is the part for notification to see what I have to do. If I click on Android setting, he give me something. First, some setting that I already used it. I already add this in main file. In the first video, I add cover, I add services, this all thing, I already add them. So now here you go. You say to open notification, start a notification, new message, internet message, and send it to the user device. But now I need to do it in the device. So okay, first of all, add this service because you are listening for notification. Okay, let me go back here and I will say, okay, I have in main face, I have this services. Okay, but this I don't have it now until now. This is listening for any upcoming message from the server. So I need to create this class. So okay, let me go to Java file and create class with same name. Now if you go back to the code, you say, okay, here is the code for the class, but if you click here on the Firebase Java, you will see the complete code for this part. There you go, this is the complete code. Okay, there, if you see, here is everything, Firebase and all the stuff. If you want to run it, don't take the package name, just take all the remaining part. Because the package name, your package name is different, so you don't need to run into a problem. Delete this line, keep the package name, run. Here we go. If you see that's okay, but you're missing something. I'm sure when we go back to document, you will not see it in this version, but the developer documentation missing some line for adding this part in the documentation. They have to mention we have to add something here for getting a library for messaging, but they mentioned in the previous version and I have it already. So what they have to mention now, this missing from Google document, they will update it I think soon. So you just have to go here and just copy last line or any line you have it, any line for Firebase, and change the name from Firebase to a new name like Firebase message, not Firebase database. Name it message in this way, message, MSAG messaging. Then just do synchronous, because this library we will use it for sending and getting a message. But as I told you, the developer in Google, they miss it in this version in 4.0. Maybe they will update it soon. So okay, we wait for some time until he add the Gradle apps and everything will be great and amazing. And yes, that's it. Just make sure, as I told you, that you have already internet connection, so you have used permission to internet. I now have everything is good. I hope so. Yes, everything is good. The problem is fixed. So here is something for icon. If you want to use it, You could use any icon. If you see there's common icon, just use any icon. So just run to the problem. This is so just let me minimize and tell you what's happened here. So yes, so this is the code for the Google. So I say okay. When on message receiving, whenever any message received from the server, directly you have the message received from the server, you will get tag, he will display the message get from, then tag the message data, he will also display it, and also display the message body here, and also send notification for the message. If you see send notification, no one call it, but you could call send notification to send the message. If you see message notification body, this one, it displayed just on the title. So you could say okay, you could add this one here, send notification. I don't know why Google change every time their work. So yes, here is for body to supply to get the message. So okay, what I want to tell you in this number of line, whenever any message receive it, it will be received here, and you have number of details in the message. It's from, it is the data, and it's the body. So what I'm trusting the body, I will take the body and send it to notification. So here is just normal notification to supply to me. Yes, let me just run it and show you what's. Here we go. Now the application is working. Now if I go to my Firebase console, I try to send notification to any people who are using my app. So make sure I go to notification. Yes, this part. Then send notification. Then okay, what's the message text? Hi from Firebase. What the optional label it? Hussein, this is the message from. Do you remember message from in the code? Send it now, or you want to schedule to specific time. For which apps? For this app that I have it already registered before. If I click send, do you want to send them? Yes, send. They have to be here in a few seconds. You will see it here. You will get it. Here you go. See, I get it here. Send from, and this is the body. This is the body. AC in hi from Firebase. See? That is great and amazing. So imagine you want to send message now for any people who are using your app. You don't have to bother yourself. Just you right here, send message, click, hit send. Anyone using your app, you will get it in 7 days if you do not open the app in 7 days. So yes, are we done? Thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about remote configuration. Firebase provides really amazing features. It named remote configuration. Imagine you have millions users who are using your app, and you have a specific URL for your server, and you want to switch to another URL for the server. So that's mean you need to create a new update and you add it to the store so users could access to it. So what about if some user did not did update? They could not access to the new server, so they will delete your app. So what about remote configuration? Remote configuration mean you could configure your app remotely. It's really amazing. Imagine you have a price for something, you have price for something. So you need to update this price. You just update it in the server, it will be updated with all users. So if I go to the remote configuration, I get add start parameter. Let me name it price. Okay. Let me give it the first price will be $15. Okay. I will add it. I just add symbol. I just make publish change so I could publish to the server. Here you go. Now I have everything is good. Now I want to access to this data. So make sure to go to the document to see how we could use configuration. So if I go here, looking back, remote database, we already discussed it. So if you go remote configuration, yes, here you go. This is Android, use remote configuration. Then I go to my app. Then I make sure my app already is sitting with Firebase. If you didn't do the setting, do it please again. See the first video, then came back. Add this line to the end. It's for configuration. Make sure you synchronize your app again. When you synchronize and you've done everything, that is great. Now we need to go to next step. We have a default value on the server side, but you need to have something default on the user side. Okay, let me, and the resource, great, add. First, create a new directory, because Android SAM directory, he just removed it from your project, so you could add it only when you use it. So the one that we needed is the XML. So let me look for XML. Yes, here we go, this directory. I added, now I have this file folder. Now I click right, a new XML, let me name it price tool. Okay, it's better to do it in this way. Here you go. Why is not this one? I don't use layout, I'm using references, so don't care about this part. So now, okay, I have XML. I have some default value in my XML. So I say, okay, I have default value map. Okay, this is for default value. What the default value that I have is some entry. Okay, I make sure I have entry. Well, the entry, this entry have two parts for sure. It's key and value. I'll say, okay, I'll say the key. What the key I have it in the real-time database? The key I have in the real-time database is the price. So, okay, I would make sure here I will add the price. Then I have to have value I add for it. Okay, I have also default value. Let me name it. What the value that I have it by default in the database? This is a default value. You could do it. You could add any value you have. Okay, you would like. But okay, I'm using this one as a default, so I just make sure have the value as a default. This configuration is the default configuration. If my app could not access to the server by any chance, he will read this one from my code. So make sure you add default map, then your entry. If you have many entries, make sure you add entry. This one entry with key value. If you have more, do it and add them. So yes, this is only the simple part for how you could do configuration. Now I want to work with the configuration. First of all, let me go to my Java file and start working from here. If you go to the documentation, you would see a little interesting part. You say, okay, first of all, you create a new instance from Firebase database. Okay, let me just go back here and create the instance. For sure, he's looking for something for Firebase configuration. So make sure you just create Firebase remote config. So say, okay, Firebase remote config. This is as instance. Then okay, I have this instance. I want just let me minimize this one so you could see the code more clear. I want first of all I want to set some default. Okay, I would say okay, if he could not find anything, let me set a default. So I would say set default for me. If he could not get access, it should be r.xml the file name is for a price. Yes, the price tool. So okay, by default, please read it from this file if you could not access to anyone by chance. If not, okay, continue and read the value from the server. Then I would say, okay, how long time I want to stay or I want to keep this cache active before I go back to the server and read the update. I will say I will keep it expired for 1 hour. So every 1 hour I will read the data from the server. Now how I could read the data, I will say, okay, mfile dot fetch for the expiration date. I say okay, please fetch the data from the server every 1 hour. Then on complete, add on complete listener should be a new on complete listener. So now okay, every 1 hour this event will fire and I could read the data from the config file. Example, I had string for a price. I would say okay, string for a price I want to read from mconfig. I would say okay, mconfig dot get the key name. So the key was the key string, the key name, and the database name it the price. If you see it here on the database, here is it, a price. Okay, here we go. I would say okay, read the price as a key. Then here you go. Now we could display it as a message. I would say okay, to us dot make text get application context, then the message that I have it for a price. Then I would say to us dot Yes, now I want this code not to execute all the time, only if he's success in fetching the data. So okay, if the task is successed, okay, let's say, okay, if the task that I have as input is successed, like successfully he could bring the data from the server, okay, please do this 2 line of code. Otherwise, don't do it. So I say, okay, do this 2 line of code, then I'm done. So when you do this 2 line of code, just when you're done, please update this Firebase. So you say, okay, fetch next. You say what I'm doing is active fetch to activate it. Okay, that's great. I have everything is good. Now I'm working in developer mode. So in developer mode, it's better to change this one to 0 because I don't want to wait 1 hour. So, but when you upload it to the store, please make it to specific time. So, but I'm in developer mode, I keep it 0 just for development. So if I run it again and see what's happened, here's the app. Just let me close it and see, reopen it here from here again. You would see $15. Now if you want to update this value just from the server, you update it to the 16, for example, and you just close the app and reopen it again. You will see it update, but just make sure publish it before do this operation. Now you have published, you could do the operation again. Here we're done, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about bug tracking. Keeping your app successful in the store and do not have any bugs is one most important concern that every developer care about it. You have to make sure your product will not fail on different devices, because in Android you develop application that run on different devices, different manufacturer, different hardware. So some hardware will work and some hardware will fail. So you need to know which hardware your application fail and why it's fail. But when you distribute your application in the store, you cannot see the bugs because it's gone. It's the remote users now. That's what was before 1 year. But now with Firebase, the story is real different. You could add Firebase in your application. For example, this application, I'm adding Firebase, and I could track all the bugs that happen in this application. So just by the clicks, I have 1,000 bugs. If you see, I could read all the bugs that happen and why it's happened, and also I could fix it. So when I fix it, I will not lose my users, because okay, I lost 13 users, but next time when some user came with same operating system, they will not fail. They could use the application. So if your application success and work, you have a lot of user, you will be successful. So okay, how you could add the bug to your application? Let you go back. This is the remote configuration we was working before. To add bugs, it's really easy. Just go to crash site, and the crash, if you go to the documentation, we have it already before here. Go look for crash is just 2 line, not more and not less. Just crash reporting, Android, and in Android you could do it. Yes. Here, just first thing, make sure you add this line in your code. What this line mean? This line mean you are using the bugs tracking. You are tracking the bugs. So make sure you refresh it, and make sure before you add this line, you already added Firebase by this line and this line for cover and also main project. That's mean you must seen the first video about Firebase before execute this one, because I'm just adding code. Now let me suppose, for example, you have here some error, something wrong, something going wrong in this part. You say, okay, try, for example, for anything x equal 10 over 0. Then I say, hey, if there is bugs, please, I'm catching the bug. But now the bug is not in your application, the bug in your user. You need to get it in your server back. So how you could get to the server? It's really easy. If you go back here, how to could report this back to the server? You say, okay, this one, see this line for reporting to the server. Say, okay, I will add this tool. I will add this line here. I want to report some bugs. Okay, bug in, and I just take this message. I will say, okay, plus dot get message. This is a simple way for adding crash. Make sure you just auto complete it. Now when you run it, you have to fail. There have to be a fail here, but you'll see it after half hour in your dashboard. He say, okay, someone tried to divide by 0 and he cannot access to it. But now you could not see it because it take half hour until be updated. But one thing I want to show you or share with you, there is 2 type of the failure. One of them is non-fatal. This means this fail happen, but is not the product did not crash. It just fell inside the application. Like here you catch it. Here fail happen, but the project is not crashed because you catch the failure. So this one will be not fatal. But if there's any type of the bug that will make product stop it or not working, this will be fatal. So you don't have to do this, to write this line in every place, but just you add it when you want to report the bug and you want to understand what's happened. But by adding this line in here in the crash, you could track the crash that happened in your product. Here we done, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about hosting in Firebase. Firebase provides hosting for us, but we could host only HTML, CSS and JavaScript. But really amazing in Firebase, it's part from Google, so there is a server distributed around the world in different countries. That means every client will have access to your data and very fast, because they have reliable data in Google. So you could use normal plan, or you could upgrade your plan here to different plan with different sizes for hosting and other stuff. I will use the normal plan that available for free for me. What I want to do, I have this project here in my GitHub. Make sure you go to my GitHub, then you go to the repositories, look for something, name it Bootstrap. So just this one. I would use this project. I just clone it, I download it as zip code. I just add it to my file. This is a simple project for have CSS, HTML, JavaScript. So yes, I want to upload it to the server. First of all, I have to make sure I have Node.js in my computer. If you don't have it, please install it from here. After install it, that's great. Go to your database and just click create start. He will ask you to do this line in your command windows. So just open the terminal or command windows and write this line down. Here you go. It will take some time until he updates this one or he installed it for you. So make sure you already have Node.js, because he used Node Package Manager. Node Package Manager is part from Node.js. What for some time, and we'll be back. Here we go, install it. I just make sure I clear it. Now I would go to the CD, to the direction of my project. So where is it? Here is it. I download it. Let me just extend it. So here is it, my project. So, okay, let me just rename it. It's better to remove this master from GitHub. So just have that as Bootstrap. So now I add it here. Then I click enter, ls. Here is the files that I have in my project. So now if I just open it, this one is very simple project. An index, really easy, just simple page. And the offers have some offers will be displayed. You will have it also same, this one. Yes, this what I have. I want to upload it to the server. So first of all, I will say, okay, Firebase login. I want to log into my Firebase. If you are first time, you will not see this one directory. He will ask you to enter username and password. Then he will go to web to login, and then you will see this screen. For the second time, you will not see the screen. Then you say, okay, Firebase. You say init. You will see this one, initialize. You say, okay, what do you want to do? You want to do deployment or you want to do database? If you see, I could change the arrow up and down using the arrow that I have it in my keyboard. So I will say up, down. I'm using hosting. Okay, I'm select hosting. I click enter. He will take some time. You say, okay, which product you want to use? If you see, you have 3. But the one I want to use in my project, as you remember when we did it, it named it demo app. If I go down, make sure, okay, go down, this is demo app. I'll say enter. I say, okay, what is you should use for database rule? I'll say enter. I don't have anything. You say what you want to use as a public. I will use enter. Do you want corporation states index? All I will say yes. Then it will take some time. Here you go. If I click ls, I have to see the new folder for my public. If I go back here, I will see all these files, and this is my files. What I'm interested in is not public and is not this one, database and rule. I don't want to use them. I want just to move this file that I have it to public folder. So yes, move it. Or he already add them, but okay, just move them. Then we done. Here you go. Say Firebase deploy. It will take some time until he deploy to the server. Here we go, everything is done. He say, okay, you have Firebase and you could go and see it. So if I go to my Firebase dashboard, yes, I have this URL. If I click on it, here we go, this is my website. Imagine now I want to use, I had in my files here, file name it offers. So let me just make sure this page is working. Okay, so let me go add it here. There you go. Yes, it's working. So if I want to use it in my application, it's really easy to use it. Like for example, you want to use it in web view. You say, okay, I have to use permissions, internet. I'm accessing to internet. Then I want to use web view. So let me go down here and try to add some web view. Where is the web view? So make sure web view is down. This one, web view. Yes, what's the name of this tool? Is WebView. If I go back here in the code, let me just take the padding, I give it some ID, Android ID, I would say WebView. Okay, if I go back to the code, I define some WebView, cool, WebView. Then I'm looking for find the view by ID, not finish, man. Find the view by ID, r.id.webview. Then I want to load it from that URL just to make sure. Webview.load URL. I give it the URL that I have it for Firebase. Then let me rerun it and see what's going on. Here we go. Yes, I loaded and everything is clear. That's what I want to show you, how you get your local host without paying anything. Here we're done and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about storage. Storage in Firebase allow you to store image, videos and anything from your Android app to these services. So it's really amazing features. You could use it to upload data. So imagine I want to create a new folder. This folder will help me to save some images. I will say, okay, I will have images. This folder, I have it. So I just create folder. I will say images. Okay. And okay, add. So yes, I have folder for images to save my image. Just I make sure to go to the rules and try to update this rule. I will say, okay, this one anyone could read and write, not to authorize. Anyone could read and write without anything. So anyone, if I click it now, so anyone could read and write. You could later change it to specific permission, but now I don't want to restrict my work. I want anyone could do read and write. If you see, yes, now everyone could do read write. I'm not trusting this part. I'm trusting to how do this operation. So first of all, go to your to the storage in the Firebase. Make sure to go get started in Android, and first of all, add this 2-line in your code. Let me copy this 2-line and I go back to my project, this part, and I add it under the cover Firebase. So make sure you already seen first video on Firebase and you're already setting your Firebase with this project. Now, okay, get synchronous for this project to get started. What's next? Next, I want to upload some images. So let's make sure I have some view for image view. Say, okay, let me add image view, and also it doesn't have any image, add any image inside it, but what I have, I want to add this image inside. This is the real one. So let's make sure copy it, paste it in my project. Then yes, now I have this image. I just want to be like more. I just replace this image. So yes, here we go. This is the image. You could change the size. I don't care about the size and other stuff. I just caring about the image view, so I could access to it from the code. So yes, here I just define my image view. I would say, okay, have image view, and here I would set the image view equal image view r.id the ID name. It's just I'm get access to the image view, so I could do operation. Second, let me see how could I upload this one. So if you go to upload, just take it and see this line. First of all, he say, okay, first you have to define your reference. Okay, let me just take this 2 line. I copy them. I will go back, add them here. So if I minimize this part. He say, okay, you have references. For sure you have storage references and you access to some storage in your computer. So you have to have instance from storage. So I say, okay, you will say, okay, I have Firebase storage. Let's name it storage. Call a new instance from Firebase storage. So I have Firebase storage dot get instance. You just create an instance from Firebase storage. Second, he asking for the URL for your Firebase. So if you go here, you have already, this is the URL JSM and everything. Go back to your project and replace it with the new one. Now when you want to save the image, okay, you say I want to save image in the folder, name it images. If you see images, so make sure you go back here and say, okay, I have images. That's great. So now let me go next. If I go back to this code, I have it already, so I don't want to do many work. So let me just copy this one and I'll show you some changes. We have to do it, not we will do it. So okay, this is the code. Yeah, this is what we have. First thing, we have access to MGView. Yes, we already defined our MGView. He say get, then he did some bitmap, so you need to change the image to bitmap. Then he did stream array so first of thing, access to the image, then I change the image, I have it to the bitmap, then I access it, then I change this bitmap to reduce the size, then to the byte, then I start my task to do the operation. So if this failure, okay, please show me why it's failure. If it's success, here you go. So it's listener for a success and do some operation for me. This is the URL, like when he updated, when he from where I could download it. So this will be download URL. You could download your file from it, or you could save it. So someone when he want to download, he could download this file. Now I think everything is good and I don't have anything missing in my code, but in same fonts this line will not work. I don't know why, but maybe because the size. So you need to do some work. You need to just stop this line and you could say, okay, first of all I have to do some bitmap. So I say, okay, bitmap drawable, then you say, okay, bd, then you say bitmap drawable, just define an instance, or you say, okay, I have a drawable occur a new instance from my image. You say, okay, I will take the image, then I will just change it to bitmap drawable. Then okay, I say mgview dot get drawable. So you're taking the image, change drawable, then you could change it to bitmap. Now you could say, okay, I have bitmap. You already have a bitmap here, this line. Now you could say, okay, what's happened? You could get it here. Say, okay, I have a bitmap called drawable. You're just getting the drawable. Now it should work, because I don't know, for some purpose, for some devices did not work that line. I don't know why Google added. So just replace them with this two line. So it's really easy way. Just you taking, again, you define the URL you want to post, then you define the image, the name of the image you want to name it, any name you could give it. So yes, then you say you could give it the real name from your device if you have your device. Then you take the image, change it to bitmap, then compress it, then change it to the byte, then send it to a synchronous task, some task in background. If he success, he will give you a URL for success. So you could take this URL to get string to C. Also, just make sure you already have access to internet here. So yes, here you go. Now if I run it, I have to see the file app. Yes, it's run, but it will take some time until it be active on the server side. Just wait for a few seconds, then go to the Firebase. Here we go. Here is the image. Here is the mountain. That's what I want to show you. Thank you for watching. So for the part of download, you could work with it by yourself because you have for upload. Here we're done, and thank you.
Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about authentication. Authentication means you need to authorize users before allow them to using your app or using your services. For example, you need some user using your database or your storage. So you need to authorize this user before they could
using this database. That's mean now our database, if you remember, we create the rule for read and write true. That's mean anyone could do that. If I change it to auth, that's mean only authorized user, only the users who are logged into this system or logged by their app to our system could use our services. That's great. So how it's work? For there is a different way. If you click here, there is different way of authentication that available in Firebase. Like someone enters user an email, or by Google account that already installed in his phone, or by Facebook account, or Twitter, or by GitHub, or anonymous. Anonymous mean just he click. You just create button when he click. You create user or create account for that user. Let me show you a basic example. How does that work? So if I just open this app and try to use anonymous, so that's mean this one. If I'm already logged in, so if I click sign in, he will sign in for us in the Firebase. If I click refresh, I will see the new anonymous user. If you see, this is the amazing thing is user UID. This user UID, Firebase give every user unique UID. That means you could use this one to identify the users who are using your app in their database storage or everything. For example, you need a great chat application. For every user you have a specific UID, so you do a chat between these users. As I told you, there is a different way, not only this one. Also, user could log in by his email and password. For example, here enters your email, I would say then he click link. If you wait for some time, he link the account. If I refresh the page, I will see the new account was registered by username and password. The amazing part in this one, you could activate reset password, disable, or delete account. That means users could reset their password if they forget. So it's very easy to create login page for your users. With their email and password and other information will be saved here. There is a different type, as I told you. If you see, this is example from Google. They could use sign in with their Google account. I'm already signed in. If I click sign in again, he will use account that installed in the phone. So if I click sign in, now if I click refresh, I will see different type of the account. That's mean with the username and password. Here you go, this one for Google account. If you see, still every user have unique ID. As I told you, authentication a way to allow user to log into your system. So let's get started. To get started, I will just create simple application. Doesn't have any layout, just empty application, but it's connected with the Firebase. So make sure your application connected with the Firebase and the global, and also here is connected, and also you have internet connection. That's mean you connected to Firebase, and also you have the file to connect with your Firebase. So this is the basic work. First of all, when you start with Firebase authentication, you have to go to setting and add your fingerprint. What does that mean? You need to go here down and add here SHA1 certificate fingerprint. The simple way to get this fingerprint is just by click right on your drawable, just here, and click new and select Google, and from Google select Google Map Activity, and just you give it for sure you give it the package name. So what the package name we are working now here, it's com.arrobai.first, and you click finish. You will see this is the number. Make sure you use your number because every device have a specific number. This number for debugging mode, so just copy it and make sure you go back here and add fingerprint and add this one. If you did not add a fingerprint, you cannot use Firebase authentication. I'm done here. You could go back from this process, just click Ctrl Z and just remove what you did, and you go to origin, Ctrl Z just, so I don't need that update. Yes, so yes, I will go back now to Firebase and start working. First type of authentication I want to work with in this process is anonymous. Anonymous, that mean, as you remember, I don't take any information from user, just button he click and I create account for him. So first of all, I have to go here to authentication, then sign up method, anonymous, and I just change it to enable. I will select save. After I click save, I would go to my project, and I will go to my project here to the bundle Gradle model app and copy one of these line and just go down It's for Firebase, com.google.firebase, Firebase / I would say auth. Just change the name here to auth to have authentication class and click refresh. That means I get access to Firebase. I will go to project, draw a layout, and just drag symbol button. Someone could login with anonymous. So yes, here we go. If I just click to the code, make it easy, I would say login any. That means with any account. Doesn't have any process. Only click, when someone click on it, I would say BU anonymous, whatever you want to name it. If I go back and click again, just go take another place line, then click again, you will see this one just create you will create for us. So to get started with anonymous or with Firebase authentication, first of all, you have to define Firebase authentication. So just say write Firebase authentication, this one, and you could name it mauth. Any name you could name it. Another one, you need to define Firebase authentication listener. That means you listen to authentication when someone log in or when someone log out. So you could say auth listener in this way. Okay, to get started with Firebase, first of all, in the create mode, you need to do initialize. So just you say here equal Firebase dot get instance. You just do initialize for the Firebase. Then when you initialize the Firebase, you need to start the Firebase listener, or we need to get this Firebase activate. So when I get start, I go, I should do it in the method of get start. I just start listening to the Firebase and see what does happen in the Firebase to read it. So first of all, here you just say, okay, I'm here. So I would say authentication dot add listener or add state listener. I will add this one, mauth. This one I define it for listening for event. I just add it. So whenever the application start, I will initialize my Firebase, then start listening. When the application stop, for sure I want to stop this one. So I would say dot authentication stop or remove authentication listener. You could do remove authentication state list and remove it. That's great. So now, okay, application started, I initialize it. Then when someone start, I start listening. When I done, I remove listening. So here we go. Now I want to listen for sign in and sign out. So how I do that? You remember I defined this variable for listening for events. So it's really easy to go and enter initialize and say, okay, this variable authentication listener equal a new Firebase authentication listener. Just write Firebase and click enter. He will create this method for you. This method will be called whenever someone sign in and sign out. Until now I didn't implement sign in or sign out, but this is simple method will call it when someone sign in and sign out. So when it will be sign in and when it will be sign out. First of all, I have information about the user when sign in and sign out. So first I could define Firebase user. I will name it user equal this one dot get current user. That means the current user that he is sign in or sign out. So for sure, if the user null or equal null, that means it's sign out. So you could do anything for sign out. For example, log, just you could say user is sign out or just print user ID. If you see you in the user, if I click user, I have a lot of information about the user. Some most important one is get UID. If you see get email, get display name, this email we use it when the user have email, but now we want to use anonymous, so there is no email. Only one thing I could authenticate user is by his UID. So get UID is for the user. Yes. So this is for sign out. You could do same thing else for sign in. For when someone sign in, you could make sure just this line is activate, then do same thing for sign in, and we just print this one. So whenever the state or when user sign in, sign out, this one execute. Whenever user sign in, this one execute. You could do whatever you want to do as you like, but I just want to do it in this way. So yes, Now I want to do sign in and sign out. Now I have listening, I have initialize, I could listen to the event. Now I want to do sign in. So, or to allow user to do a sign in. So how does that work? It's really easy. If you remember, we have authentication. This is the most important part for us. So just when someone click on the button, I say, okay, authentication dot sign in anonymous in this way. So just you could say dot add on complete listener. New for sure on complete. Okay, on complete listener, cool. You add this and you add another instance. It is a new on complete listener, the event for on complete. So just say on capital, click enter. He will create all this thing for us. That's mean, hey, when someone click on this button, please do anonymous login, and here you go. When it is complete, you could check for the task. So you say, okay, if the task is dot success or is success, say you could do anything good. You could if there is no, for example, if there is not successful, you could display error message. You say, okay, let me display the message. So I say log dot. Now I would say dot w because I have number of line error. We just add task dot get exception. So just to make you or just remember everything, when someone click on, okay, from the beginning, for the beginning you will use this two line for authentication and listener. So when the application you create, you just initialize the authentication and you listen for sign in and sign out, and you print the result on the output. So when application start, first of all, before you cannot do this operation unless you have listening for the listener. So you say initialize listener, so you could listen, or you and listen for the listener when you're done. So when someone want to sign in, you just click this one. You could activate sign in. The same way you could activate sign out for any way. You could do sign out just by writing myauth.sign out, and thus you could do sign out directory. I'm just doing sign in now. Yeah, so before you go next, make sure sign out here is null. So for that reason, here's the case for sign out. So if you run this one, you will have problem. So make sure you just, for example, display message, you say user signing out. Okay, user sign out. Okay, or just if you want, just highlight this part. You don't need it. But just I want to tell you this part will execute if user sign out, and this one will be executed if the user sign in. If I click run to see the result. Here we go. Now if I click sign in or login any, you have to login after a minute, but I didn't add message and other stuff. If I click refresh, I would see the new user. Here you go. This is the new user that he login, and this is his account. If the user try to login again, he will not get a new account because he know the device and he still keep it with same account number. So there will not be another account. Also, I could do sign out. That's great. If you see, I have login for the user. If I go to the code, if you remember, we say, okay, if someone sign in, get the user ID. So if I go down here to the console and I try to look for Control F, looking for sign in, you see in the sign in, I have the user ID. It's 787A1. If you go here, it's the same. So yes, this is the basic thing. We could do it for sign in as a normal. Hey everybody, let me do in this video a different type of authentication. It is with email and password. So someone enter his email and password. So let's see how much it's easy. Just enable it and make it enable, and make sure you are working with already you have project for a previous video. So go to here layout and try to design simple layout for sign in. So what you think he will enter? He will enter his email, and I see this is not good way for adding your data, so it's better using this relative layout. So make sure you add this one for email inside it and add button inside it, and also you have something for password. Yes, here you go. This is the password added here. Make sure you organize everything well. So yes, here you go. So For the hint here, we say enter email for sure. Enter email. Should be enter email. Okay. And for the password here should be enter password. You could give any name, so you say okay, I will give name et password, and you could give this one, I think it's better to give it et email, just you could access to them from the code. That's great. For here, for sign in, I think everything is good now. For sign in, for the button you say okay, on a click when someone sign in, I could say I still have same method, so I could go here and start working. So here for sign in, I now have sign in on Luminous. Let me just add button for sign out because I already signing in with the other account. So let me just make sure I'm adding the sign in or sign out, sorry. So here you go, sign out. I will name it sign out. Okay, and also here on a click view sign out. Okay, I would go to the design. I try to think what will this be sign out. I would just make sure click, just go other place and click. So you will see this one created. For sure you have mauth for sign in, for sure mauth for sign out. Dot sign out. This one. You're just logging out. So for sign in, first of all, I would delete this part because I will update it with different one. So what you need to take, first of all, you need the email. So you need text edit text. Oh, edit text. Sorry, edit text will be email. Call edit text would be find the view by ID r.id dot edit text for email. And also you have another one, but just it's better to copy it and paste it and go down. You say password, and for edit text for password. Here you go. So now I have email and password. Now I want to do authentication. So to do authentication, first of all you need to identify authentication credentials. So I say auth credentials. So I say auth credential. You say credential, okay, define it, and you say call email auth provider dot get credential. You have to give it the username and password. So the username, this will be email dot get text dot toString. Make sure also you have the password will be password dot get text dot toString. Here you go, I'm done for the authentication. Now I want to sign in for this username and password. So to do sign in, just you remember you have mauth dot, but now we did not use the old method. We say get current user, then you say dot link with the credential, then you say credential, and we say dot add on complete listener would have two parameter, as you remember this, dot new on complete listener, just complete listener, and that is. So now just linking with the user name or user email and password. If I just click sign in or run again, did you see what happened for when the app will started? Directly he will run this method. So here already if it's sign in, he will do sign in operation or do sign out operation. So you could disable button for sign if it's you sign in. If it's sign out, you disable the one for sign out, or if it's sign in, you disable the one for the sign in, so you could see the result correctly. So yes, here is it, the app now, everything is correct. So let me enter the email. And the password. So if I click sign in, I have to have the user. if I already log in, I hope I will have it now. See, I have the user with this email and password. So if you see, that's great. Now I have everything is good, and I know how I could log in with the email and password. All other methods same way. You just change only this part for authentication or for login. This part, as I told you, this part, that's what I'm talking about. And this part you change it right now. Now you understand how it's easy to log into the system and how it's easy to pass username and password, and you see it here. And the most important part now you have it is user UID. If you remember, this one is user UID, so it's really easy to allow to provide layout for users, allow them to log in with their email and password. Their email and password will be saved in the database, and you will have here the user UID. You could save it as shared reference, and later on when you want to call this user, you call it by user ID. As I told you, now you could also call not all user ID, you just get email, because now this type of user have email, because as we remember, we entered username and password, so now you could get email. When you log in with Google account, you could get display name, because Google account have email and display name and other stuff, and have also photo URL with Google account. But now in this account, because it's only email and password, you could access only to get UID and get email. So see it how much is easy and how much you could create authentication system without doing any database relation and other stuff. You could just create layout and you get user UID in your application, and you could do your operation. Here we done, and thank you for watching.
Hey and welcome. In this section, we will implement complete tic-tac-toe online game. That means by the end of this section, you will be able to play tic-tac-toe with your friend. You on your phone and he in his phone. So basically, both of you are connected using Firebase, and you just invite him and you play the game with it. So to show you how the game will be, for example, let's suppose here I have some person named Hussein at yahoo.com. He just log in, and you will see his name. He just log in here in the Firebase, and let's suppose here is another player which is Rana at yahoo.com. So just two player log in, and just they start the game. They just log in with the game. So they just log in now. Now Hussein want to play with Rana. I just sent her invitation. So I say, hey Rana, I want to play with you because I know your email. I could send you invitation. So I say, hey, invite. So Rana now he get invitation from Hussein. She see his email. So she accept. Now both of them is red. That's mean yay. Both of them could start the game. So now let's suppose I want to start the game. So hey, I would add X. He will see directly what I played. So I added O. So now she play with X. So I added O, she played with X. So then I O, whatever, since she added her, then I play her, then I win the game. So player 2 win the game. So see how is it? The idea of this one, we will teach you a lot. One of them how to use Firebase to do real time an application, like to play the game in backend, and how Firebase could manage the online gaming and many things. So what are you waiting for? Let's get started step by step.
Hey again, let me start step by step implement the tic-tac-toe online game. So to get started, I will create a new project. I will name it tic-tac-toe online. Okay, because I want to play online. You could save it any place, but I want to save it in the place that I have it for my tic-tac-toe game. If you remember, we already create tic-tac-toe game, like which was offline. If you go here, tic-tac-toe game, you will see that tic-tac-toe game, tic-tac-toe local. This was for playing local. If you go to app, src, main, resource, you will see the layout. I will not design the layout again because I have it already. So what I will do, I just copy this layout and move it to my code. So just copy this one and I will move it to other copy. I go here and sorry, here is it, Android Studio. I will go to this main. If you remember this resource here, layout. Now I have constraint. Now there's Control C, Control V, remove and replace. This is we already designed this one.
But the new one that we wanted, we don't want to use this way of table, because we need to, if you remember from the game that we needed, we wanted to be in this way, like we want to have here row, here second row, here is the table view. So because here row and row second, 3 rows, you know the design. If I just, oops, Dropbox, not Dropbox, I need to open the draw, again, the draw tool. So you know how we do this. I just have row, here linear, then second linear, then I have this one should be as a linear. So three rows I need to have. So this table view, I will just cut this part. I change this one to linear layout. Okay, then I define here my table view, because table view I need to, let's make it match parent. Here is match parent also, and make sure I add my rows inside here. So the rows I just cut them, I add them here. So now still I have same, but the design is changed. Now if I go back here to the design, you will see I have linear layout, which is horizontal, but what I want to have it, I want to have it as a as the second. What he do here, he do horizontal, I change it to vertical because by default horizontal. So this one, now I have table view, I have horizontal, I need 2 more vertical layouts. So here is it. Sorry, 2 more horizontal added here, and the second one, oops, hopefully no, I don't want it inside it, inside this one. Sometimes, yeah, here you go. Now I have 2 of them, but this one match parent, make the height is wrap content, and also make the height of this one wrap content, so that the third one will appear. So here you go. This one doesn't have anything, but what I want to add, input and 2 button. So what I will do, text, then it should someone enter his email. So it's better for me to add this one inside it, and I will add 2 button. So 1 and why he always doesn't take the button? I don't know why. Maybe I didn't put it the right way. So here, put it. So now I have 2 button. I have this layout, and also a second row. I also need to have an input button, which is always also email here. Email will help you to allow the user to only enter the email type. You could use normal text, edit text, but email will help you to be more like restrict the user input. So yes, this is my layout. So this one, let me name it. I will name this one. If I just click cancel, so he go out. Yes, I will name this one edit text. Let me name it player email, invite email. Okay, someone invite email, the person who I invited. I know it's something wrong in the spelling here. Here is the button for you click to invite. You invite people. I don't know why invite, I don't write it correctly. Hopefully invite correct. And here this is the button for, sorry, this one should be BU invite, the ID. I don't care about it, but I care about the text that appear here, invite. And this one should be BU accept, you accept the invitation. And I will change the text here to accept. This one should be my email, edit text my email, that's I login for my email. Okay, and this one should be login, so we'll name it login, or you could say name it here BU login. Okay, so yes, this is basically how the layout. Hopefully everything now is good. I don't have any problem in the design. Yes, it sounds for me good, but I need to connect this object to the code. I have this button. Let me just create event for every one of these. This one should be BU invite. Okay, and on a click, this one should be BU accept, you accept invitation. This one should be BU login or register, whatever. Mostly register, you could name it, but okay, let's keep it login. Going back here, You want to implement the events. So this one, BU click, if you click, there is no implementation. Just click create method. So he will create the method for you. That was first one. Going to the second one also. Accept is no, there is no implementation. You create the event for accept. And also we missed third one, which is login, this one. So BU login, you just create BU login. So that's great. Now I have everything. I want to access to the input field, which is edit text. Okay, well, the first input text which be edit text, invite email. Hopefully I just wrote it correctly. And the second edit text should be edit text my email. And I want to access to the button which is login button, so which is BU login. Okay, because later on you will see I want to disable it later on. So initialize them. So edit text equal edit text, find the view by ID, r.id dot edit text should be invite email. That's great. See, the spelling was not correct. Same thing I do it for the second one, which is be my email. For sure here will be edit text my email. And same thing you could do it for the button, but the button should be button, not edit text. So it should be button in this way. Hopefully now I take find the view by ID, r.id.bu. Hopefully BU login, BU invite, BU login. So yes, now I just connect everything. Now anyone want to do invite, he will be able to do invite. Anyone to do login, to do login. So to make sure everything is correct, I will do logs.d invite, the tag should be, and the text I will show him the email, the one he clicked to invite. So get text dot to string, so to show you if he click invite, he will click invite. Accept, you say accept the invitation from whatever. BU login, he say login from the my email, not user email. So just make sure everything is correct, run it. I want to run it on one device only, Nexus 6. Hopefully I have Nexus 6. Is this one Nexus 6? No, this one Pixel. This one was Nexus 6. Okay, waiting for some time to see if I just designed that out correctly. As I told you, as you see, I just mostly reuse the code that already been there. Also, I will continue reuse some code that we have it already here for the game. So just keep in mind, we will reuse some code from the code that we already developed in the when we started. So let's suppose I want to login. So if I want to login, I will say Jenna at yahoo.com. Hopefully you see Lucat here, so you would see what's going on. So when Jenna click login, you would see here login Jenna. That's correct, connected. Let me suppose this doesn't have to be in this way, but just to make sure, because the invite person Leia, that's correctly. If he say invite, if I click accept, he say accept from Leia. That's good. Now I have the layout. It's connected and it's shown to me. Everything is good. I think we miss one thing. This button, I need when someone click on it, he calls specific event. If you see, he just run into a problem because he doesn't know. Hey, what do you mean by this button? Button have to have a specific event, but you doesn't say which event this button have to be called. So make sure you click just to create this event, and you know this event will be get called from all the other buttons. So this is, we know this story. We know BU click is the event that should be called by all the events. So if you see it, here is it, which is BU click. Hey again. In this video, we will implement the login part in the game. What I mean by that, I mean anyone install this app, he need to login. So to login, he will go to this page and he enter his email, for example, and he click login. What I want to do, I will want to take this email and save it in my Firebase database. That means I have to have login account and other stuff. So you know all the process that going step by step, add file, connect, whatever. But there is very, very easy and simple way to do this process to connect to Firebase. I will show you how. Just make sure your Android studio is connected to Firebase. If it's connected and everything is good, if it's not connected here, as you are not logging, just click here and login to your Google using Google account.
So just click on the very easy, you see login word, just click on login. Now when you login, just go to tools, Firebase. Then you will see this one, just go app, analyze, then add login analyze. Then here he say you are not connected. Just click here, he will start connect your app to Firebase. Really easy and simple. If you want to create a new project, create a new project. If you want to use a project that already been there, use it. I would say I want to create a new project for Tic-Tac-Toe, connect Firebase, you will create that project for me. The good thing, now he will create the project, also he will create the app for Tic-Tac-Toe game, which is really amazing. Do you know before how much process you want to do? I want to teach you that way to understand how you connect, how you take the file, if you have a problem, how you to solve it. But this is a really simple way to do that process. He will take some time going, you will go see, he just say he download configuration, he done, see, he say you are connected. Okay, see how much it's easy. Now if I go to Firebase, I just refresh the page for Firebase, I have to see a new app, which is I name it Tic-Tac-Toe game. Hopefully he see it. Here is it. See, a new project, Tic-Tac-Toe game, and I have a new app. You could add more apps instead of create a project. Say create app and add your app here, and that is. But yes, this is my app. This is what I want, what I have. If you see, one part I'm interested in here is the login place, like sign in method. I want to enable login by email and password. Make sure to enable it because I need to use email and password. Someone login with the email and password. So yes, this is login. Now continue. He say, hey, if you want to use analyze, add this line to your app. First of all, he say add to your app. You say I will add this one to your Gradle. Say accept. He will add it here in your Gradle. He will add Firebase. See how much easy. Just add it and he done. Okay. After he added, he will take some time like for adding this process. I know that, but yes, this is how is it. Now what you want to do, you say, hey, do you want to use analyze? If you want to use analyze, just add, copy this line. You know the way. Just add it here for Firebase. Okay. This line. And you say, hey, this is not defined. S. Click enter. He will import this library for you. And if you want to just initialize the object to make sure, hey, you are connected with Firebase, to make sure our project is connected. So I will add it here. Now what I will do, I just run the app and look through the logs to make sure I'm connected. I just look for Firebase, okay, to make sure if he was able to log in. So to make sure when he start to like when he was able to connect to my Firebase. This is just my first step. Then second step, I will start doing login process. So let me wait for some time and see how he will be able to do the login stuff. Oh, hey, he did so fast this time. Hopefully. There you go. Login. Oops, he login. Now I don't see anything here. I think my search was not correct. I say no filter, but then I say here I say Firebase. Hopefully I will see something related to Firebase Connect. What? Firebase initialized successfully. That's been good. Yes, I'm connected to the Firebase and everything is cool for now. So now let me go to the next step, which is the login. The login process, you know it. Someone enters his email and he click login. When he click login, I have to take his email, and first of all, I want to save this email here as a user. I enable this type of method, which is email and password. So let's go to the second part. If I just go back, not this one. I just click back in this Firebase and I go to the authentication. If you just click here, you'll see authentication by email and password. Click on it. First of all, you connected. You say you connected. I don't need to connect my application. It's already connected. Second step, add Firebase authentication. Yes, accept. You will add this thing in the Gradle, which is Firebase authentication. He added. So after he added that, you go to the third step. The third step, you say, hey, first of all, you need to define Firebase instance. Okay, go here up and define it. Yes, you know this one need to import. Remove last character, enter, you will import it. And same thing for this one, also added for the login. This is for listening for the login events. So now you have these methods, you need to implement it. I will use this one on the login page and I will go to update it in seconds. So I would take this one. I don't know why I'm using it. So here is it. I add this part, which is for login. Nullable. Let me see what I'm missing. Nullable null L enter. Firebase user. I need the R. Enter. Yes, he used the tag. If you see it here. If you say click Control space. What you have is just error. He's a create tag for me. Created here for app. He will create tag for me. Like I name it login. Just for easy, I don't want to create static. Just create near it, and he will create the variable static of the tag. This I will see it for the login. So now when the person login, he give me the login user ID, and that is, and the person go and log into the system. Now I want to add these two methods for the on start and on stop. So still I'm in login place. So let me continue added here. Login. Okay, this is on start. I think this one for on stop. That's great. And I think there is another method for login, which is this important part. Hey, hopefully this one was no. This is signing new user, signing exist user, signing a new user. Maybe this one. Yes, this is for signing a new user because I'm a new user, so signing a new user. So what I will do, I will create event. I will name it void. Okay, I name it user login, and this method take two things: string for email and take string for password. Okay, and here you go. This is the method. So I'm taking email and password. Make sure this one you replace it by this one, whatever the way that you want it, and password. Now I'm doing authentication result. I'm waiting for authentication result. Hey, if you was on listener, also R. They just import library. Don't do anything. Task K, take K void, and tag again. If you do this part, and I will go to us. Also need to be implemented. Up to us. Sometimes you select the second one, you'll have problem. I don't use email activity. I use this activity. I don't here have this message. I say login authentication is successful. Say login fail. Okay, when you fail the login, you say, hey, you failed the login. This is basically how you do messaging. Hopefully now everything is correct. So what's the error here? You say cannot resolve the method gets, yes, you have, I think, does he? Here on complete, the tag need also to be created. I also have a tag, this tag, but let me create this tag. Oops, because this tag need to be for login, so let me name it for register. Okay, just tag, simple tag, doesn't make anything. But this one, I don't know why there is failing message. 2L, maybe because this one need to be get application contents, get, because I'm in the listening method, so I'm not, yes, because this is listening method, you cannot use this, you have to use get application contents. So yes, now this login, for someone want to call this method, he will call it from login page. So I will call this method, I will send my email. For now, we don't use the password, we don't have password for any user. So let's suppose by default, all the users have 1, 2, 3, or 4 ones. You could use anything, but for now we use this one because we feel this one will be like simple. I don't want to add password. If you want to add password, go ahead and add it. This one is no longer used. Done. So now I have this page. Let's go step by step. Someone click login, enter his email. Well, email will goes where? Will go to login page. Login, user login. User login will take email and password. He saved the email password database. If you register, he say, hey, you are sexy for registers. And if he not, that is, you say login fail, you will fail. If he don't success, if he success, I don't care about this part. I will go to app and read the information for success, because here if he login, he was able to login, this method will be called on status change, the user login. Now I have information about the user. One of them is the user ID. So user ID, but this is not only, don't think I need it. There is too many information. I have it, which is username, and we have which is the email. I'm most interested in email. I'm not interested in username. So let's suppose I'm define here something registered for my email. Okay, my email, I will not use the email that user entered. I will take the email that user login with, which is this part. Okay, I'm not going to use this part. This is part when the user login. So my email will be here, will be in users. So it should be users dot get email. So this email will be my email. Also, maybe the user he was already logged. So if he was already logged, when he call, this method will be fired automatically. Okay, let me just start very simple. Now I have this part. I think the login thing is done and totally fine. So let me just test it and make sure the login is correct. Then we will go next and continue for saving user information in the database. So let me wait for seconds and see how when someone login, he will take on status change, he give us user IDs and all the information. So waiting and see what is going on. So this is a problem, login error. So login fail was the error that we have it. So going to the look at errors, there's something fail happen. Here's it. Here's the fail. He say activity info component, attempt to invoke virtual method, Google authentication, listener, null object. Hey, fail process. Where's the listener? Here is it. He say, hey, he tried to call it on start method, but this one is not set it yet. That is mean. If I just look for this one, where is it? Up. I don't know what exactly the problem, but I think on start he tried to call this method, but this method is not initialized yet. That's mean authentication. My authentication, no one initialize it. But according to Firebase, I think we need to initialize it. So going back here, yes, here we need to initialize it. We did not initialize. So make sure to initialize this part. Don't go before you initialize it. Just follow the steps here. We just used this part. We did not use this part. So if you fail, here we go. Now, if I just click login, yahoo.com, hopefully this one will not have a password. Oh, and now I have login fail. That's mean login fail error. Looking through message, I understand one thing. I don't have anything in the message, but I understand one thing why happened. This thing happened because my password is weak. So this means password Hussein. Because password weak will not be saved in the database. So make sure you restrict your user input with a strong password. This is how Google works. Just don't pass 1 2 3 4. Pass strong password. So yes, waiting for some time. Hopefully now he will reload and everything is good. Now I think everything is good. I just pass jenna@yahoo.com. Hopefully this time he will not give me any error. So yes, there is no error. Now going back to the Firebase. Here you go. Yes, I have it. If you don't have it, just refresh the page. You will see it in your page. Here is it, Jenna. This is what I looking for. So yes, this is everything correct. I am correct. So now I was able to log in. One thing missing. I no longer want to see. Okay, so before that, did we see Jenna here? We have to able to see Jenna. So the problem happened here. What? So what do you think our problem that we have? Now we are able to log in. Whenever the user log in, I will have the email of the user. But I don't want to enable user to log in again and again. If you see, even if I log in, this button is enabled. So one thing I will do, I will say, hey, button, if the user log in, so button does set enable false. Okay, so that's mean make the enable for the button false. So that's mean I don't want to allow user to click on login again if they are already logging in. So I would just protect my application from the user. See, now it is fail. He cannot see anything. But it's good to show him the password, the email that he logged in with already. You know where is my email? This is the place where I show my email, and I know the email will come from Firebase from here. So I set text. I will take this email. Just one thing good here, you understand you are logging in already, so he will not ask you every time. You know, if you see this screen, you will not understand anything. But if you see this screen, you will understand, hey, you are logging already in the password. See, he give you are logging with the user Jenna, because we know Firebase save user information. Now one thing I want to do, now after I was be able to log in here, I want to add this user to the Firebase to the database real time to keep tracked. So how I do that, I have to go to again to my Firebase, so looking for more options for database. So this is real-time database. Whoa, I don't need more information. I need save real-time database. Connected, I'm already connected. Added to Cradle, yes, added. So you know a process of how to connect with the Firebase. Really easy and simple process. You know the 2 steps. First of all, you have to define this to instance, then set the value. So I will define these on the top. Okay, and make sure this is Firebase. Okay, and this is not message. I will not pass anything for it. Just make it as empty. Firebase. Oh, it just takes some time until he will be able to load this thing from the database. References. There's input. So just this way, just to enable me to create instance from the database, which is my reference. So now I want to save my reference, the user information. So that's mean when user login, I will save his information. So I will say dot child. I will save it under users. Okay, dot child. I will save the user. I will save according user email, but the email have a specific character, which is at and whatever. So let me pass only the part for the email which before at. So I say void before at, which takes string for email. Okay, and he will do split for us. This is because Firebase doesn't accept key as have at in it. So before at, I have string for split will be equal for my email dot split for at. So I will take any information before at. Hopefully will work this one. Up, yes, very good expression. And I will return split for 0. You know that you have email Hussein@yahoo.com. He will return for you only Hussein because I need to do split. So hopefully this one will return string. It will not return void. So now when I want to save the field here as the email, I will not send the email, because if you send the email have word at, it will not be accepted in the database. If you want to try it, send this email, he will not accept it. You have to remove at. So now I will save only the first name. So I will add here childs. I will add request. That means some people's request from me to play the game. I don't have anyone request me, so let me suppose by default I will set the request is my ID. It's just something like you will see it later on about requests and how people request game from other. So now whenever the user login, I will save the information for that user in the database. I mean user first name. Yes, let me wait for a second and see how he will be able to load it. So if you want, just try to don't add before at and pass only the email. So you would see how he will fail and save the key with at. Firebase doesn't accept key have at in it. So now here I'm login. I should be able to go here to my Firebase database. Here is it. Here's the user. Here's Jenna. If you see, he has a request his ID. So yes, this is basically how we do login. Now anyone who could login. If I want to make sure one thing 100%, I would just stop the game. Start both the players. So I have 2 players. So you will see later on too much information about this game. So Jenna already login. So let me see what about the second one. How he would be login. Does they stay started or they continue loading? It will take some time until he will be able. But basically I'm done with Firebase. So let me see what is going on. So wait some second. Hopefully I think he was able to. Is it? I don't know if he was able to show me the login page or not. Yes, I'm not sure 100%. So to make sure, I will rerun it again because I'm not sure he was able to show me the login page. Yes, waiting for some time. You will see. Here is it, login page, and hopefully here is it. See, this one already login with Jenna because I have Jenna already login. I have Leia here, other player at yahoo.com. If I click login, he have to add a new, see here is it, he add a new route for Leia information. So I have all the information for the users will be saved in the database. So now I have 2 players. Whenever they log in, whenever the application log in, this 2 player will be loaded already. And we're done, and see you next. Hey again, what we did in the previous video, we did log into the game. So every user when now, even he closed the game and he start open the game again, he is already logged in with his name. So you'll see Leia login, Jenna login. What I want to do now, I want to set invitation from Leia to Jenna, or from Jenna to Leia, and any one of them will accept the invitation. So how this goes, first of all, we said Jenna have a request tag and Leia have a request tag. So any request for game for Jenna will be saved here, and any request for game for Leia will be saved here. So let me start first saving the request for Jenna or Leia. So save request. I'm sending a request from Jenna to Leia. I enter his email. I take first part for Jenna, for Leia. I set request with my request ID and the name of the player who requests the game. So it's not so complex. We have this preview. We have this one to invite someone, which is BU invite, this one. So I just have the email of the user to send invitation. We now here previously when the user login, we have the information of the users. So to have the information for the users. So yes, so now I'm saying invitation. So I say my child.users. Which child I'm looking for? The one who I want to send invitation. So if I'm in Leia, I want to send Jenna, I want to send to Jenna. But this have all the email information for Jenna. I want to take only the before at. You remember when we did this function before at? Because all the player, the key, you cannot save key with at in Firebase. So I say, hey, bring me the user, like if I'm enter Jenna at yahoo.com, bring me only Jenna. So in the users, go to Jenna. Then what here will go, you see Jenna have something named request. So yes, go to .child, go to the child name it request. That's mean wait, this is my passport. Users, Jenna, request. Now I add my request here. How I would add my request? Basically, I just say I want to many requests coming, and maybe one user send me too many requests. I cannot use specific key. You cannot repeat same key in the Firebase. So it's better to use random key. So just use word push. Push will every time will add different key. So then push, then set value for it, which is my email. Okay, which is my email. I could say here is it my email. What? My email. This is my email. Have information of my email. That's mean what? I will tell you what the story. Let me just add it or move it to the multi-line so you will understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying this. Hey, I want to send request to Jenna and I am Leia. So I would go to the node, name it Jenna, to the request and push my request. Word push mean he create a new node with random ID, with random key, and add my email to it, and he will continue. I will show you how. Let me select one of these. I will not select both of them. I will show you how he will be able to, hopefully, I just run it to which one of them I run it. I don't know, but he will show me now which one he is running on. So yes, you run that one. You run that one. So yes. So think about it. I'm here in Jenna. I want to send to Leia. I will say Leia here. Go here. Leia at yahoo.com. I say invite. What you will do, see, if you go to Leia request, you will see he add request with this ID. The word push create the random ID with the value of my email because I send it my email. If I continue pushing like that, he will every time he will give different ID. Like if I just send another invitation, see he give random ID. The word push mean he generate random ID, which is very good if you want to use it for chatting or whatever between people, because you cannot create key, repeat the key. If I have Jenna, I cannot have another Jenna in this route because the key, it is hash map. So now using word push, every invitation you send it, he will create random ID. See this invitation coming from, so that's mean, hey Leia, you have invitation coming from Jenna. So now what we want to do, we want Leia or any user listen to the node of request, and whenever he get request, he get notified. Okay, so it's not complex. Just go back here to the game and say, hey, I have this for invitation, so I need to do listening to any incoming. So I say void incoming request. So any players will listen to any incoming request. This method will listen to any incoming request that coming to the player. So when I have to start listening, I have to start listening when I log in. So after the user log into the game, he have to start listening to any incoming request to him. So this is the incoming request. So if you go to assets here or to the Firebase, you would see how you would be able to read the data. This is the way to read the data from any incoming request. So this is the way you listen. But what I want to do, I want to listen to my request. In the node request, I have it. So if you see here in the player, when the player log in the game, he have a request, he was listening to it. So this is, or sorry, he said the request. So I would listen to that node. But what you believe you will have in that node? That node, if I just remove this thing and this thing, I'm not interested in. That node, if I go to it, I see it is a key, have this key and have value. But the value that have it, it's hash map, key value, key value, key value. So to read this, I have to do specific way. I have to say it this way. First of all, let me define try catch to catch any error I may have. Then I do catch in this way, exception AX. Then I say, hey, try. I want to read table, so I do hash map, should be hash. Up, hash. What? Mash? No, hash. Hash map should take the key string and the value object. Why key string and value object? I will tell you why. The key string and value object, because if you go here, I believe the key is string, but the value email may be string, maybe have number of node inside it, because you could have the key, you see this key is string, but the value is object, have two child, but this one child, maybe I have another child. So just to save this pattern in your, always use string object, then say td, then you want to read the data from see, I added a wrong place. This catch will not have to be here, have to be here. Okay, so I need to read from this one, t-shirt.get values. Why get values? Because this data set should have key and value. The key will be request and the value will be these data. Because the value coming on string, I want to change it to hash map. So make sure to do casting. So I say, hey, change it to the hash map. So now I'm good. I was able to do that. So I say, hey, let's get started. I say if the td not equal null, that means there is a request. So that means I have some people send me a request. So if some people send me a request, let me start to process this request. So let me define first thing something value. I'm read the value. Then I say, hey, for the string name it key in the td dot key set. I'm just getting all the key. So think about it in this way. I'm getting all these key, then through every key I could access to the value. So now I'm getting all the keys, which is random things. So through the keys, I want to get the value. So I say, hey, value equal td dot get. I will get it according to the key, but because the value string td is this one is object, the value is object. You know that because this one is object, I want to convert it to string. So casting always. So yes, you could say log to d, and you say tag like user request. You see your user request dot value. You show the value just in the message. Then you add the et someone send me email invitation. So et invite dot set text. You add the email for the person who send you a request. So email request, and that mean someone send me a request. Okay, yes, you add it as an email as a person who send you the request to play the game to the et text. And what you want to do more, you want to say you accept that request. So how you accept that request? If you have something you accept to that request, you need to change the value of the user to back to set ID. So the ID, UID. because I don't have UID now here. UID is something private defined, so let me change it to something public. So I define here string UID, and I will take the UID from, I think I have it, the UID here. Yes, the UID here, I have it. So this is my UID. Just make it public, so return it to the back to this value, because I want to return it back to this value. So did you see? I return it back to that value, which is UID. Okay, so yes, this one UID. If you want to just follow same pattern, this one should be also UID. So you just when you copy paste. So yes, I accept your request. I get request. When I get request, wait, I check my request. I see I have a new request. I show the request to the user, and also let me change the button color. So I say void button color. So the idea of this method is just changing the button color, so you notify it you have a new incoming request. It's not something really important, but the idea behind this one is just changing the email, which is et invitation dot. I want to change the color, so set background color. I say color dot read. The idea for this one, as I told you, is not something really important. It's just to show the users you have some requests. You just notify him. So while I'm setting this one, I'm calling this method, and also I break. So I will not take other requests. I just remove all the requests, ignore all the requests. That's mean, hey, if I have 3 requests, read the request, take first request, set it, show me I got some requests. Then when you show me that request, a break and go out. Video and try to implement and accept. Here we go. Now I have Leia and I have Jenna. So let's suppose Leia I want to send invitation to jenna@yahoo.com. Invite. So here you go. Now Leia, Jenna have to accept. So the accept, they have to do same. Also, I have same thing code. I have invitation. I will add it in accept, but they will be different in one step. Here, when they have play the game, okay, or start game, that we suppose is start game. That we will implement later for listening for the game player game ID. So every 2 player they have to have specific game ID. So for now this method is not implemented. We will do it to do later. To do implement later. Okay, we don't have any implementation for it. But think about it. If I want to start game with Hussein, if Leia want to start game with Jenna. So first of all, let's suppose they have specific game ID for both. She want to send his email. So at my email dot get text, okay, to string. But make sure always include that thing, like remove at, I think. Hopefully I remember the method. I just created in a second. Remove before at. So always before at, I'm sending the first player, and I do this code. Then also I don't know what the error here. Remove at also for the second player, which is my email. Think about this. I want to play game with Jenna. So I will create node having my email. What is my email? Invite email should be. What? at email invite. Okay. Dot get text dot to string. The one I am inviting. So I'll create node. So if I want to play with Hussein, I will create node Hussein, then my name, both names. Here should be the opposite thing. So when I accept the game, I will display my name, then the other player game. Why? Because I need to have a specific unique ID for the 2 player to play the game. Okay, and that is basically. So when they start the game, basically I don't have anything now. Let me suppose my ref dot child for playing. I don't have anything now in the playing, but just I will say remove any child you have in this one. If you have dot child, which is player ID, dot remove value if there is. So this is basically if there's two players want to play the game, I have to create Hussein Ahmed, then Jana Leia. Then when Leia accept, they should have to do opposite, so they would still share same node, same value on the node. So just run it and see what is going on. So they both could update to the same node. Waiting for some time, so this one also will be get updated. Here you go. So Leia should send request for Jana at yahoo.com, invite, see Jana, she accept the request, then she accept the request, and here is it, see? So now they have both read, they both will share same node. Is not written now, they will be written later. They will both play on the game, name it Jana Leia or Leia Jana, both play with that value. You will see them, maybe this one will be a little bit complex for you for the start game, but you will see it why here we send it my, then him, then the opposite, him and mine, because we want to share same node. So I will show you. If my name is Hussein, okay, here I have Jana and other player is Leia. Yeah, I will show it to you why I have to make it complex. So here, if my name is Jana and the name is Leia, the node will be Leia _ Jana, the node title that we will play on. So now if he want to accept the game, so which is this place, what you have to say? Now the opposite. His name is Leia and my name is Jana. So he still have to pass same thing. You have to pass his name, then my name. So they still both share same node. Yes, so both now in both cases here I will have in the start game should be the node title, which is Leia, and this one should be still having this value. So they could both play on this node and they both could add value on it. Here we done, and thank you for watching and see you next. Hey again. Now someone sent an invitation, other one accepted. Now they want to play the game. So you remember if I go back here to my code for all tic-tac-toe game, we have already write the code for the main Java main activity. We have a method code for all the methods. One of them is this method for button click when someone click on the ID. So I have the ID of the game. So let me just copy this code and I'll be back to my application, and this button click I will paste same code. So same thing, I just get the which button click it, cell give it 0, then I get the ID for the button. If you click 5 I will get 5, if 6 I get 6. So finally cell ID will have the ID. We understand before we will have start game, will have player ID. So let me suppose here I have string player session, which is nothing, and this one will get set when someone select the game. Okay, when someone start the game, when two people want to start to play the game. Now okay, this one will be this thing, session player session. So you know that if someone click and there is no game right now started, so if dot length less than or equal 0, that means return. Why return? Because there is no player now, no one play the game now, no one send and no one accept. Have to be send and accept, then game not started yet. So if they have session ID, I would start with the session ID. We said with this session ID I have node in the Firebase, and this node will have two player names, and I save the value that every player selected. So if I select 5, he will say Hussein select 5. If Jana selects 6, he will say Jana select 6. So going back to the code, really simple. So yeah, instead of adding this one, I say hey, I have my ref dot child. You know the child that we name it, we name it playing. Hopefully the same child, is it? Yes, this is a playing, the child. Then dot the session, they both play, same session. I mean, playing mean this, I want to access to this thing. So playing, so hey, I'm for playing. So now this is the important part, dot child. I want to give ID and I want to give the value, so the player who select this ID. For example, if Hussein selected, I will say Hussein selected. If other player selected, I say set value other player selected. So I have to chart. First of all, here I have to pass seller ID, because seller ID string have to be converted to the string. Okay, so let me suppose I said say seller sell ID in this way, just to make it as a string, so people see it as a string. Sell ID, whatever sell ID selected, I give the player who select the sell ID. How I get it? I get it before at, and I send it my email, should be. Is that right? So whatever the player select, I will add his email. So if Hussein select the sell ID, Hussein selected sell ID, that one selected sell ID, that one selected, and we will continue selecting the sell. So play the game and let me see what is going on. So hopefully now we will be able to see. If you select, you'll see in the Firebase. If I select, you'll see in the Firebase. Yes, let me see. And wait for a second and let me see what is going on. So this first one login, hopefully the second one will be login soon. There you go. If I send an invitation to Jenna at yahoo.com, if I select invite, Jenna get an invitation. If she accepts, now I have nude for both shared. If I select this one, he selects C, playing. So if you don't see it here, see it in this way. See, Jenna select, Jenna, I have playing game, Jenna and Leia. Leia select one. See how is it? How is it nice? See? If I select, Jenna select 5, cell ID 5, selected by Jenna, cell ID 8, selected by Leia. Yeah, whatever, Jenna, Leia. So now I have the information for everyone selected. So now I keep track players. If the first player play the game, second player play the game. Now I could go to the next step to apply some rules. So are we done, and see you next. Hey again. We did implement for the backend for this game. So now when two players agree, if someone click 1, you will see it. Someone click 2, you will see the name of the person who select that node, and they will continue playing the game. Okay, now I'm really happy what I have, but I have to do the front end. I have to continue adding the rules and other stuff. If you go back to the normal game that we have we have too many things about play game, we have things about check the winner, and we have things for autoplay. So what I will do is this. Just going here, copying from this line 66 and continue down all the by the end, because all these I need them in my code. So go here and add it in the end before you close, so you will see what I will do. So let me start step by step implement what we need. So first of all, we have two array lists. So first array, second array list. I have the player information. Play game, they play the game. So I want to play the game. So this one will get called from totally other place. They will not get called from this button. They will not get called from this button. This button, click, all done. We're done with this button, click, because this one play game, they will play the other style. I will not play with a device, so I don't have active player as a device. So I'm done from this part. There is no active player as device. Okay, so this is good. By now, like you little bit understand what we have. I don't think you need to set the player from here, active player from here, because you will set the active player from other place. So we will not change the active player from here. Just remove this thing. And by now, yes, everything is sound cool. Check player, check winners. You here with checking the winner. We will not change anything. This is rules, finding who is the winner. So this one will not get called and will not get changed. So yes. And now let me continue. We did the check winner. Let me continue with the autoplay. Autoplay is not playing auto. Now autoplay is just something in backend. So I receive integer cell ID. Okay, this cell ID, which is this one. So now all this code is no longer needed. Why? Because I have the cell ID now. There is no autoplay. There is backend play. There is getting information from the backend. All this same, and play the game, and that is cool. So this is only the change I have to do, but now autoplay will have to get called to make the game work. So to start the game, sorry, not the game, get the game work. Autoplay, and hopefully the other one will get called. So yes, so for now I think I'm really okay to get started with the game. So if autoplay get called, this is my start point. He will get the player ID from backend, he calls start game, and start game will do the winner for me. That's good. So my start point will be here. You remember we did a method and we said later on we will implement that method, which is this method, which is backend. Now we said in the backend I will have all the information for the who play what. I want just to show it in the UI to the user. Now I have everything, all the tool to show it to in the UI for the user. So I will copy some code. I already used it here because I'm still using map to read the values. So let me just copy this code. I will copy this code because I need it in the incoming. So take it and move it here. So now I have it. Now hopefully yes. So now this is the code. So now what I want to listen to this node. So first of all, remove any child you have in the game because they just start the game. They first start the game. So when the first player accept the game or the second player start the game, both of them, they will start the game. If they have already previous value, they already play the game, this two player before, delete anything you have it. Delete any previous value, just start a new game. So otherwise, start listening to the game, start listening to the playing for the game. So there is no request. So that's mean the game that they play, you know what the game that they start listening to this node, read these value for me and show it in the UI. That's good. So now you see this is the code, I have it. So when they start the game, this is totally fine, and everyone now, player 1 have to be clear the list because they just start a new game, and the player 2 have to be clear. Why? Because they just start the game. And I will say active player should be by default active player number 2. This is just default value. Don't care about it. So now yes, active player number 2. Let's just start the game. Let me suppose here I have first player who play the game string first player should be X. Let me suppose. Okay. The one who will just start to play the game. Now what we need to know, what mean this first player? First player should be me. So I'm the first player. Let me suppose like whatever. I know this one will not work, but okay, let me keep it first player for now, this one, and we'll fix the bugs later on. So I don't need all this stuff. So I have the value, I have key and value. So getting the value, I say, hey, if the value that I have it dot equal to the first player or is not equal to the first player, that's mean change the active player now. That's mean active player will equal active player accurate value equal to added 1 or 2. It's reverse. That's mean, hey, if the active player 2 changes to 1, if the active player 1 changes to 2. So that's mean if the active player 2 changes to 1, if the active player 1 changes to 2, just changing the active player when they play the game. Then also make sure always when he say this one, first player will be changed. First player will be changed to the value, the new player I have it, the new value I have it as a key. Now they have to start the game. Auto play. The auto play I send it a CL ID because the CL ID have some information. So I have to think quite about it. See what I have here. I have this thing. CL ID double quotation 1. So they are separated between double quotation. So I here need to do split. So okay, string split ID equal what I have value dot split by this thing, and I want second part which is 2, 0 which is 1, because this one take integer, so I have to say integer parse dot parse. Okay, and that is. So think about it. I'm reading all the data. Suppose the first player is not X. I would suppose it's me. So I say before at. I would suppose the first player is me. So I would say active user. It is my email. Okay. I suppose first player is me. Okay. So now I'm checking. If the first player is not me, changes. So just he read the data. If me, he will keep it same. If not, he change it, and he will continue. But now they will work, and he will show you, but you will see there is some bugs in the color and changing the background color and other stuff, and we will fix it in second. So let me see. So I suppose I have Jenna and Leia. So I'm sending a request to Jenna at yahoo.com. Invite. Jenna will accept. So we have the game. What? He didn't change anything for me. Why? We have to change. They have to change. Wait. They just started. So if I just start this one, player ID 2, player ID 5. So that's mean, hey, I need to do debug, I think. Because what I have here, I'm listening for playing player IDs, whatever they play the game. Continue listening, clear 2 players, I get the player, the first player, my email. Then check for the key and values. I'm taking string. Hey. If you look here, the player ID should be not key, should be the value should be me. That's right, but the ID should be the player. So that's mean this one will not be split for the value, should be split for the key. Okay, I'm splitting the key to 2 parts. I'm taking it to autoplay game, and autoplay will get the key second part and start to play the game. Hopefully this one will work, and if it's not, we will fix it. I know there's a bug. I will fix the bugs for the UI, but I never know there's a bug here because I'm sending key and value. So yes, it have to be the key, not the value. The value should be the players, while the key should be the ID of the game. So let's suppose here I have sending to Jenna at yahoo.com. Invite, accept. Here you go. See, now there's a problem in the color. If you see here, I see the green, but he see it different color. If you see, now it's different. Now everything is cool. So if you play here XO, but everything now is X. O. See, this one is O. He see O, but this one he see. What he see? OX. So now just everything is cool. I think everything is right, but only there is a problem in setting the colors. Okay, so let me think about basic solution for this problem. I say the person who start the game will be X, and the person who replay will be O, and that is. So going back to the code here, and I said string my sample, that is supposed by default will be X. That means the person who start the game. Okay, my samples, which is always X, and when I start request the game, which is I want to ask people, invite people, I will give it to X value because I'm requesting to play the game. And if anyone accept the game, he will be the O, a player. So X, O. So if I send, I will be X. If he accept, he will be O. So now let we do it. You see in the BU click, we understand how we care with XO. X will be, if the player 1 will be X, 2 will be whatever. So if he X, we send it 1. If not, send it 2. So send it O. So going back to the server loading data. So which is, where is it? Which is B start game. Okay, so now first player. If this is my player, this is me. That's mean if it is me before player, first player, or let me say, if this the value for the key equal me, that's mean equal before at, it is my email. If it is me, and okay, if the player is me, now I'm talking about myself. So I'm checking if I'm X, I will send 1. If I'm Y, I send 2. So, in this way, let me take this part. This one, just keep it. I don't know why he doesn't accept this part. Yeah, I just get it. So if it is me, I have to check for 2 things. I check if, okay, my sample is X, I will send 1. My sample is not send 2. So I check if my sample is equal X, I send 1. Otherwise, I will send 2. Okay. Same thing if else. The else player, that means the second player, I will do same thing. I mean, if the sample for that player, I don't have any information now about the second player. I know if I'm X, you have to be O. That is like if I'm X, if my sample is X, you have to be the opposite. I think you have to be opposite. No, I don't longer need this one. Hopefully, I think this problem will be fixed here. Because if it's me, I'm check X O. Else is not me, I'm check the opposite side. Because you have to take the opposite signal. If I have X, you have O. And here if you have O, you have to take X. Let me see what's going on. And maybe we did fix this problem. So, wait for a second. And let me see. So, jenna@yahoo.com. Invite. Accept. Jenna play the game. That's good. Green. He see the green. If I just play now, he see here. Here you go. Now it's solved the problem. So now he play. I play. That's good. So no problem. Fix it. And here we done. And thank you for watching. And see you.
Hey everybody, in this video and next upcoming videos we will talk how we could build real world application. The application we will build is Find My Phone that allow you to find all family phone locations. Also allow you to find your phone when you miss it. So how this application work? And start for example on phone of Hussein. This is phone of Hussein and this is phone of Becky. So Becky when open it, Becky wants Hussein to find her. So Becky will go to add and click Hussein. So you will see now Hussein or Becky is appeared in Hussein list. So now Hussein could click on Becky and see her location on the map. If you see, here is it. Now here is the location of the Becky. Also you could see the last scene for Becky when it was. So this is the application. Also Becky could by any time remove Hussein from tracking list. That's very easy. Also, not only this one, like he could allow more than one person to track her. That's really easy. Also, Hussein also could track and allow more than one person. It is same thing. There is no problem. So it is app working in this way. Yes. So now when you run it, see this is the app. Now I just give it permission to Hussein to find Becky and Becky to find Hussein. This is the simple app and how it's work. This app is the real world application. I already created and uploaded before 2 years on the store. This application have more than 500,000 users who are using this app in the store. So yes, this is the application. So let's get started and build it step by step and try to execute what we learned in the previous videos. Hey everybody, let me start our first step with Find My Phone. So I will open Android Studio and you will click Start a New Project. From here, we give a name for our application. Let we name it My Tracker. Okay. Here we give it a package name. I name it com.husseinrobai.mytracker. As you could name it any name. For me, I could update it to com.arrobai.mytracker. It's better. Here I would add the place for saving this application. So now that this is the source code, this is the place where I want to save it. So you'll see it in the GitHub under this name, MyTracker. I will click next. Then I select the minimum version I want to support. I will support API version 12. I click next. I will first open MPT activity, main activity. I click next, and I would see a new project open it. So it says this is the basic. We will let you wait. Here we go. This is the project. Open it. First step I will do it with this project is connect this project with Firebase. So let me go to Firebase. You could create a new project here.
to start from scratch, we give it tracker, or we could use our other project that we already opened before and we add a new app inside it. So we just open a tracker and wait for 3 seconds. Here you go, this is the tracker. I will add Firebase for Android. He asked me for the package name. If I go to my application, if you go here, you could see this is the package name, or this is or this in the main face you could see the package name here also. This is the real package name. This is. So yes, I will go back here to my app, to Firebase, and give it this. You could say this one now start optional be this code. You could add it or you could leave it. I will add this app just without adding any additional information. He just download a new file for me. I will just save it in the download. Here you go. Close. He say, okay, first of all, you need to go to that file and add it in your project. So where I should add it, I would just go to my app, just click right. I click copy path. I just make sure when I save it, or you could go directly to the file you have it. This is the file, you just copy it. I know when I already create my application, I just create it on the desktop. So I go to desktop in Android English, and the source code, this will be find my phone. This should be last one, my tracker, and in the app I will add it. In my app I will add this file for JSON. So when I done, I just go back to Firebase and I try to do additional information. You say add this line in your main project. Let you go. This should be our main project that we added here. And second thing, he say, okay, add this line into your app level. So let's go back and see the app level here and add it here. Okay, then he say, okay, click synchronize to make sure everything is working. Click synchronize and wait for some time and click finish. If you go to document, I want to see analyze. I want to see the data and track my user. So if I click get start on Android and look for analyze, its first part should be this one for analyzing Android. While he loading and doing some operation, I just taking single line of code. This line I want. Oh, now we've been in 4.6 9.6. Yesterday we was 9.4. So yes, here you go. Every time change it, make sure to add this line here and run the app. Here we go, the app is running. Make sure to go to this tab, Android monitor, and open it and look for something for Firebase. So make sure if you see Firebase initialize successfully. If you see it, that's great, and go next. If you don't see it, please click here, stop it, and rerun it again so he could load it again for you. Here we done, and see you next video. Hey everybody, in this video I tried to design all the activities that we needed in this project. I already designed the activity, I just will insert them. So if you go to GitHub and try to click here on download and download all the files that we have it, and make sure when you download it, you go open it and make sure see these files. The file that we are looking for is find my phone assets. First of thing, we need to go to asset files, this one, and copy all these things we needed. Just click Ctrl+C and go back here to the menus and go down here to drawable and click Ctrl+V and add all these files to your computer. This is just number of layout you will need it in our project, and here's them. Second, again, go back to this file and try to copy this color file. And go back here. I will tell you all these files when we go through them, and I try to copy this color here. Just you could remove this file and add it instead. Just remove it and add this color instead. This will be better. Okay, this one. This will be better for you and for me. And this two things you did it. Then you just go to the menus and copy all these 3 menus. We will need them in our project, so just copy them and click right on resource and click add family resource file, not family resource file, sorry. Just click here, add a new directory and look for something for menus. So just go to menu and click to add this folder because this folder is missing. Click here, Ctrl+V and add this menus. This is 3 menus we will need it in our project. So just make sure you add 3 of them here. So to make sure everything is good and okay. And also we will need 4 activities. We will use it in this system. I go here, in our system we have 4 activities. First of all, someone enter his name, or his phone number. So I click activity, empty activity. I will name it Logan. It will be better because he will enter his phone number. Just make sure here I'm using same URL that I'm using here. So what's my project URL? If you go to Java, I think it's scom.mytracker. If I'm not correct, yes, mytracker, because here I'm using mytracker, and you know why, because this one com.mytracker. This is first activity that we needed, and the second activity we will need it. If I click right, just to give you overview what I'm doing or how the system would be, you just click add empty activity for someone add trackers, person who track him. So I would say my trackers in this way, and again give it same URL that we have it here. And third one is the map, is the main activity. So fourth one will be for the map. So make sure to click right here, add, and now go to Google, click Google Map Activities. So you add this one. Just make sure from the package name use it same. Here you go, finish, and you would add it. So he will ask you here for key. So make sure to go to Google and look for something. Just make sure to Google. Okay, and you know what we have to look, Google Developer Console. So I say Google Developer Console. This is just on this video, just adding some settings. So Google Developer Console, this one, and try to create a new project for you, just for tracking the phone. So just waiting, and click here, just create. So we just have already a project, so you could create a new project by clicking here. It's every time they change it. So I click a new project, and from a new project I would name it my tracker. Okay, he say, do you want, no, graded, yes, I agree, yes, there you go. If you see my tracker, this one, if I click on it, I will see this project now. Now this project, if I go to the design of this project, API manager, I will see this dashboard, the one that I'm caring for, to make sure from the top you have my tracker. So make sure you enable some API. So just go to the library, and from the library update Google Map API. This you know it already, but just to give you overview, just give it enable, and now go to the, just wait for some time, and now go to the credentials and try to add one keys here. Just name integrate API key, and give it any name. I just copy this key and make sure to close everything. So now I go back here to my project Google Map API, just replace it here. So also to avoid some problem you'll have in the future, this is in debug mode, so make sure go to build here and change it to the release mode also, and update the Google API. So when you upload it to the store, they will see the map, so they will not have a problem. So just when you change it to the release mode, you will see again Google Map API, but you see name release in front of it, so it doesn't have Google Map. So just add it here, save everything. Now go back to development mode, because all the work that we do it will be in the developer mode. So just go develop mode, everything is okay, everything is great. I added all the files that I needed, I don't have any problem. Now everything is good. If you see here, I have some errors in the style sheet file. This is because our style file is still reading data from old color file. This is the new color file. So which color you want to select? I want to select, for example, dark blue. So just go back to the style and replace this one for example, dark blue. You could give it this one, any color you would like, white, any color you would give it. You just let me just give it 3 of them same color, then we will update the color that we needed. This is for menu and other stuff. So now I have everything correct. Just make sure go to build and clear your project, so you will not have any problem from previous data. Now everything is cleared. If you go to the main activity as a design, as a layout, you'll see this color because we used this new color in our design. Just as you see, I replaced it in that file. This is for main, this is for other stuff. Let me just design some layout. I already have the designed things. So if I go here, if I go to the GitHub, to go to the find my phone assets, then I would go to the layout. So let's start layout. Then here you have something, for example, phone verify. Phone verify will be same activity that we will use it in our application. So I will not copy everything. I will copy this line from number 9 to the before the end, before I'm ending relative layout, to number 88. So I just go back, I'll just replace this one login, I just remove this part, I will replace it with a new one, just make sure copy paste it. So get, then I'll say paste, then make sure I just this one, this padding, I remove it. So if you go back, I just have simple nice layout for login. And here and ask you to add something for keys for few. I just click preview. You see here he needs some keys in the settings for hint. So you could go to the setting and add these keys, or you could just replace this one directly by a new one. You say okay, enter number. Okay, you say here you could say phone number. We will replace them later for the real data that we needed. Phone number input. This is just layout. So this will be for enter phone number, and he will go to the next. Then I just go to the map already ready for me. Oh, so see, I just copy this code in the main activity. So just make sure I just move it to the login, not main activity, because main activity have different design layout. So I make sure I just take this one. I just go to the login. I just add it here in the login, and also remove these lines. I have them in the logins. So just having layout, nice layout in the design. In main, if you go here in your design and you go back to GitHub, the main doesn't have a lot of information. All else have it in the main, you have just ListView. Just copy this one from 17 to 25. Go back and add it here. This is just ListView, listing number of users. The map, we say it's okay. The tracker also will not have a lot of information. If you go back here to the tracker, also it will be contact list here. If you just go see this is the contact list, just copy this line to this line, and you just go back, and here you go, place it here, and make sure just whenever you have padding, remove it so you'll see it full screen without any problem. So now, yes, everything is good. I designed all the layout I needed. Still some ticket I will need to use them in my app. So make sure you go to the code in the phone, in the computer. You see this one we use it, this one we use it, note we use it, verify we use it. I need this ticket, this and this one and this one. 3 of them we will use them as a ticket when we build application. Just copy them and click right, not here. I click right on the folder name and click paste and add them. I will show you what this layout mean. So this is for loading, when you do loading for something. This one will be for we ask someone to enter, for example, no data loaded, just ticket for showing no data available, just ticket. And we have another third ticket, just displaying some information about user, image, and phone number, and phone name, his name and his phone number. This is the layout that we will see on our project. Here we done, and see you next. Hey everybody, let me start design the system part by part. First of all, we go to the login activity and we need to design this layout. So I have layout designed. It's someone enters phone number and click next. I need someone, when you click next, I will go to the contact, the next activity. So if you see, now I want to that my project start from this activity. So first of all, I just go to the main phase. Just this way we'll change it while working. So now already the project will start from main activity. So I will take these 2 lines as a filter and I will move it to the login. I need to start from login. So just move this one, okay, and close it, and add this filter inside the login. That means the project will start from login. So now when someone starts the project, my project will navigate from login. So just to give you overview when we will start. We will start first from the login, because first thing we need from the user, he will enter his phone number. When he will enter the phone number, we will go to our Firebase database and create node for this user. So just make sure when we create this user, when the user will log in, we will create a new node for him. Let we suppose this node, we create node, we name it users, this one, and just give it default value 0. This is our main node. So main node will be users, number of users. We will go through tutorials and we add information for the users. But as overview, we will have in this, for every user, we will have his phone number, and we will have his longitude, latitude, and last time it's seen. And we will have a list of people he could track, and I will show you video by video, but it's just overview. And also we have one properties named updates. Updates mean he did update, so when we change the update mode, so he get notification to send his location, because when I need to get location for other user, I will just change the update status for him, so his phone will directly send me his location. Don't worry, this is just overview, because we will go this step step by step. So just be comfortable, and just that we see first when we will start. We will start from which activity. Here we go. See if this is the main activity, and this is some information we will need to update them. See this one loading. So when someone click on it, it's just loading. So yes, first of thing, we need someone enter his phone number. So let's just go to the activity that we have at login, and just make sure from some properties we will have it for this login. So we need to access to some information. We need to get the phone number for the user. Okay, I need to go to the coding and go to the logins, and this one will be edit text, and I will name it the same name. So I make sure I will initialize it from here, because I will use it. I will use edit text. Okay, then I will do find the view by ID r.id dot this ID, because I need to get his phone number. Second, I will go back here. If you see, he need to click on this button. So yes, this is the button. If you see this button on a click doesn't have any event, so I would just click on it. He have to give me hint. He say, hey, you're missing something. Let just me make sure if he give me or not. Yes, he give me. I click the events. So this is the event. And when someone enters his phone number, I will save his phone number in a global file, because later we will save it in the device. So when device turn on and off, we will get it. But just make for this step, we just get a new file. We name it a global info. This will be loading file from the when the phone is turn off and turn on. So just I have first properties. I have public static will be string for the phone number. Say phone number. This is user phone number. Initially there is no phone when someone started, so I have to access to this properties. It will be global info phone number. So just go here. I will say okay, global info dot phone number. Just make sure dot phone number equal. I will get this text. But not only this information, not only this part, I will do it. I will do a lot, but just wait for a second. I just get text for the user. I just getting a text to string, make sure. That's great. Now someone enters phone number, I will add it as a global file, so I will listen to it. Also, at the same time, I want to create a node inside the database for this user when he log in. That's great. So first of all, I need go to the Gradle and add database. So I need to access to the database. So make sure I have just Firebase for cover here. I just adding another one for just adding another Firebase for database. Make sure just copy all the line and just change the last thing is database, and make sure just synchronize your work so you could understand what we will do. Now I want to create a node to update user info. So I will go to the same file, just waiting for some time until he load all the thing for me. Okay, it's updated. So first of all, I just go here and I just go to the files and a global file and create a new method, because this method, this code I need to do it from different activity. So just I make sure I go to the global, and because this method I will call from different activity. This method will be public, static. I just give it static so I could call from different activity without creating a new instance. Should be void. This should be updates and updates info, or updates whatever for the phone number, string phone or user phone, because maybe different user. We will use this method a lot while we are working. So first of all, imagine I want to get user phone and I want to add node, name it user phone, and change its update status. So first of all, you need some information about database reference. So you could name it database should be this one should be Firebase database reference, Firebase database reference. Then we get instance, then we just say get reference, because we want to access to the reference for this database. Just let me minimize it. So okay, first of all I just create instance from the database. Now here you go, I want to access to the node. Which node I want to access? If you see, I have now just this one. Okay, I want to access to specific node in this one. I would say new child. Which child I want to access? First thing, I need to go to the here to the users, this child, users. If you see users, so first of all I would be in the users child. So for users, every user have a specific info. How I could get user info? Through his phone number. So I will just create a new child for specific phone number. For every phone number have a specific info. We will go through this info. First child we will add it for the user will be his updates. I would just set value. You could give it set value, any value, but we need this value is keeping changed. So it's better using a specific thing. I would use something related to the data time. So I would say data. Now this in the keyboard is not working in the date. So I'm just getting user data time, and I will want to save this data time inside the database. I would say okay, data format here, df. So to give you overview, what does this method do? This method just changing the update status for the user. So every time we call it for a specific user, we need to change his update status so he could sense of this update status later in next two videos. So now I want to call update status for the user when he log in. I just click here and we say okay, global class dot, I'm just calling this update status, and I send the phone number, so he will update the status for the user. So just make sure go to the next activity. So I define intent my trackers dot class. I want to go to that class. Then I will say start activities, start activity for intent. That's great. Then here we go. So now when someone try to log in, I will get his phone number. I will update his status node in the database because I create a new node. Then I go to the next activity. It is for login. So just make sure, run and see, and open it through the Firebase to see everything on Firebase. Okay. Also, before this thing in the Firebase, you need to change the rule while the application loading. This one should we change it to the true. So I need everyone could update, and this one will change it to the true. You know what this means, because now only authorized user could update, but now with this update, anyone could do the update. Say your security rules defined public, so anyone, I just do it public. So okay, that's okay. I'm just dismissing this thing. Yes, everything is good. I hope now the application is run, so you could see the results. Let me see. Here we go. Application is run. I will enter phone number 585-957-2732. Here we go. Next, see, I create a new node for that user, and I add update status for his time. So whenever I want to change this update, I just update for any user, I change this update time. Now next, in this user, I will add his longitude and latitude and his data of sending his location, and that is on people he want to track. For every user will have a specific node. So if you see, if I go back and try to add another user just for testing to 1, also we will have another node, see another node named user to 1, and this information. Here we done, and see you next. Hey everybody, in this video we will try to allow user to add the people he want to track him. So after he log in, he have to see new list of user they will track him, and he could click to add, or he could remove anyone from these people. So I have ListView already. I need to add list of user I want to track me. So because list of user is something public and I would use it a lot in updates, so it's better to add the list of user here. I will use him. So also I will say okay, I have another public, I have a static for list of user. The list of user will be specific data type. I would have prefer using map. It's have two properties, string and string. Why map? Because if someone want to update, he could update same user if he have same phone number. I would say updating string, and I will say user my tracker. I will name it trackers, and I will also just initialize this one. I just create a new instance from this class. So make sure create a new instance in this way. This is something public. I will use it a lot, so just to make sure I have it, so I will not have any problem in the future. But not map here, should be hash map. And this is that structure, so just doing hash map, it just not define it. So if I click again, hash map, define it, there you go, everything's good. So now I have my tracker list. So now later in this file we will add the trackers and read from the file and more, but now I want to just do the list of the tracker here in this in my tracker file. So now when I need to do something for a tracker, I have ListView. So let me go back to our file and do something for ListView. Do you remember ListView when you worked before? If I look for ListView, Control F, ListView adapter. So ListView adapter, when you work with adapter, first of all you have to define ListView item. So let me just define it and go back here and click right, add a new, and add this class, because see, we say this is standard, we will use it a lot in all our project. So and this is the class. I just copy all the class and I go back here, I replace it with this one. This is just my class. I have ID, not ID. I don't have ID now. I have two things, phone number, and I have user title or username, and also and I have phone number for the user, phone number. Okay, this is some information for the user. Make sure I will no longer delete this one, so make sure this one phone number should be instead this one. So see, whenever we use it, we will update it to the specific needed. So here you go, phone number also will be updated here. So yes, this is to an adapter information I would need it in my file, because if you see here, the ticket that you needed for loading user and for single row, you will have just user phone number and username and user phone number. So I just create adapter for this two information. Next, if you go here, you see, hey, you will define your adapter. So yes, let me define my adapter. Why not? Just from this line until this line, I'm just adding my adapter, going back to my project and to the file, name it my tracker, and just try to add adapter here. Adapter, you know how the adapter works. So first you define your base adapter, and you just define array list for list of items that you will use it. Then I just initialize this array list for the constructor. I have get command, set, and everything. In the view, I'm just doing some view, and this one view also. I don't know, W is not working in my computer, so yes, maybe sometime we'll miss it. So just I'm migrating this. I'm doing layout inflator to loading data. You have to know all this information before. What's the ticket I will load now? I just need to load this ticket for single row contact. So it will be single row contact. So make sure you say dot single row contact. This one I need to load it. And this single row contact, it have some information. If you see, go to the single row contact, it have two things. This one will be named TextView. The ID for it should be TextView1. See it? And this one TextView1. So it's better to name it TextView name, username. So it will be standard. And just make sure in this way use. And this one, make sure you change its name also to TextView password. So TextView username and TextView phone number. TextView phone. Okay. So you could now, so you could access to it from the code. So here, first off, for TextView, I want to access. It is for the username. So it is TextView for the username. I want to set this username to a new username. Should be s dot the username. So just s dot the username. I will do same operation for the second one because the username have it. I will do same operation for the update this one. I will do TextView for the phone number. Phone number. This one. I'm taking the phone number. Then I updated here. Here you go. And yes, this one should be for phone number. I know this video to be a little bit like long, but we will try to be convenient. So okay, here you go. I just have list. Adapter is good. I have to have method for refreshing this list. So I say void refresh. Just refreshing list view item refresh. Just if I want to, someone want to add data or remove, so I would refresh the data. So yes, I would go back to my file and see what the next. I need to define something here for adapter and other stuff. Let me just copy this two line. I copy them and I go back here and I added in the top. I have adapter and I have list item. Then second thing I will have it. I will go back to my file and try to initialize this information. If you see, he have adapter, he have ListView, and he doing something here. So yes, here is it. So this is initialized part. So yes, I don't have all this information. I have username. They just me for test. I would add Hussein, and for the phone number I would add this one. And I'm exiting for ListView. I don't know what the ListView name here and the layout in the tracker and the tracker layout. So if you go to the tracker, no list tracker, ListView should be. Does it have tracker? Map login node tracker. Where is it? Activity tracker loading. This one it named it ListView. ListView it name it, not ListView. So I could change it to the ListView. Yes, I have this is set adapter, and here we go. This is for refreshing adapter. If you want, we will do it later, but just to make sure everything is working, just I will run it. I will see if he display one item for me. If he display, that's great, so I will go next. Here we go. If I enter the phone number 585-957-2732, any phone number, click next, he will show me one user. That's great. One thing missing before I go to next video and try to do some update in contact and adding. We have already menu for the contact. So if you see, this is menu for contact. It's for adding and done. So I have to go back to our layout here and look for menu and try to add menu items. So if you see, this is menu, and the menu we have this code to display the menu. We need to add this code. So I will just 23 to the end. I will just take this code just to display menu for the user. So in the tracker, I will just add this to method. Just let me hide this method. You will use it later. So just add this to method. You will understand this method mean because you used it before. So yes, first of all, you define menu, and this menu should have layout inflator, and this menu will be accessing to the menu for the contact. So menu. So we will get menu contact list. We just read the menu contact list. I will not lead all this information for the search because I don't have search. I'm not doing search here, only contact. So when someone select item, I would have how many items I have. I have 2 items only, if you remember. So I don't have 3. One of the items that I have in the contact list will 2 ID. I have one of them of add, one of them of go back. So if I go here in this one, so for the add is adding something. So it's just this one go back, and this one will be add in the small case. I hope I did it well, but just let me make sure from it. Contact, this one for go back, this one ID is for go back, and this ID for add. So yes, if I go back, I will change this one to add. Yes, that's great. You say, okay, I will not need anything here in the go back, but in the go back, I will not do anything. I will say finish, just ending this one because I just want to display it, just going back, and this one for adding a new item. So if I click here and see, I have to see menu here. Now when someone login, click next, he will see the menu here. See, I have 2 items, finish and add. Next, he will click add to add items to the menu, and here we done. When you click it, he will finish. Here we done, and see you. Hey everybody, in this video we will complete our my tracker list. So now we want to, when someone click add, he will see pop up. He will select from the contact one person to allow him to track him. Then the person will appear here. So step by step, first of all, I need to go to the contact and display pop-up. So to do these steps, first of all, I would go back to my work, menus design, and first of all, I will be here for my tracker assets, find my phone assets, and I look for snapshot snippet code. So I will just copy this code. So this is for picking time. So make sure I just copy all these lines, and I will go back to my code and I will add this I will no longer update it, so I will minimize it. So this one for picking time. So I will see what this thing means. You don't need to understand it, but this method, when you call it, you just create a new intent. This intent will do contact picker, so you could pick an item from contact list. Just picking item, display the item for picker, so you will see the selecting contact pop up. When it's pop up, when you select someone, the result will be come back to you. It's directory. We send it the ID, so we say okay. When I get the result, if he select okay, that's mean he selects someone. I just need to get the information for that one. So all these code, I don't ask you to understand it, but just to make you you have some knowledge, all these code will getting the username and phone number. So now I have the name here by the end. If he click OK, I will have the name will be saved in this variable and phone number will be saved in this variable. So I could do some operation. I will not need this one for now. Let me just remove it. So first of all, I need to format the phone number. So I want to change the format of the phone number because every device has different format, but I need to have a standard for me. So it's better to add this method. We just formatting the phone number to specific format and everyone use it. So just make sure to copy this method and add it in our global class. So add it here. So because I need to format phone number. First phone number I need to format it before I go to here should be global info format phone number. And to be in standard, you have to go back and log in. When someone try to log in, before I save it, I just to format the phone number. So all the phone number now you have to format it because I need to be in a specific standard for phone numbers. So yes, formatted. So going back to our file, now I have phone number formatted. I have here's the phone number and here is the information for phone number. First of all, I need to add this phone number to my class. If you see, I have global class here. I have this one, my tracker list. So I need to add the phone number. When someone add it, I will add it to this track list. So I'll go back here to the my tracker and say, okay, first of all, add it. So I will say dots for my trackers dot I am adding user. So I say put, because I'm putting hash map, I have key and value. So you could use a phone number as a key, and you could use the name as a value. That's good. So now I have a new item, phone number and name. That's great. So now when I have the phone number and value, everything is here we go. Now after I add it to my data and local phone, I need to also tell the Firebase here, this person could track this person. So do you remember when we worked before with global and we did some Firebase information? This one, I will just use same code. I will not do a lot of work. So I just go back. I would just copy this code here. So how I would do now, I would say, hey, the child will be the phone number. Who phone number? I would say this name, C name. The new user could follow this user. For this, not update. This user, it is number, have number of trackers or finders. So inside that user, I will add finders who you could find number of people. So what's the child? I need to add another child for that you could find them. I will say you could find list of the child. The one that you will find it is the or child. The phone number for us, it is for this device. I will say this global.phone number. Okay. And then set value, I will just change it to the true. Here you go. If you see this in two lines, so make it 2 lines, be easy. So just say this will be a true. So what this thing mean? Hey, after you add this one in local phone as a tracker, please update that real phone. So I say if I add Hussein track Muhammad, so I will go to Hussein profile and will say, okay, one of the finder Hussein could find it is Muhammad. So just updating this place. Now after I do this thing, I do it everything. I just refresh. I say refresh. We have refresh method. I think we have refresh method already. We defined it before. It is for refreshing. we will add everything on it. So okay, when we do everything, we update the database, that we go back, we need to do refresh. So what the refresh do for us? The refresh is just doing refreshing for the data from the database. So what the refresh do for us? We said we have list of item in the hash map that we have it. So okay, I would say I have map.entry, this way, .entry. I will name it m. I'm looking for the global file dot the list of the item that I have it, my trackers. I just going through all the trackers dot entry set. I say okay, dot entry set. Entry set. I'm just getting set of the entries. Then I will update the list of the item I have it here. So what the list I have it here, if you see, I have just list through username and phone number. So yes, here you go. I will do same operation here. I'm just adding the key and value. The key you now get key is should be user phone number. Say get key, and also that one or get key dot to string, and also this one will be get value to string. So is reverse, because this should be first. The second one is the key. The phone number will be the key, and the username will be the value. So just reverse it. So get value. Say get value. Yes. So I'm getting the value, but before I'm adding the value, just make sure you clear the list, clear it from anything. Then by the end, when you load everything, just notify the adapter. Say, hey adapter, I updated the list, please refresh. Like say notify database change, because I'm updating. So whenever anyone added to the list, I will update the list to get the user. So now I no longer need this example, because now I'm loading from the real data that he could add them, so they could track him. So whenever the phone loaded for first time, I just calling this one, because this one may be saved in the database. But before I'm calling the refresh, I could call it because this one is not connected to anyone. Now I want to make sure of something. Now here we define pick method. So pick method should be called when someone click here add, but you cannot call pick directory unless you have access to the contact, because you need a permission to access to the contact. So you have to go here and you have to add a new permission. You say use permission, access contact. That's just one, read contact. I'm reading contact, so just add this permission. You know the Riemann story for the permissions. When you add a permission, there is a number of steps you have to do it with any permission. First of all, I have everything enlisted in our GitHub. So if you go back to our GitHub, look for permission. I think permission should be the last in the end. Permissions. This is the whole story for any permission you will wanted. So just copy and take this part. If I'm not correct, if I'm correct, I will just copy this two part from 43 to the check permission. So going back here, I would say yes, before doing contact picker, this one picker, for anyone doing contact picker, I need to check permission. So first of all, when someone click on the add, I check if the permission available or not before I'm doing reading contact. So when I'm doing read contact, first of all, check permission. I will check if the device more than 23. I'm checking for some permission for read contact. Well, the main first permission should be for read contact. So I just say read contact. Read contact. If it's not granted, please pop up a menu and ask him to access to the read contact. So if he agree, that's great. If he already granted, load the or display the picker for me. If he not, wait for something. If he access available, read contact. If not, that's great. Now the idea behind this point, now if someone just make sure from the list, now if someone click add button, add in the menu, this in the menu we have add, when he click, we will check the permission and we will see if the permission is granted. If it's not granted, he will supply the picker. If not, we will supply pop-up dialog, ask him to access to the read contact. If he agree, we will see. If you'll see the result. If he agree, we will load the contact and he could pick. when we load the pick, when he load the pick, we display picker. He could select phone numbers from the device, and the result, we will take this result and we will save this result in the database, and we upload the tracker and upload refresh. Then when we refresh the data, we ask them to reload this data again from the device. If I click on it here and see what's happened, here we go. If I now enter the phone number 957-272, any phone number. If I click next, I have to see this menu. Now if I click pick, he say, okay, this one need to access to the contact. Okay, allow. He says see the contact. Before I pick any contact, just check Firebase, see the change that will happen. So yes, so here we go. If I click Hussein, see, he will go to the Hussein and he add node for Hussein, name it finder. He say, hey, Hussein could find this phone number. Did you see? Also, if I go to the, again, try to add another person emulator, he says, see, he go to the emulator and add in the emulator, find this phone number. So this phone number could be found by emulator and could be found by Hussein. See? Now that's great. Now you understand everything. Last thing missing, I need when someone click on any of this, I will remove them from the database. So yes, how it's doing. It's not so complex. We did the complex part in this one. So I'm doing some refresh. I say ListView dot set on a click listener. Set on a click when someone click on. For someone click on the item, a new on a click listener. So I'm looking for a new on a click listener. So now when someone click on the item, I will have it. When someone click on the item in the list, I will have access to it. So what I will do, first of all, I remove the item from the list of my tracker. Then I will remove the node from the database. How I will do, I will access to the node that I have it for that person according the child for the tracker. Then I will remove that node. Then I will refresh my list view. Here you go. If I rerun again and see what's happened. If I enter a phone number, click next. I click add in person. I will add this emulator. Then also I will add this one. I click, see, delete, delete. Also will be deleted from the database. Here we done, and thank you for watching, and see you next. Everybody, if you remember from previous video, whenever we rerun application, we need to enter the phone number and we need to enter the person I want to track. And this is not what we want. We want to someone close the app and reopen it. Everything is saved. Either when the phone is restarted, the app will start with boot app, so the data will be loaded again. So you need to save the data. I will save the data through the shared reference. So let me go to the GitHub, and from GitHub try to go to the snippet code in the file. Find my phone. I will go to the snippet code, and from snippet code I will take the new code that I have is this one for a global file. From this one to this one, I just copy them and I add them in this file in family finder. So what this code mean? First of all, I will define context because I need to access to some layout design from normal class. Also, I will define shared reference. Then in the constructor of the global info, I initialize the context and also initialize the shared reference file and a get file name it my phone. I create two methods. One method for save. I need to save the data. Which information I will save? I will save phone number and my tracker. So first of all, my tracker is the map, so I need to change them to string to store them. So I will create for loop to move through all the trackers. Then I will get them one by one. I will get phone number and the username on all these. I will list them and I will add between them this sign between phone number and username on all the users. I will add them through the list. When I will done, I OK. If I don't have any item in my tracker list, I will add empty in this variable. Then I will save tracker this list. I will add it, save it. Then I will add number of phone number also. I'll save it. Then I comment the save for me. Next, when someone we want to load the data, that's great. First of all, I will create the tracker. I will get phone number. I add it here from the file. I will get tracker list and add there. But tracker list, if you see, we save it between them one sign. So I need just to check if there is tracker is not empty. I will just get all the users and split them according to this sign that we add them. Then I will added them again to the tracker list again by adding first and second. That's mean I'm adding key and username, key and username, key, username. But if you see here, I'm not increasing by 1. I have to increase I equal I plus I equal I plus 2, because I need to move 2 to I don't need to move one location, because when every user have 2 locations in the array, having phone number and username. After I get other information, that's great. If there is no phone number, that means the person is loading for first time or open the app for first time. I will navigate to the page, name it context. If you see here, I'm using context, here I'm using context.start activity, because you cannot write directory start activity from class, normal class. You could write start activity only from activity class. So this is normal class, so you cannot do it. So you have to add context. Therefore, we pass it context. So make sure whenever you use anything like start activity or another, you have to write context. Also, you have to add this flag when you want to start activity from normal class. That's great. So what I have to do now? Now I want my application is not starting from login. My application will start from the main page. That's great. In the main page, when the app starts from main activity, I want to check if there is, or I'm loading the data. When the activity started, I need to load the data. So what I will do, I create an instance from loggable info, and I'll try to load the data. What will happen? He will come here and he try to load the data. If he did not see phone number, he will pop the activity for login for us. The activity for login will appear, and when he click next, I have to finish this activity. Then I will open next activity, that is a tracker. He would select number of trackers. So when he select them, he will do some operations. For example, I want to save. When someone, let me just, not this one, sorry. Let me first save the data when someone add tracker. So when he add someone track him, I will save file. So I will save this in the file. When he deletes someone from tracker list, also I want to save them in the file, just to make sure. Also, if you did not select anyone to track him, I want also, if you just click go back, I also save the data in the file. Before I run it, let me check last thing in the global info file. If you see, when I save as name as my tracker, but when I read here, I should read it as my tracker. Also, when I load it, I load the phone number and all the data saved in the tracker list. That's great. Tracker, and I load the trackers. That's great. But when I load phone number, I don't have variable, just in this way. So before you run it, just make sure you go back and you remove your tracker app to make sure you will not have any problem when you run it again. Then rerun and see the result. Here we go. He asked me for a device. I give phone number now, 599572732. Next, I'm adding someone to track me. I will add myself, tracking myself, and that's good. Now, what is the new thing is happened? The new thing, if you close the app, let me just close it, and try to reopen the app again. He will not to go to login and other stuff. He already have all the information. Save it. Here we're done, and thank you for watching. And welcome. Let me talk in this video about some important part in our system. It is one service and one location listener. First of all, let me talk about location listener. I need, whenever the location change, I have the value. So I will use location listener for sure. So I will go here and I will declare a new class, and I will name it track location. And that's, you know what it. This one should implement a class, name it location listener. Location listener, and you know this location listener have implement for number of methods, and this is the method that we have to implement. One of I'm interested in is this one, is on location change. It's better for me as developer because I will use it in other place. I would define here something public. I will name it location listener, and this one it's better for me. Also name it, give it static. Okay, and this location I would initialize it here. I will say, okay, this dot location equal this location. So whenever the location change it, I will have it in the public value, so I could access to it. Also, it is better to see if the service is running or not. So I say, okay, public, but whenever the service is run, I will change it to the true. Okay. This is one part. So when I want to run the service, I have to check if the service is running or not. So let me check. So first of all, I have to go to main activity. I will start first from main activity. I will say, okay, I will have void method for start services because I have number of services. I will start them from here. You see, first of all, I want to start location track. What I have to do, I have to check if the location listener is already is running, but which of them? It is I'm tracking the my tracker, not my tracker. It is track location. Track location dot is location is running. If it is running, if the track location is running, I don't run it again. But if it is not running, I will start running the tracking. You know how we could run the service. If you go back here for the location listener, you know we already implemented before how we could track the location. So let me just make sure here location, my location listener, this one for location listener, and here you go. Here you could start the service for location listener. This is 3 lines. So if I go back here, okay, here you go, start the location listener for me. So from location tracking, now I name it location tracking. I'm just doing a new instance from location tracking. Okay, I will name it location tracking, track location. So I've been some convention. Then I will check location manager and see if it's system service available. So if yes, here you go, track, run the service. I will run it every time, every minute, because I don't care about the value. I just want to have updated value for this one. Also, here is it, as you see, this dot track location, not this. We will use this one, but do as it because we just run it all the time. If you see, he said there is a problem, man. You want to access to location, and there is 23 permission and after. So, just first of all, make sure you have access find location already available to add it with the map. So I add another user permission for access across location. So access find location, and this is access across, I think, cross location. This one. Here you go. I just added. Then I want to get permission for them. I already have lines for permission in the my tracker. We did for permission. So just we could copy the code and we could use it here for the check permission. And this part was for check permission, and this part was for getting result from the permissions. I want to check if the location tracking is enabled. If not, please run it again. So I would say location here, or for login, sorry, main page, main activity. Before I'm starting the service, I would check for the permissions. I would say, hey, if the permission, if he is not granted, check the permission. So when the app is started, after I loading the data, I would check the permission. I would say, okay, if the user is granted to doesn't have access location, access find location, if he doesn't have this permission, please ask him to access to this find location. And also I want to use access across our location, but they are from same family, so that's okay. You could add one of them, but you could use across our location. This one, access across our location, access across our location. I'm just try to access to these 2 permissions. So I would see if he granted, and we start the service. If he already granted, I will start my service. If he not, he will see the request permission. When he agree, I will start the service again, and I will get location updated. Now I don't have a problem, don't care about this problem now. Now I'm in safe place. Now whenever the location updated, I will have the location here on this one. So just make sure you are right place. Just that's great. He say this app want to access to the location. You could say allow. That's great. One thing missing before I go to the next video, it's better to initialize this one location here on the constructor, so you avoiding any error that will stop the app, because some device may have the GPS is off, so your app will not work, not define it in this way. Okay, if it's not defined, I will set the longitude latitude. So set latitude I will set for 0, and I also add set longitude. I will set that also the 0. So now I'm right place. Let me go to the next video and see. Everybody, one of most important part is in our system is one service that should run all the time in background. Whenever anyone want me to give him my update, he would send my location to the server. What does that mean? When we started, we just create value for every user, name it updated. This value could be updated by any other user. So when me as a user, I always listen to my update value. If this value is changed by any user, I will update my location. That will save time of using Firebase a lot, so you will reduce the money that you will have to pay. Because you will not to have the update your location every time. No, you will update your location only when someone asks you to give him location. So when, for example, when Muhammad want Hussein location, Muhammad will update this update value for Hussein, and Hussein always listening to his value. He say, oh, my value changes, so someone need my location, so let me send my location to the server and save it so Muhammad could read it. And this is the part. So first I need to define service. I will say click here, I will say Java, I name it my service. Okay, this my service should be or should extend intent service, as we know. Intent service. As you see, he need to implement some methods, he need on handles. One method that also we have to implement it is the constructor, and we have, when we implement the constructor, we have to call the super for my service. So you have to say, okay, super for my service, just call it. You could give it any name, as you know. Just make sure. I don't know why I add single quotation. I'm with JavaScript all the time. So that's great. Just initialize it. Also, it is better to add public, bool, static, if the service running. So I say is running equal false by default, because it's not running when the app before the app started. So if it's not running, okay, let me change it to true, because no, now the service, my service is running and everything is good. So yes, here you go, and now we start the service. So what I want to do, I want in my service in background, I also always listen to my update value. So whenever anyone change my update value, I will send my location to the server. It will be really easy. First part, you have to define services. If you see here first, I have to define my database references. I say, okay, database references. I say dbr or dbr, you could name it in this way. So, or you could name it database references in underscore. Then we need to initialize it here. So how we initialize it? First of all, we say Firebase database, then we say get instance, then we say get references. Okay, now we initialize it. Now I want to listen to specific node. If you see here in the global, when we update the value for us here in the update info, when we update the value, we update this child value, this one, for user and user phone. So I will do same operation in my service. I will listen only on this child. I will say whenever anyone changes, the name is changing now in the server, the phone number should be my phone number. So I will say global info, I'm looking for my phone number. So I'm just listening to my phone number. So whenever anyone did update to my phone number, here we go. Now I don't add value listener. So I would say add value event listener equal, it's better to do it in number of lines so someone who could read it, equal a new on what I have to do, but just you click control and space, you will see autocomplete, you could see it. So now whenever anyone changes this value for me as a user, I will get this method will be fired, data change it. So now in this method, I would send my location updated to the server. So how I would send my location to the server? I will do same operation. I'm looking for user to my user, this user that I have it. I also have the location. If you remember the location that we have it, I could get it from the class for track location, this one dot the location. This is, I have it from track location. I could get it here and use it. So I will say, okay, for my user dot location for my location. I add a new child for my location. Just updating my location. So let's just me added a number of lines so you could read it. I would say add a new child inside the location, or say child. I would name it latitude. I will save inside it set value. I will add my latitude. So you could, as you see, you could get it here. You could get a directory from this one. You could say, okay, I would get a directory from this one. Dot get latitude, because I'm doing latitude. So if you see this one have to be string, you could add it, but you could add it as it, so you don't have to change it. So you could add a number of lines so you could read it. This is CI here. I'm saving my latitude. I would save also my longitude. So I say get longitude, get longitude. I say log, and I also save my location. So my last updated location, my last time that I was active. I will say get, I will say last online date. I will name this node. How you could get last online date? If you remember in the global file, you could get my data time through this one. So I could get my data time like this one. I would go back to my service. I would say, okay, let me save here my last updated data time, and I send it to the format. So again, if I go to the global, here is it. And again, just let me make sure from this one I will use this one, df. So my service, yes, here is it. Just make sure I'm in multi-line so you could see. So for this child, I will not update longitude or latitude. I will update his location. So for whenever anyone asks to update my updates, I will send my longitude, my latitude to the server, and I also send my last location. So all of them will be updated, will be saved under one node named location in my username. I have everything set. Yes, everything is good. Let me just add this line here. I ending the semicolon. Then I want to start the service. So I'll start the service from main activity. When I start service, I have this method. I was starting if the look tracking is not active. Also, I will say the same thing. If it's not, my location, my service is running. Is not running. My service is running. If it's not running, I will start it. So how you started? You started in a really easy way. You say intent. I name it intent. Is my service dot class. Then I would say start service. This intent because I want to send. One last thing missing. I'm sure you all think about it now. We need to go back to the Memphis and define the service here and say, hey, we have a service also. So you say, okay, I have a service. You name it this service, just add it in the Memphis. So now everything is cool, convenient. So now before I start the app, I need to do some operation. I need to close it and just show you how the update is going, or how the location is updated also for that user, because only update will be called from one place. It will be only called from login. When someone login, I will call the updates. Otherwise, no one will call the updates. So only from this place. You could call from the place, but let me see. Here we go. He will ask for access to location. I will agree. Then he will ask to enter phone number. I will say my phone number should be 585-957-2732. I will click next. He will see this list. He have to update my location now, but let me just continue and try to add some trackers and see what is going on. If I click, I hope everything is now good. If I go to the list, I see my phone number, this one, who find me, this person could find me, my location, this is my update location, this is last time for update, and this is longitude. This is 0 because I didn't update it here from here. If I have to send it updated now, but now everything is good. I know I don't need to do additional work. I want to go to the next video and start listing people. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video how we could list the user that we track here. So if you go to the Firebase, you would see anyone you track, he will be listed under finders. of your finders already. So see, I could find myself, this person could find me, so everyone under his finder, he have a list of user he will track, so I could get phone number for them, and here you go. So yes, to get started, I first will get everything that we did it for tracker and move it to this new one, because in a tracker we use same information, so we use same menu options. Let me just first take menu and menu options and move it to the main activity, and in the main activity I will add this one for menu options, but in the menu options I have some change here. I would load menu, but I would load main menu. I would load this one, so just make sure from everything is good, main menu. And also here the main menu will have two things, I think. So just remove this two part, and I will see what the main menu have. If you go to the main menu, you will see it have help and it have settings. So the one that I'm interested in, here we go, just me make sure for main activity. Okay, so main activity, not mob activity, I have this one and I have help. Just keep everything is good without any missing. You would see setting, when someone click on it, he have to show you add user, so you could name it add tracker. It will be more understandable, so it's better to be here add tracker, not setting. So when someone understand what this mean, add tracker, so someone track me. So you see on login, when we go to the add tracker, we just added this two lines. So same thing we will do it here for this person. So now if you see, when I click first part of the code, I will see menu. I could add my tracker list. Here you go. If I click now here, I could add tracker for myself. I could add this one, and that is, I save it. Now add tracker. That's great. So now I have menu. Now I want to add item in this, and same thing that I added for the my trackers. If you see in my trackers, we defined not this part, we defined adapter. So let me just copy same adapter, because I will use same data I use it in adapter. So in in main here I would use same thing. And also I want, instead having this one, I need to also initialize it. So where is it the refresh? This is refresh for refreshing data. So I would say here I would go to my main activity, and also I will implement this method. You could implement it in any place, but it's better to implement it here. So it doesn't need any permission refresh, it's just loading who I could track. So you could just add a directory here, because it doesn't need any permission. So you have to add list of items, and you need to initialize something. If you go to my tracker, you would see he initialized something here. This is three things, he initialized them. So just take them and go back to your main activity and add them here before you refreshing. And also we are missing two things now. If I go again to my tracker, in the app I have this thing, I have to move them. This is just for adapter, so yes, add them here. Everything I think is clear. Just this one, this is my client adapter, so it's better remove this one. Yes, now everything is clear and there is no problem. Now he will load everything, and I will not have any problem. But now he will not load the data for me, just loading normal users. But just let me just make sure everything is good, so I could replace it with my data. Here we go. When I rerun it, I saw this one. That's been great. Everything is working. But I don't want to load my tracker. I want to load who I track. So if I go to main activity here, you see here I'm loading this is just for testing. So I need to load real tracking people. So in same way, when we here on the service, we was listening for a specific node to get some data, we will do the same thing in this time. So also I have Firebase instance. So first of all, I have this line. I have to copy it in my main activity just on the top, and also I have to initialize it when I want to initialize it, when the activity is started. So make sure I just initialize it, so I don't want to do the work again and again and again. So then after I initialize it, after loading, it is better to add it before loading, so I will not have any problem. Just after load this data directory, I've initialized it. Then I'm loading, I'm initializing my data. Then what's next? This is next, I'm listening to a specific node. Not listening, I want to get all the data that available in this node finder, in my finder. I just implement this code for you, so you don't have to spend your time, and I don't have to spend some time because it have some details. So if you go to the find assets, snap it code, then from here I will go down, then I will select here from 18, then I will go down to the end. I will take all these items, copy, then I will go back to my project. Here is it, my project. Then I will add this code here. So what this code do? What I want to do before, I want to listen to this node. So it is users, my phone number, finder. So I will say okay. In the code, I will listen. I will define my references. I will listen to the user, my username, finder. This is the finder event listener. So whenever any update happen in this finder, I will get on change. I will get all the listed users. So TD will have all listed users available under finders. So I want to read them. First of all, I check if there is no one available, return no tickets. So there is no one added already. So I just have phone number. I need to get username also. So first I'm reading all the user phone numbers from my phone. So we discussed it before, this one, how you could read phone numbers from the phone and add it as a name and phone number. Then I just compare. I just move through this TD list key. I'm checking whenever I find this key in the contact list, I will add the username in the contact and phone number in the list and continue. By the end, I update when I'm done, and that is. Now if I just run it again and see what's happened. If you remember, I already added Hussein as someone who could track me. So let me check. Here you see he just update location. See Hussein is available because Hussein could track Hussein. He track himself. If I remove it, see he remove this node now. Now if I go back, I see there is no ticket, no one available. So you could update no ticket now with the new data. So if we have it no ticket, this one, we use this one when there is no data available. So you could use it. How we could use it? I will tell you how. If you remember, when we upload the normal data, we use my view to access to this one. So it's easy. Now I check where is the data saved. The data here, when there is no ticket, what we will do, we will say, okay, we will add text as a title as no ticket. Okay, so I say, okay, here I will check if s dot the name or username dot equal for no ticket. That means there is no ticket. So if there is no ticket, I will do something else. I will do the normal one. So in the normal, we load this thing and return this view, and also we have this one view already in it. So this is the normal live. If there is no problem, data is available, please load this one. Otherwise, if there is a problem in the list and there is no one, I want to load different ticket. So let's just make sure if I don't have any problem inside this way. Yes, here you go. So now what I want to do, I want to load different ticket, not that ticket same. So that's okay. I will just copy this line. The ticket that I wanted doesn't have any data, and the name of the ticket, it is in use ticket no news. So I will say in use ticket no news, and this ticket I want to load it. And here you go. Now if there is no data, I will load this ticket. If there is data, I will load other tickets. So if you run it, it will be nicer because now you don't have to see this person every time. You see it only when there is no data available. Now if I want to try someone here, I adding Hussein. I add myself because I cannot add see from other device. See, here's Hussein. Here we done. Thank you for watching and see you next. Hey, let me go to the last step in this application. It's really nice. Now, just we want to, when we click on anyone, we see its location on the map. So it's not a lot of work you have to do. First of all, we have to go to the map, and when someone click on ListView, so this is my ListView, and when someone click on this ListView, I want to do something. So I would just go under it. I would say, okay, dot set on item click listener, this one. When someone click on the item, I will say new on item click listener. I don't know why this one is not working for button click. So yes, when someone click on the item, so what I have to do, I just want to take phone number and send it to other page, and the other page will work with it. So all I have to do, I say okay, I have adapter item, the adapter item. Is it adapter item? What's the name here for the class? I have it. It is adapter item. Yes, I say adapter item. Here adapter item. I would say adapter item equal. I would just get the instance of from my list. If you see all the data, I'm saving it in the list and use item. So I say listen use dot get. I just get in specific one. I get according the possession. So I'm just getting according the possession. Now I have the information for same user. Now I want to send it to the other activity. I will say okay, intent. I will name it intent equal new intent. I will say get application context. I cannot use this here because it is I want to go to map activity. What's the name of map? Name it map activity if you see. So I would go to map activity, not main activity, map activity dot class. Then I add some extra data in the intent. I say put extra. I would add phone number. And what the value for phone number? I would add value should be in the item. I send just phone number from this item. Just I say phone number. Yes. Then I start the activity. I say start activity for the intent. That here we go. So all what we do is just taking phone number and send it to the another activity, name it map. So when the map will work, before loading the activity, let we do some operation. Let we say void load location here, and in the load location we just loading locations. So what we have to do here, just I don't know why this one also will appear. We just getting the phone number that when we want to load the location for the phone number. So yes, this is the phone number that we want to load the location for. So first of all, you need to go here and define the bundle and saying b equal get intent dot get extra. Then we call the load location, okay, and we send it b dot get string, and we send it this phone number. I don't know why this one also appear this way, so I say just send them phone number. This one later when I'm done from loading, I will load this map. So let me say this will be void for loading map, for load map, okay, and here we go. So now what I would do, before I'm loading the map, I need to load user location according to phone number. So if you go to the Firebase, you will see every user have location, and this is the information for location. So we could listen to the location in same way we listened before to the in the main activity. If you remember, when we was listening, we listen to the finder. So you could listen to user location, just take all this one and copy it and go back to the map activity and add this code here for the load location. You know, we still have two things missing from map. It is for data references, so define it app, and also you have to go down here and initialize it. So we need to initialize it after when the map loaded, before the map loaded. So before I'm doing anything, just after the activity, I just initialize it. So when I initialize it, I get the phone number. So I say please load, I need to load the information for the load number, for the user phone number, any phone number I send to him, but I want to get location. So now I want access to the location. Okay. Now if I go here and expand it here, you see a lot of work, but I will not use all this code, and I don't need all this code. All what I needed is just some information. So all this code I don't need. Now what 2D may have. So if you go here 2D, we get access to the listener location. So it have last online location, lat log. So if I go back here to my project, say I just do this way, I get latitude from the double force td.get, because it is hash map, so it's key and value. I'm sending key, I'm asking for key, I give it key name, lat, he give me value, log, and last online location. So in this way, lat, log, last online location, you have it. If you see, I have lat log now for the last user location. I would add in the Sydney, but Sydney he already prepared for us. If you see it here, it doesn't have any Sydney now. Sydney it is a private now, so it is better to take it up and make it public, because I don't need to initialize it using this way. So I need to initialize it from this place, so it's public now. So now when it's public, I have last lag, last online location. So now when everything is done, yes, here it is time to show them up. So when he load them up, also it's better to take this one and make it public, not a private, so I could display the data for it. So yes, when he get the location, he will load the map is loaded, and it will display the map on this location. So it is better, we say here instead Sydney, here we say last online and give it last time he was online, and that's great. So just to remember you, when the application will start, I just get bundle phone at the phone number, then I'm listening for the phone number location. So I just getting the location value for the person that have lat that's dot inline, then I'm loading the map. When I sending the map, it load the fragment, and the fragment will display, will go to that point and do it in you. It is better to go to that point, yeah, not just move it. It's better to say not a new lag lot, say a new lag lot with zoom. So just do some zoom for like 15, for example, just go to that point. Here we go, now it's running. I hope when I click on name I will see its location. So here we go, this is the location for Hussein. If I click, I will see he say last online in this time. So yes, now it's great. Now anyone he add me as a person could track him here, so I will see its location. Now emulator could see my location, but I'm not the emulator, I'm different person, I'm Hussein. Now I add myself, so I could track myself. So because here I added myself, so I could track myself. If I remove it, it's gone. So I'm tracking myself only. So try to add other members, so and see what's happening. You will see list of people, anyone. When you click on it, you will see its location on the map. It's really awesome and great. And yes, that's what we did. Thank you for watching, and see you next. Hey everybody, one final thing we have to do before we publish our app in the store. We said we added services in our application, and the services could get any update on user location. So when anyone asks to update user location, it will send the user logged, longitude, and last update to the Firebase. That's mean here is Hussein. If someone change update of Hussein listen to his updates, he will send his location directly to this place. So we have updated location for Hussein, so we could read it. So now here when we have the map, so when we click to see user on the map, here in the map active in the main activity, when we click on it, it is better to load to do update for the user. So it's better to call global dot we did update for user update info or update info. For who? For the adapter item dot phone number. That's mean when you click on any user to see its location, this method will call it and send notification, hey, oh please send your location to the server, so we could listen to it. That's great, this problem is fixed. One last thing, this one is not preferred to add it here, it's better to add it here. So it's better added here, public, void on resume. So because it's not good to add it in the location, so it's better to add it on resume, so whenever someone resume the phone, it will update the location or to refresh the location again. So also yes, this is I'm sure it should be the same, this is the real name, so it is already overwritten, so make sure yes everything is cool. So yes, here now everything is cool, convenient, we don't have any problem. So if you try to run the application for both devices, and see what is going on. And also, before I do anything, I will remove my data in the database, so we start from 0 and see what will do, what our update will do. So this is first phone, and hopefully this will be the second phone. Here we go. Now two devices working. If I want to allow this one, I will give it a specific phone number. I will say this one will be 33232324. Save. Login. See, I get a new user with update. If I do same thing for this one, I'll say allow. I give it 58595572732, and I click next. If this one I click for adding, try to add some people to track, he say okay, I want to allow to Bicky to track me, for example. And this one he open his app, so he done this one, so that he open the main page. He doesn't have anyone to track. I want to allow this phone to track this phone, so this phone have to open, allow, and select Hussein, for example. See Hussein. Here we go. See, now I'm here in the main page, but here I'm still in this page. So make sure to click here to go to be in same page, both in main. Now I want to update a GPS, so I would give it specific location, and you give it 71, 72, for example, and click send. Just give location for this person. I would do same thing for this one. I will give it 77, and click send to give location. Now I'm done. So I want to ask for Bicky location. So what will happen? See, first of all, I send update. I updated Bicky value. Then Bicky answer me by his location. So what the operation that happened in the system? So first of all, I send it here. If I go down here in the menu, so I could understand, in the main activity, when I click it, I updated the that updates for Bicky. So update this value for Bicky. Bicky already have a service that running in background. This service that listen, hey, I have updated my data. He will send this location, and you will see the update here. So you see first update here, then first update here. Now I'm already reading this one in my app, in my map view. Already I'm reading this one for location, so I view it in the map. So yes, here we done, and thank you for watching. I hope this video was amazing for you. Hey and welcome. I know everything is good and you could run and you could see the location, but I'm sure there is something in your mind. You say, okay, what if the phone restart? The app should be cool because the services will be die when the phone is restart. So how I make my services restart with the system? Because there is two things I need them to run with every time. It's my service, and the second one is the for tracking, is track location. This have to be run all the time. So how I do this? Okay, it's okay. First of all, go to the manifest file and try to use permission. Well, the permission we needed, permission for keep the phone in with receive the boots. I say okay, receive boots camp. That's mean my phone could receive the boot camp operation. After this step, after I say okay, this phone could receive boot camp operation. Next thing, I need this application to run with the system. So I need the broadcast receiver because I need to listen events happen in the system. That means system restart. So I have to add a new class. I would say run with OS. So I would just create it. I will make it this one, extend the broadcast receiver in this way. Broadcast receiver. You see it is need to implement something, and I click here and implement the method. The method I needed on receive. That's great. Run with OS. Now I want to register this receiver in the system. So I need here to go and add inside my application. I want to register receiver. That means I'm receiving something to receiver. The receiver is this one. Run with OS. The receive. Now I want to listen to a specific event. Because I want to listen to a specific event, I need to add intent filter. One of most important part you have to add it here, the priority. I don't know why, but there some devices will not run without having a priority. Use this number 214748, then 3647. So 3647, you just give it a priority number, then here you go. So because this process will not run in some devices if it doesn't have a priority. I feel this problem many times with store. So I need to add action. I want to listen to a specific action. What the action name? The action name should be for the bootcamp. So I would say Android provide Android intent action bootcamp. So I say okay, Android dot intent dot action dot bootcamp. So this one bootcamp it. Okay, make sure from it, close it. For sure I have to have category. For category should be name it. The category I'm using default category. So let me look for default category, this one. Now yes, now when the system is started, so it should directory call or broadcast receiver. So when our broadcast receiver get this data, so we need to now we say okay, hey broadcast receiver, you started, you listening to something, please do some operation for me. So how we do that is not too complex. If you see, this is the action that we listen to. It is Android intent action. I will take this copy. I go to my broadcast receiver here. Even I don't have it, I don't want to add it because I'm listening only one action, but it is better to add it. And this one, I will say okay, if intent dot get action dot call and ignore cases, because I need to ignore the cases. It's uppercase and lowercase, because I have here uppercase, maybe the actions come as lowercase, so I would ignore the cases. So this method will be executing directory whenever the system start. So whenever system started, so I want to do some operation. Do you see what we do in the main activity? First thing in the main activity, if you go to the main activity, first thing we load file data. So okay, we need this information will be loaded with our broadcast event. So where is it? My broadcast receiver, run with OS, add this one. So first I need to load the user I want to track. For sure I need context here. So I need first add load the users that track me, sorry. Then, or I track. Then I need to do some operation. I need to start services. If you see, here's the services that we started in the main activity. So if you go to the main activity, refresh or start service, you go just look for start services that we implemented before for listen for. Here is it. This is for starting services. We need to start two services. So just here we go, add them here. So now what will happen? So you see, I'm just looking for context. So first of all, get context, get system service. If the tracking is not running, I'm run it, and I will start the service. So now what will happen? Whenever the system will start, our application have permission to bootcamp. So we will listen to bootcamp event. So whenever any restart for the system happen or someone shut down restart the app, we will call this event and we listen here for the action. If the action be booting, I will load the file information because I have users, I have my phone number, I know everything. Then I start the service on the broadcast receiver, and this intent should not be in this way because I have intent name already in the file. So name it intent one, say this one intent. So just avoiding replicate name. Oh, for sure this should be context. So making everything is clear and convenient, and when you run it you will not have any problem. That is amazing. That's our app. That's what we did, and that's everything. One last thing missing before I go, I need to change the app icon. Yes, we have many icons here. We already add them. If you go here to the draw resources, drawable, we have some icon, for example cover. I want to use it as an app icon. If you go here, I have the app icon here. It is here, app icon, using this icon. So I would say no, my icon to be added drawable dot dump, not dot camp. I need dot cover. So now when someone cover, here we go, the app is running and everything is good. And if you see the app icon is changed to my tracker. Yes, nothing, everything okay. Thank you for watching and see you. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video how user could do some post, like write something, then add picture, then he clicks send, it will be saved in the post database. So if you remember, the ticket responsible for the post is the add, and you remember how we called add by adding only this line. Let me remove this 3 more, just keeping only add, so you could see only add on the ticket, so to be easy to follow, just following. So yes, this is the add. So I want just writing select image save. So first part, I want him to select image, so he will be able to select image. The icon for select image, you know the name of it. So if you go back here, tweet add, the select image should be this one, AV attach. So if I go to the main, if I go here down, this one AV attach, I just access to it. Then when someone click on it, I call load image. In same way we load image, just select the from gallery, then load it to the server. So I just enable it. So I will look for load image here in the file. So if you go back here, this is the file, and this is load image. I will take it from this one. I will also use the dialog that for loading. So I will start from pop. So I will start from 411. Then I go down. I will take upload image and all the stuff for images. I hope now I hope I'm good. So for until 497, just copy them, go back. This is just for loading. So I say load image. Okay. I hope I will not be inside any method. So I will not run into problem. So yes, I'm here in the method, so I will be outside. Load image. So you know how load image, when he call load, what we will do, we'll just, if you see this is the code, this is first thing of the dialog, you didn't care about it, you know, I'll just show dialog loading, remove dialog loading. So here first he call load image, what we will do, just display picker to pick image from the phone. So start activity for results, then we wait for result. So when he select any picture, if he okay, that means he select image. After he select image, I will upload this image. What I will do now, I just try to do like Facebook. Whenever you pick image, he will directly upload to the server before you uploading the text. So upload image, then when you're done, you write the text, he will save the text with the image in same place. So just I directly after you select image, I say upload that image. I just send that image. If you see, I just replace the name. I take the image and I pass it here. If you see, I have the URL, download URL. How I upload it, I just give the URL for the server that I want to upload the image. So you know what the server that I'm using for images here in the Firebase. So I just already replaced it, but just to remember this one, GSM. So I will not run into problem. This is my new one. So GSM app, I just give a specific name for the image, same thing. But before the name of the image, I added the ID of the user, just a new name, semi-unique. So every user could have different name. So now with this name, you are sure no two user have same image, because you're adding user ID, then the image, then the data time. So the user cannot load same image with same second. Different user, different ID. So just add this one user ID before this data time will help to generate different name for images. So we will not have two images same name, but only we won't have problem with the user image, because maybe two user get account, but the post you will not have any problem with this line. After you have the image, you just upload it to the server, and here we're done. After you upload it, waiting for some time, just execute this line, then you take download image and you hide the dialog. This is just for loading image to the server. So now if someone click run and try to load image, he could see how the image should be loaded. So if you select a click, for example, let me select this image, you will see loading. After he done, he say I'm done from uploading. This is basically how you upload image in the server. This is not something new, you know about it. So yes, so let's continue and see what we'll do. then I click select image, waiting. Here you go, he load the image. Now if I go here to the Firebase, click here, you have to see the image. How I could recognize the image? I just have the name underscore the name of the image, because we add underscores. If you see, this is the ID of the user, 9 underscore the image. So you will not have any problem in the image of the users. So this is the image, because I already uploaded the image without anything. Now I have the URL of the image. I want to push the text and URL and everything to the host. So to do that, you need to have a synchronous task working in background. So to do that, just I go here and I try to copy the asynchronous task. Let me see where is the asynchronous task. So the asynchronous task should be this one, from 244 and go down to many lines. I know that. So here is it. I think here we done. Yes. Here is 2361. Just copy the. This is just a synchronous task working in background. Have many parts, but we will talk on all the part one by one. So don't care about it now. Let me just go up and we will go through step by step. So first of all, if you see, I have add. So I understand how to load the image. Now let me go to the second part, how to load the image and the post. Now I have the URL for the image. Someone type something, I click send. So what I will do, first of all, I will just remove this two thing. So to do is done. This thing. So first of all, I define the tweet, because the tweet maybe have spaces. So I need to take the tweet and do encoding for it, URL encoding. I just change it. Also download URL, because I have HTTP, also I do URL encoding. After I have encoding for both of them, you know why I have encoding, because one have space and one have HTTP and cannot work, so you need to do encoding. So now I want to send them, I will send them to tweet add. You know, tweet add script is for adding data or for adding tweets. So tweet add, what I will need, I need just to pass user ID, the user who write this tweet. I have the user ID already saved it in the save setting, user ID. You remember how when we save it. Then we will pass tweet text that we already encrypted, and we will pass also tweet picture. We have the URL for the tweet, and here we done. So yes, tweet time, you don't need it. Run asynchronous task. When the asynchronous task run, he just starting, try to connect to the URL. After it connecting, sending data and getting the response result. I don't care about the result that coming from this tweet. So I just say I don't care about it, but I have too many results coming from other type of tweet. We will talk about them later. This one, for example, for a tweet added. So after you add the tweet, you need to load the tweet that already saved. If you see, I have load the tweet. So I need to call this method. This method already I have it here, I think. Load the tweet should be, where is it? And we will talk about load the tweet more, but in this video I will not go through load the tweet anymore, but just to avoid the error. So copy line 509 to 355. This is just for loading, saving a tweet. I will go to it next, but just to avoiding error, I will add it here. So now I think we don't have any error. So now if the tweet is added, I will load the tweet. If you see, here is it. If the message coming name a tweet is added, because you know when you add a tweet, you will get message name a tweet is added. If it is added, I will load the tweet and I'm okay. So here we go, read the tweet from start from 1, but I have to say start from 0. Why he start from 1? So this is a mistake. So should be start from 0, because you need to load from index 0. So let me see. Here you go. So if I run it and see what's going now I have, when I add a tweet, I have to see it in the post. We will talk later about see it. So let me just taking image. I will take this image. I don't know. I don't have other images. I have only this image, so I will use it. I have the image. I'm cool. Okay, so I will say send. Great. If you see, here is I'm cool on this image. He did not display the origin image. You will see the next video how I will display the origin image, because origin image needs some caching using Picasso. So see you next. Hey again, let me talk in this video about the web service that we will build it to list the tweets. So to list the tweets, there is 3 ways to list of the tweets. Either I'm doing search for a specific tweet. So for example, if you see when I say select star from a tweet, it will bring all the tweets for me. What if I'm searching from a specific tweet, have a specific text? So I say where for example, tweet text like equal, that means exactly equal, like to be maybe equal or not. With equal I cannot use percent, with like I could use percent. Percent mean any number of character, then for example HE, then percent, then colon. That means hey, I want you to search in the database for any tweet text, start with any character, have HE, then end with any number of character. Which one have HE? This one have HE, have to bring me two character. See, bring me only 2 record only. So what if I want to do, hey, wait, I want you to search for any tweet have word in new. Okay, make sure colon, he give me only this one have in new. So adding percent before, that means a number of character before it. Percent after it, a number of character after it. So what I mean by that, if I say go back to HE, I say anyone started with HE or started with AM and have number of character. So then I say enter. He give me only this one, amazing. Then I say wait, see these 3 of them, which one of them have same? Does they have something similar? No, everyone have different. So no, nothing similar. Everyone have different characters. So that's what I want to say. I say when you say percent before, that means any character before it, a number of character, I don't know, whatever they will be. Percent after the number of character after it. So this is how we do tweet search. This is for general, but maybe I want to see only tweet for specific person who I follow. Like I want to see, wait a second, let me show you the 3 cases. So first of all, if I just say this, select star from tweet, he will show me all the tweets. Is that right? Good. What if I say select star from tweet where tweet have word new inside it? So start with any character, have a new inside it. This search for a specific one. What I want to see tweet only for Hussein, for a specific person. In this case, I would say tweets where, for example, user ID equal 2. Okay, that means any tweet that posted by specific person, which will happen. We may be looking for a specific person. He give you all the tweet. And the third case, like mean I need only the people who I follow, which is like a little bit complex. We will discuss it in detail in the web service. This is 2 cases. So to get started, I will create a new file. I will save it. I will name it here a tweet list. So I say tweet list list.php. So a tweet list will be exactly same as login. So I will copy whatever I have in the login, added here. Still having this one, but this one should be tweet list.php, but it's different parameters. So it will take it have 3 cases. 3 cases, like it have case 1, we want to search. And search the OP, we will have it for, let's suppose the OP should be 3, and the we will get also the query that we search for, whatever query, like, and also we get number of record we want. So I say start from number of record I want to get for 2024 first time. So in this case, I will pass it 3 information. First parameter I pass OP, operation, suppose should be 3. And the second parameter, I suppose the query. We suppose, for example, he look for word new. The third parameter should be start from, which is from how many I want start from. Let me suppose like start from 0, because you need start from 0. Then second time he may call, he want to get second to 20 record, and how you want to fetch the data from the database. Because start mean from which record you want to start. Like, I will tell you what. If I say select start from tweet where ID equal 1, he will bring all the ID for that person. When I want to get specific records, I say, hey, I want to limit the from the second record and third and continue, like second, like 2. So I say 2, then I say limit to limit. I want to get 20 record, for example, offset 2, like mean from 2, then count 20 record. Oops, he gave me some error. So I think I did something wrong here. Limit will be, should be in this way. Limit 20 and offset this way. So that means, hey, I want you to start from record number 2. This is record number 0. This number 1, number 2. He give me only amazing. If I say, hey, I want you to start from record number 1, he give me number 1 and 2. Because I say, hey, I want to get 20 record after that. I have only 2, he show me only 2. This is what we mean by start from. So yes, so now if I just want to run it, so let me see what we did before. We did 3 different things. This one was for searching. So search from, tweet, whatever, bum 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 bum. I added this one here, the query that I wanted. Select from tweet, where tweet, like this. Which one I want to search for? I want to search for $, get the query. Is that right? Now I don't have any instruction. Just select anything from tweet where query text, like where text tweet, like this one, whatever you want to search for. I would suppose I may have number of character before it and number of character after it. Then I do some offset. I say limit. I need 20 record, offset, whatever you want to start offset from. I say offset whatever. Same thing, get, not a query, get whatever he want me to start from. So if you want to start from 0, I will give him 0 and after 20 record. If you want to start from 20, I will give him 20 to 40. If you want to start from 40, I will go 40 to 60 from the database, because he may be loading more. So yeah, this is a query. I think everything is fine here. I did added 2 of them. Yeah, so it's fine for me. Getting, query, everything fine. And see the query database, if the error, he told me error. If the not, message, I say here has a tweet. I could say here no tweet. No tweet. And I think every user tweets. Add inside it, add. So yeah, this is all the information I want to have. So hopefully now this case will run. So just go back here, run it. Cannot run query. Error, cannot run the query. So well, the error here, tweet list, operation 3, query, cool. Okay, I saw this one to be and boom, here we go. And I did send the one give me this one, because I'm looking for this one, hitch, say new, give me other new, whatever. So whatever I'm searching here, give me whatever I want. So yes, this how read that he just give me more than one record. You know why? Because I believe that I had a break that one, so I have to give me more than one record. So if I just now, yes, and you should give me one record, but H should give me more than one record. But the break, you just give me more than one record. So that's for one case. So let's add two more cases. So I just add that code and this. So this was our case, which is the operation on V3. For operation on V2, I will bring according the user ID. So when I say, hey, select from tweet where the user ID, pull that user ID, specific user ID tweet I want to get. For example, I want to get only tweet for Hussein, for tweet number 3. So I just go here, I say, hey, I'm not searching by that number of things. I'm not searching by query. I'm searching by the user ID 1. For example, give me user ID call 1. So operation B2. He give me this information. So this is tweet for the user ID number 1. I say 3, 2. So for every one he have specific operation. Wait, I think there is something wrong. So for 2, for the 1, I will do this. For the 2, where specific user ID call there, I bring the data offsets are from specific place. For operation 3, do this. And this case for wait. So I say if the I save it. Save it. And go back. To the web. Error empty because he doesn't able to bring anything with the user ID 2, user ID 1. Empty query again. We return to the same story for the empty things. So what about that's right, he give me this because if I just go user, I have to give by user ID, I believe. Start from that's fine, user ID. If I just give me 1, he still give me error. I understand why he give me error, because if I just do here word echo for the query to see what the query he was running when I give him that one. So he ran this query. If I just take this query and try to run the database to see what the error, say unknown user ID. That's mean in the schema we forget to add one thing. We have to add it now. So to go here in this table, when we did it created, we need to add also from the tweet, we need to add user ID because I need the user ID. I cannot create database without user ID. So now if I say source dot slash, hopefully I'm in the same direction, db script dot sql, boom, I got everything. Now hopefully if I just run that one, he will not give me error. He give me no message tweet. That's mean he passed. There's no error. But now everything is deleted. No tables, no everything. Yeah, we just start from scratch because that's simply how we did it. So tweetless, I'm not getting this message, but I think I'm good to go. So this case for 3, we just explained how we do it when I want to get searching for a query. When I want to get specific, like I want open your website, open the page for homepage for Hussein and see his post. So I'm searching according user ID, and I also arrange the data according the date. Actually, order the data. Also, when I want to see only the tweets that I follow, so that's mean to do that I have to search from tweet where the user ID anyone that I'm following. So I go to that place. In the tweets I search for the people according their user ID. Then I'm getting the list of the user IDs that I'm following. So for example, Hussein follow 5 people, follow ID number 1, 2, 5. I will bring the post only for the person who have ID 1, 4, 5. And this is how the query work. Because this say, hey, select follow from following where I'm following. That's mean, hey, this is really easy and straightforward. You just telling the database to bring all the people you are following, IDs for people you are following. For I'm Hussein, I'm following 2 persons, you say 1 and 2. If I'm whatever following 4 persons, you say 1, 4, 7, 8, whatever their IDs. I bring them, then I search for these IDs tweets, then I show the tweets. So when I open my home page, I see only the people the post for the people who I follow. So this is how we list the post. Maybe this little bit complex for you, but you'll get understand it later on, and we'll talk about user following. So are we done? Thank you for watching. See you next.
Hey everybody, now let we study how we could display tweets for any person that tweeted in the website. So if you remember a previous video when we just called load tweet, he displayed this for us, display this picture for the person and the name, and I'm cool, and there is no image here and no image for the person. The reason behind that things, because you remember we saved URL for the image in the database. So you need to have a way to display image from URL inside this one. So if you see this method, when we call it load tweet, it was loading a tweet. So this method, when we just go, just copy it and just click go to it, load a tweet. When I pass from 0, he just takes start and the operation name. If it starts from 0, he will add loading for first element just to show us he is loading. Because I need when he display loading for me here, so I display ticket for loading. If he just scroll in the end, I need to display by in the end. So just I make sure if he is in first element or in last element, then notify the database just to show loading. Then what I will do, I will just load tweets loading for the person name. So when I pass the person name for the tweet load, he will load the tweet for that person. And just if you see there is number of parameter I passing for it, I'm passing from where I want to start. You know, if I just pass start 1, he will return for us from 1 to 20. If I pass 20, he will pass for us 20 to 40 in this way. So just loading, and by the end I passed the operation. If you see, the last element was the operation type. So I passed operation already. Type of the operation is loading for the person. Then if you see, if it's 3, I'm passing the search. I will talk about 3 part. Don't care about this part for 3. Then I execute the synchronous task to display data for me. Don't care about this part. I will go through it, and this one I'll go through the next videos. So after I just imagine you just define display loading, then you call load tweet for that person, then you call this method. This method also execute. When it's done, he display a message, has a tweet. If there is a tweet, yes, that's great. If start point is 1, that's mean if he just want to load first thing, I just clear the list. Because maybe he have already 100 and he want to start from beginning, I just clear it and display first 20. So just clear it, display add ticket to show him add. Then I will add this one. If it's not, no, that's mean he is not in the first element. In the end, I just remove the load. Because always, why I remove this one? Because I'm always adding loading ticket in the end when someone load. So yes, after I'm done 2 points, I just getting all the tweets, because the tweets will be as info as we showed in the previous, and I will take all the tweets in the array and add them here in my array, then notify database. So when notify database, the tweet will be displayed here. Otherwise, if there is no tweet, I will display hey, there is no tweet. So first of all, if the start 0, because if he already doesn't see any tweet, he is not subscribed to anyone, I will display to him, I will clear it and I will show him add. Then I will display under it there is no tweet. If you see, no tweet. Otherwise, if he have already like he after 20, like mean he just loaded 20, then he moved after 20 element, he say hey, no more tweet. Also I will call this one, and this one for load and more. Let me save for subscribe and subscribe next. So now I understand how to load first 20 by calling just normal use operation. By the way, I want to do same thing for when the app start for first time. So if you see now, when app start for first time, I don't have anything to show up. But if you see, this is my task and load a tweet. I'm not looking for load a tweet. I'm looking for this one. Let's just wait a second. I just minimize this part. This one, when he select home, I want him when select home display first 20. So I say load a tweet first 20, the operation type my following. That means only the people who I follow display tweet for him.
Also, when the app load for first time, I want to display my following on create method, and I no longer need this one because he already will be added. So yes, what mean my following? If you click on my following, it mean number 1. That's mean I'm passing number 1 and 0. That's mean, hey tweet, my operation is number 1 and I want the element from 0 to 20. So he will already say, hey, I will pass here the username Hussein need his element from 0 to 20. Now if I run it, I would see here is the element. If I click add this, cool. Do you know what the problem? I did not activate the I did not change the URL to, I did not change this image to using Picasso. So now I want to use Picasso. So if you see, I have already Picasso. This is the Picasso website. Make sure secure.github.io Picasso. It's really easy to use it. Just say Picasso with the context name, load the URL inside any img view, and he will load the image. But first of all, you need to add this line inside your Gradle. So just copy it, go back, and here you go. Just go to the Gradle, and here add it inside your app Gradle, and make your synchronize. When you're done, just go back to your app. Now what we have, we need to go, let me just increase this one, and I want to see my adapter for loading normal text. So this is for add ticket, this for loading no tweet, this is for normal tweet. So just get tweet item, I say hey, get username, display first name in it. So I want to display first name here. I don't have any problem first name. I want an image also, I want to do something. So let me check what is I'm doing with the image. See, I have here to do with Picasso. So user image, I just enable Picasso line, and this one enable. So just Picasso, just O, just so you could import it. So what I did, just access to user picture, and I load picture with context, load s.tweet picture. We already in the tweet picture we have the person picture. So and we loaded in the person image, and we have in the picture path we loaded in the picture. So this information already passed from the server when we call it for loading data. So I hope, yes, here you go. This is the picture, and here is the picture for data. So now you understand how we could add tweet. Go. I hope. Now if I just click here, just load image, save. See, here is it. This is to post person image. So you may have some confusing in these lines, but it's not too much. The tweet, display tweet, and you know what tweet we have. We display here image the person and name. You see here we display the name, and here we display the tweet text. What the text? That's mean this text, and the image for the user image, picture image. This one access into the image to display the image here, and this one for display the image inside this one. So picture path. As I told you, this picture path with picture, all of this we already passed from the server when we did a synchronous task, that job to do this operation for us. So now you understand all this part. Let me go next and see what we still missing. Hey and welcome. In this video I want to talk about the following. So if you remember, if I just say show tables that we created, one of the tables that we created named it following. So if I say describe for the following, you see this one have user ID and following by other user ID. So if I want to follow any person, I want to say, hey, my ID is following that ID, and that is. So and how to do it? Say okay, insert into the table name it following, and what two field I want to add? I want the user ID following other user ID, saying hey, then say values 1 follow 2, like the person ID 1 following person ID 2. If I say select star from following, okay, then he say hey 1 follow 2. So how to do following? Okay, I could do it here by creating new file and save this file under name it user following. So I say user following in this way dot PHP. User following exactly same as the register. You just register a new person. So just copy this code, move it to user following. So the page that we will call it, name it user following. Okay. The thing that we pass, we see here we passed for some information. One of them user ID and following user ID. So you say okay, we will get the user ID. For example, whatever. Let me just suppose this one should be, because I'm passing too many information here, so I don't want this part. I'm saying here this one user ID, for example 1 is following other user ID. So that means is following other user ID. I don't need this one. I would say operation. So operation, this one. So operation, if the operation be 1, that means following. If operation be 2, I do this follow. So op1 for follow and op2 for unsubscribe. So I just do unsubscribe for the person. So what the statement should be? Okay, going back here, really easy. Copy this code, come back, add it here. This is all my code should be. So instead of this one, I need to add this to dot then $sign get for that. So what I'm getting user ID in this way. Instead to also I will replace it with other user ID, following user ID. Okay, that's what we do. But one thing, you say hey, if the operation for this get, so if I say hey, if get equal 1, like operation that pass it, that means I'm doing a process of this process, like only for 1. So now if I just run this query, hopefully it will work. I don't say message failed, message you following is updated. Say following is updated, and boom. So if I just go here, try to run that query, following is updated. If I just go, now I have 2 record, 1 follow 2, 1 follow 2. This is for following. For don't follow, I have to say delete from following, where I have to add 2 condition. I am deleting according to condition. User ID equal that 1 and following user ID equal 2, and boom, delete. Now if I just say select, I don't have any record. So don't follow, just you remove your following, you're subscribing. So this is the statement for not follow. If I just go back here, I say same code, just copy it, say else if operation equal 2, this is for not follow. So the process is deleting. So if I just go back to this statement, delete. So go back again, I have to do delete. Same, this code should be replaced instead this ID, and this code should be replaced instead that ID. I don't know how I did copy it right or not. Yeah, I just need this ID. I don't need too many things because I'm just in the end of the statement. So instead this, I say dot that ID for not follow. So if I just go here now, click enter, if updated, if you just check the database, you see person 1 following person 2. If I just same call, just change it to operation to 2, that means I want to do unfollow. Again, he told you the updated. If I just go back, you have to remove it. Boom. Yes, we done. So are we done? Thank you for watching. See you next. Hey again, one of the web services that we needed is checking if I'm following specific person or not. So you know that like I could follow any person by say this, for example, insert into following that field, and I say person 1 following person 2 when I say select star from that table. But one of the most important conditions, we have to say I want to see if I'm following specific person or not. So for example, I'm saying, hey, if this person with ID 1 following the person with ID 2, if he give you a record, that's mean yes. If he don't, like for example, is person 1 following person 3, he tell you empty. So we need this in our code to check if I'm following specific person or not, and that we will see it next. So to do that, so I will just get a new file, save it. I will name this file is following.php, save it. So it's following exactly same as login because I'm just checking in the database. So copy the login part, move it here. Now I'm checking here for is following. So instead login, I'm looking for is following. Okay, I'm just checking for is following. But if you see in this following, I'm looking for two information for the user ID and whatever. If the user ID, for example, equal 1 and the following user ID equal 2, just do that. Show me the record. So I'm just checking. So I'm following user ID equal 2. So now I'm selecting from which table? I'm selecting from table, name it following. So if you see here, the table I'm searching in, name it following. So I say, hey, select star from following where the user ID equal whatever you have as a user ID and following user ID equal whatever you have as a following user ID. If you find it, find it. And if you find it, give me the information and tell me like you is following. So a message directory, you say is, say is subscriber. I say here is not subscriber, is not subscriber. Yeah, just this message. So if I just try to run this one and see if this person 1 is following person number 2, say is subscriber, yes. If I say is person 2, 3 following person number 2, is not subscriber. So here we done. Thank you for watching. See you next.
Hey everybody, let me talk in this part about follow and unfollow. So follow and follow, you mean we follow specific people and you unfollow them. So to get started, I want to create another user. So let me just sign out from this user by just removing the app and rerun it again with different user, different name, and try to have another user. So the another user want to subscribe to this user. So you could just imagine how the app works.
So enter name, I say Leia. Yeah, email, I will say leia@yahoo.com. I will say password 12345. Images, I will click here to the specific image, allow yes. I will load this image for Leia. After that, I will save to create account for Leia and log in to the system. Here we go. You see Leia doesn't see anything because she is not following for any people. So now I want to, here we go. If you see, Leia cannot see anything because she did not post anything and she is not following for any people. So how to enable following? Before I enable following, let me enable search, so she could search for any tweet here. Enable search is not something complex. If I go here in the search, I see here, this is the part for the searching. So I just search for specific anything you entered. When you search it, I just pass it to the loaded tweet, and loaded tweets, the type of operation is search, and I pass what I want to search query. And this one, when it get it, you say, hey, this operation is a 3. That's mean he is looking for search query. You could make it like more nicer. You say, no, I will not say 3 or 2. I will use this way. Let me just show you what I mean by that. I mean, you say search type. So just remove number, because number is not the way you could work with your code. So search type dot search, the third one, search, and I'm searching in. Just you cannot write 3 in your code. So I'm searching, hey, this person, I'm doing this person, user ID, want to search to start from 0, but operation is 3, and also you pass a query for search, what he is searching for. So now when you run it, you could see something when you search. You could see that she could search for cool. See, something cool. I need now when his name is subscribe, and click here on his name. So first of all, I want to enable clicking on his name. So what I mean by that, I need to go to this part for query, for, if you remember this one, for get view. I would say here, this is for tweet, for click on person tweet. So first of all, load the tweet, make the search tab is on person. That means just get the tweet for that person from 0 to 20. Then display person here, text view follower here. Then after that, I just taking user ID and just select, hey, this selected this person, so I could load it. Then I check if it's followed or not. So if it's following, I do something, and if it's not following, I do another thing. So if I go here, see, I go down in the progress, I say here, if he is subscribe, there is a subscribe, I set the button unfollow. If he is not subscribe, I set the button to follow. So this is just something like to show we are follow or unfollow. So now if I just run it, I have to see something. I have to see if just seeing something here. Just write cool, click on the name. Here you go. If you see, when I click on the name, he just directly display Hussein Ahmed and display this button for me. So I could follow him or unfollow him. So how to follow this person or unfollow him? So I need to write code for this button. So this button is already empty. We already have it, but we did not write any code here for button follow. It's not something complex, easy, just follow and follow. So let me go back here, just look for that code. This is for button follow, this one. This is the code from 116 to 128. So just post it here. I say, hey, the operation 1 subscribe, 2 unsubscribe. If it is already following, so do operate. If you want to follow, click 1. That's mean this one. Add follow this person. So click 1 and pass the text and change it to unfollow. Else, that means the operation is 2. It is follow. What mean 1 and 2? 1 and 2 is something in the user following script. In user following script, remember we passed 1 for follow and 2 for unfollow. So let me just show you Sublime. I hope good access to it now. Control site. I'm looking for. So here is it. So user following is this one. It have one operation when you want to call script for insert, 2 for when we call the script for delete. So in pass 1, that's mean follow, 2, that's mean unfollow. So now if I rerun it again to see what's going on. So now let me I don't see anything because I'm not following anyone. let me suppose I want to follow the one who searching for anyone, cool, this person, click on it, subscribe him. Now if I click, I see the post for Hussein, because I'm subscribing for Hussein, so I could see his post. Also I could do unsubscribe for him, and now when you write home you could not see any post. So if you see as much as people you have and subscribe, you will see their post. If I write cool in this way, Hussein, subscribe, now on my home I will see the post for Hussein. Now this is Hussein. Now wait a minute, why when I go to the name of the person I cannot see his post? I have to see the post for the person, because if I go here, I have here something named tweet list, and I have here operation 2, that means user ID equal this. Yes, I understand. Now we have a problem here, we're just loading our post, not other user posts. I will tell you how to fix this. So if I go here back, where is it the part for calling user post? Should be here is it. So wait a second, this one for having selected post, this one select user post, then if it load post. So just make sure, just take this one and add it before, so I have the user that's selected. Now I have if the operation is search tab is one person, so if here you go, if search tab is in search, so I say if the user operation equal search type dot one person, so that's mean I'm using this one, search ID, not user ID, not this ID. If you see here, I am using user ID. Here is it. The user ID should not be user ID here. Now should be the person, that one person, the person ID, not my post. For that reason I do not see anything, because I'm loading my post, not the user ID post. Yes, here we go. Now I'm loading Hussein. If I click on Hussein, I have see only post for Hussein. If you see, here is it. Yes, and see I could subscribe and unsubscribe. I could also add posts. Good work. I say add picture. Unfortunately I have just only these two pictures. I don't know why, but yes, that's what I have. Here you go. See, this is my pictures and this is every person. Yes, here we done, and see you next. Hey everybody. Maybe you run this app on different devices in your emulator. You will not see what I see, like image nice and everything is cool. Maybe the image will be smaller and this one will be bigger. This is totally okay, because we are using only one XML file for our layout. And what we discussed in previous sections, we have to design for every size specific layout. Like this tweet item, this item that I want to display in different layout, I have to click right and click resource file. I name it tweet item, same name, and I will give it, for example, XHDPI. So this one for XHDPI. Then click right, another layout for XHDPI. This is second. Let me go here and say yes. I will make it 3x HDPI. This is 3 screen size. So if you see, I have XHDPI, XHDPI. I could say new screen. I would say same name. I will give it HDPI, and here we go. So see, now I have different device with different size. Now let's just me copy this code and add it with different screen size, and try to manage this screen one by one and see what the different. For sure you will have many errors. We need to fix them with different screen size, and this is the very good example you could practice on with your data. So if I see, let me just start from the first one, HDPI. If you just go here, Did you see? Do you have any problem with it? Did you see something small or something large? I feel everything's okay here. Maybe this image need to go less. It's too much. 100. Take half of screen. Let me say 19. Yes, to be a little baggy. If I go here for this one, I see HDPI. Yes, little bit okay with HDPI. I don't need to do some changes. XHDPI, here is we have some problem. If you see, the image is okay, but this one is very small. So let me say I will make it 18 by 18. So to be clear, like, yes, little bit clear, I think. Same thing with this one. What the problem we'll have it in this one? I think the problem we'll have it, yes, same thing with image. So make it 19. It's 19. So people could see. Yes, you could increase this one size also if you think. This one 16. So with different device size, you will not run into problem. So make sure this one also sizes, make it 240. Did you see how I just give for every device size a specific property, specific thing? So I could get for every device different. Like if you see now a little bit nicer, see the image of the person, you'll see it, name it, and everything seems cool. So yes, here we done, and thank you for watching. Hey and welcome. In this section, we will implement complete social media app for sharing photos and status and subscribe peoples. The app will be like this app. It's my tweets. When you click, any person will log in, like enter his name and email and password this way, and he select picture from gallery. He select add identification for example this picture, then he click login. He will see this screen because he did not follow anyone and he did not add any post. For example, you say nice place in NYC. He just adding post. He attach picture if he want. So here you go. He add this picture and he click send. If you see, here is it. His picture, his name, data post, and the picture. If you want to follow people, for example, someone search. You search for people. Someone writing in M, this is Hussein. He clicks subscribe now. Now if you go to home, you will see not only the post for the person, you will see the post for Hussein also. If you see, this is my post, Jenna, and this is post for Hussein. This is the complete social media app. We will build it. So let me follow step by step.
Hey again. Let's get started by design our database schema. So whenever you want to build any application, you need to design the database. Then you will design your web service, then you build your app. So first of all, you have to have a schema. I'm using just a website named LucyChart to design my schema. Just show you the like big picture for the system. So to do a chat app, what we need to have? We need to have some table. So one of the tables that we need, it should be the login. That means the user. So I will name this table login. What do you think the field that I have to have it for the user? I need to have user ID. It's normal. I need also to have the first name for the user. First name. Also, I may need the email of the user. I have to need a user email. And what more? Let me just add more field for this one. Have a 3. So let me change the number of field to 5. So that means I need to have 5 field. So I also need the password. Okay. And also I need some information like picture path. Okay. Picture path. This is the information that I needed for the user. So whenever any user and your user will be registered, I will save his name, his email, his login password, and the picture path for that user. So I would use it to show the picture for the user. And user ID, this is something identical for every user. Should be the an increment, like auto increment. So what the second table? For sure, you know, I may have second table. I would suppose the second table will have like 5 field for now. So what do you think?
this table should be? This table should be the tweets. Like every user have number of tweets. So that so the relation between this table and this table is one to many. Like every user could have many tweets. So first of all, I need to have here something about user ID, because this user have to have a tweet. So the user ID here is the primary key, should be here as a foreign key. So the second one, I would say the tweet ID, because may help me to edit my tweet or delete my tweet. So tweet ID should be auto increment something number, and also a tweet text. So what the text of that tweet the user that added. Also, I would save the tweet picture. Okay, and I would save tweet date, like when he did this tweet. Okay, this is 5 information about the tweet. So whenever any person want to post a new tweet, I need to have what the text he want to post it. Maybe he will add image or not, or the data I will create it automatically from the device. So this is the information. So now any user could log in, any user could have a number of tweets. Also, I need the following, like user follow other user. So here I add a new table. I will name it following. Okay, this following should have a user ID. It will follow another user ID. So name it following user ID. Okay, and that's all what I need. Only 2 fields. The relation will be this user could follow many other users. So I mean every user here could follow many other users in the database. So many to many. And this is what we do. Because I mean, hey, I'm as Hussein, I could follow 10 people like Alex, Jenna, Alaya, or whatever. So this is my design schema for the database. Hey again, the guests are step by step to build our database. So to build a database, I need any database engine. So I would use here on this tutorial MySQL. So you could download it from Google, MySQL, then you go to this website and download it. You could go to the download, then community, then download this MySQL. You could run the code that I will write it here in any engine, any database engine, like MySQL, SQL Server, Oracle, anyone that you like, because I will use SQL language. So even if you don't have any knowledge about SQL language, that's totally fine, because I will teach you everything from scratch. So to get started, I have already a folder, name it Kotlin. In Kotlin I have Android. I would name here a new folder. I name it Twitter Web Service. Okay. In this Twitter Web Service, I will create a new file. So I will do Sublime. This Sublime, this editor, I'm using it. You could use any editor that you did like. I'm using Sublime.js. So I will click Save As, then save this file in desktop, and Kotlin, not Kotlin, in Android, then Twitter Web Service. Here I will save my database. I will name this file db secret, because it will have the secret about the database. I will do the extension .sql, because the language that I will use to name it SQL language. So save, here you go. So this is my secret. So to start, first of all, I want to create the database. So I will say in SQL to create database, I will write create, then database, then whatever database I would like to name it. I will name my database Twitter. Okay. So in SQL language, to create database, you write create database Twitter. To avoid any database that's created before, you just say drop database, then Twitter. The idea from this one, you try to drop any database if there's database already created named Twitter, so delete it, then you create a new database named Twitter. So yes, I just create a database in this line. So what next? Let me show you what we have in the schema. So we'll follow the same schema. We have it here. So take this one smaller, and this one is small. Yes. So this should be my database. So first of all, this database have a table. So first table, name it login. So to create table in SQL, you just say create, then you say table, then the table name, whatever the table. The table name is named login, so I say create table name login, then I open a bracket, then I close a bracket, then I add semicolon. All the fields that I wanted to be inside the table, I will write them here. For example, first field named user ID. Okay, I say user ID. What the second field? Just go down. What the second field? First name. What the third field? The third field should be password. What the fourth field? The fourth field should be picture path. Okay, in this way. So picture path. So this is 4 fields in the database or in the table, but the database need to know that the data type for every field. Like for example, what the data type of this field, picture path. You say the data type for this one should be varchar. Varchar means character. So I would say the number of the characters should be 315. What the data type for this field? I say varchar 15 character. What the data type for first name? I name it varchar 15. What more? What do you think I did miss? I missed the email. Okay, I say email also, I have it, should be varchar and also 15. So this is all the field that I have in the database. So to name the field, we say field name, the data type, field name, data type, field name, data type, field name, data type. What about user ID? User ID is something integer. So every user will have a specific ID, say integer, and you want this integer to be the primary key of the table. So you say primary, in this way, key. Okay, that means this field is the primary key of the table. In the database, when we create table, this table have to have a primary key. Not every table, and the main tables have to have a primary key. So see, I say, hey, this field integer, and the data type for it primary key. I don't want to allow any user to enter the user ID. I want the user ID is auto-generated by the database. So to do that, I say auto increment. Okay, then space. So auto increment, that means I need this field, user ID, data for it integer, and the data will be saved as auto increment. That means first record 1, second record should be 2, third record 3, and continue. And I want it to be primary key. Auto inc. I just make sure I just wrote it correctly. Auto increment, is this correct? Auto increment, yes, correct. Then the second field, first name, varchar. Third field, I need it to be varchar, then password, then picture path. Then I want to write here something like describe, then the table. I want table login. Okay. The idea from this command is just I want to say, hey, I want to see if this table is really created. So how to run this script? To run this script, I have to do this thing. First of all, I have to open the terminal. Then I have to go to the direction that this script lives in. So this script lives here. So let me just say cd to that direction. So if I just get enter, I have this one, ls, this is my script. To run the script, I have to open the SQL. So to open the SQL, I have to say this way. I have to say MySQL /user root /password. Well, the password, I use the password 12345 in MySQL. This is MySQL. So to run that script, just I say dot slash, or say source, then dot slash the name of the script. What the name of the script? db script. What I name it? If you remember here, I name it db script.sql. So I say db script.sql. Done. He say create. Okay. So I say here there is error and the not database selected. The problem happened why? Because here I create the database, or I drop the database. There is no database, so he didn't care. Then I create database, but after I create database, I have to use that database. So I have to say use that database. If I don't say use that database, the SQL did not know on which database I want to create this table. So I have to create a database and say, hey, I want to use database. After I use it, I could create table inside it. Otherwise, it will give me error. So save it, go back. So if I just rerun it again, that's fine. So what the idea? He create table, name it login, have user ID, first name, email, password, picture path, and that is. The word that I said that I name it describe login, this word is just show us the database on this console. So if I say here describe login, oops, oh sorry, so I say I just copy same code I have there, maybe I just misspelled it. If I just copy this code, go back here, say describe login, this is show tables. He showed me all the tables that I have in the database. So in the database I now have only one table, name it login, because I just create only one table. So to continue I have to create the second table. So let me just go down, same thing, create table. Well, the second table I want it to be tweets. So create table, name it tweets, and this table should have open bracket close, then semicolon. What I want to create in this table, I want to create number of field. One of them user ID, the second one should be a tweet ID, and the third one, make sure I add this colon. The third one I want it to be a tweet text, and the fourth one I want it to be a tweet picture if there's a picture, and the fifth one should be I want it to be tweet date. So this is the data inside everyone. So first of all, user ID I want it to be integer, so I don't have any problem, that's fine. So int. What about this one, tweet ID? I need it to be integer, but also I want it to be primary key on this table, so I have to write primary key. Okay, and also I want this one to be auto increment, so I say auto increment because this one is the main or the primary key in this table, so I need it to be integer, auto increment, whatever. This user ID I need to be integer because he referred to this user ID. We'll fix this one. This one I need to be varchar. Let me suppose I would allow anyone to enter text whatever, like 100 character in the text. Picture path varchar, let me suppose 350 also. And the data of a tweet should be the data time. So I would say I want it to be time, and this one time, this stamp, and this timestamp. And I want to set default value. I don't want to allow users to enter the data of the post. I want the system or the database generate the data by default. So I say, hey, the default value for this one, so default in this way, I want it to be current timestamp, which is this one, current timestamp. That's mean, hey, create field, name it data for timestamp, like mean the data should be in this field. The default value for it, current data timestamp, like the current data in the database. So whenever anyone wants to create a new record, he will automatically add the current data inside it, and he will automatically add the ID for that record. And you will see it in seconds. So at the end, I would just say describe the tweets table, this one. So just make sure everything's fine. So I will go back, make sure if he was able to create two tables. Just I say source, just clear everything. Source also / db script, run the script. Yes, he create this table and create this table. If I want to see the tables, I say show tables. Now I have two tables, login and tweets. Good. Now I'm missing the third table, but wait, I think this one have problem. Why? Because if you look here, this one is just integer. He doesn't refer to that one. This one should be the foreign key. So I have to go back here. I say, hey, wait, this one, this field need to refer to this field. This is primary. This is foreign key. So what I will do, just say foreign key for key. The foreign key should be the user ID, should be referred, so reference and reference it to the login user ID. So what that mean? I mean, hey, I have field here named user ID, but this field is referred to this field in the primary key. So that's mean the user, when he want to add a tweet, I also want to refer to that user who add that tweet. So also always this one should be the foreign key and this one be the primary key. So this is the relation. So if I just click save, go back, run the script, pum 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 pum, he give me error. So let me see what the error is. Say foreign key, user ID, reference, login, syntax error. Yes, there's syntax error. I know that because this one have to have this sign after it. Yeah, database is really sensitive about these things. So clear again, pump. So now you see it. This one, user ID, is key is referred to this one. So this one being, hey, this is foreign key because this one is referring to this table. So now I have two tables. So if I just say show tables, I have login and tweets and everything is fine. So well, the third table that I have it, which is this one, following. Okay, so following, which is should be written this way. Too many W, I have it here. So I say create table, and this table I needed to be named following. And this table I want him to have, I think, two field only. So it have only user ID. I want it to be integer, int, and it should have also following user ID, following user ID. Should also be integer. But these both are foreign keys, so same statement that I used here. So when I said foreign key, user ID referred to the table login, also semicolon again, also foreign key, this one will refer to the table login. Why? I will tell you why in seconds. So if you just look here, I have this user ID should refer always to this one, so it should be foreign key in that table. Also this one still Hussein follow Muhammad, and Muhammad and Hussein both are users, so both of them are referring to the table login. So then if I create it, I say, hey, describe the following table for me. Hopefully now I have everything ready. So save it. So go back, clear everything, run script. I have three tables. So this is the third table. So if I say show tables, I have three tables: following, login, tweets. So now my database is created and I complete everything. But I want to do one more thing. I want to do view. If you see, I have information for the tweets. If you look through the tweet, you would see in the tweet you have where is the tweet? Where is the tweet? Here's the tweet. In the tweet you have tweet ID, so that's fine. But you have also user ID. I'm sure you don't want to show user ID for users. You want to show the real user. So what I want to do, I want to create a view between this table and this table to find complete information. Like instead of show user ID, I just connect with this table and get the real name of that user. And that is a real picture for that user. So to do that, go down here. I want to create a view. I say, hey, create a view. And this view, I want to name it user tweets in this way. And I say as, then I say, this is how we write the view. I say select, then what I want to select, what number of field, I will show them from which table, tweets, we name it tweets, and I want to do inner join between two tables. So I say inner join with what? With login, because what I want to do, I have two tables, login and tweets. I want to do inner join between these two tables and get complete information. These two tables are connected through user ID. Both of them have user ID. So I do inner join between these two tables according the user ID. I say, hey, on the tweets dot user ID equal login dot user ID, and that is. So that's mean, hey, I have I want to select everything from table of tweets, and I want to inner join with the login according this tweet user ID and login user ID. So what he will do, he just go to the login and go to the tweet and say, hey, this record number 10 the user ID 0, he will look here in the for user ID 0 and break the information and combine them. But I don't want to get start, I want to get specific information from this one. So for example, from a tweet, I want to get tweet ID, I think. And also I want from a tweet to get the tweet text, and from a tweet I want to get tweet the picture. What more? I want to get from a tweet, I want to get the tweet date, but I don't want to get tweet.user ID. I want to get from the login, I want to get the first name, and I want to get picture path. So login dot picture path. Why this? Because as I told you, I want when I show a post, I want to show the text of the post, I want to show the picture inside the post, I want to show the data of that post, I want to show who is the name of the person who did the post, I want to show who is the picture for that person who did that post, and the tweet ID I want just to follow the tweets. So all this information I could bring them from two tables by doing inner join. So doing inner join between tweets and login help me to get this information from two tables. Some information I bring them from a tweet, some information I bring them from the login. So save it, make sure after this one, I just make sure I add semicolon here. So to be clear, this line is done. And also I will do describe the user tweet. So I will see this table also. So going back here, save it, clear, here you go. So I have this table for user, I have this table for tweet, I have this table for login, for the user following. This is the combining both. So see tweet ID, tweet text, picture path, picture date, first name, picture path. So this is combining two information of the two person. So yes, if I now say show tables, he will show me all the tables that I have it, which is following, login, tweet, user tweet. If I here we done, here we complete the schema of the database. Now we have complete database, we could use it in web service. So I'm no longer need these people, so just close it and I'm done, and see you next. Hey again, what I want to do in this video, I want to do the web service for register a new user. That means there's a web service. When you call it, you send the information for the new user, and this web service will save the information in the database. You will save it exactly in the field in the table, name it login. So I just clean the screen. Let me describe the login for you. So you see this is the login table. So to insert data in this table, for now if I just say select, that means select star, that means everything from login. That means show me everything that you have in the login. He doesn't show you anything. Why? Because there is nothing here. So in SQL statement, to show the data, you say select star. That means all the columns from the table name. Table name login. Show me everything in the login. You don't have anything. So to insert data in the login, I say insert into the table name login. Then which the field I want to insert? I want to insert the first name. Okay, cool. I want to insert in the email. Okay. I want to insert in the password. I want to insert in the picture path. Let me just make it full screen so it will be easy to follow. So I want to insert all this information. Then I close the bracket. Then I say values for these. So now for every column, for first column, first name, I say, for example, Hussein. Okay, close it. What the second one? Email, I say a@yahoo.com. What about third one, which is the password? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See, I add the data between colon because the data is string. Everything here is string, so I add them between colon. Then, what the last field? Picture path. Let me suppose home/user.png. I don't have real things, but just here. So the SQL statement for insert, you just say insert into the table name, then you open a bracket, give the column that you insert data in, like I want to insert in first name, email, password, picture path, the values for every column, first column, second column, third, fourth, according to the order. Boom, he say done. If I say again, select star from login, see he show me, he say, hey, you insert one record. If you see, I didn't add any user ID. I did add user ID, but he give me ID 1. Why? because I say this column is auto increment. If you remember, when we create this column, we say this is auto increment. That means it will be created automatically. So now if I just add a new record, so if I just pum, that means I need to repeat same thing what I did here, same statement. Let me suppose repeat it, but let me change the name to the Jenna, and the, let's say jenna@yahoo.com. The password, you could give it anything, the user, say user2.png, whatever. Click enter. I say you create a new record. If I just select start from, see I have Jenna, and Jenna have ID too. Because I say auto increment, that means he will every time he will create ID, unique ID for every user. So this is the data that I created using directory. But now what I want to do, I want to use the PHP, so, or the web service. The web service that I will use in this tutorial is PHP. So first of all, make sure you have PHP installed and set up everything. You could install, just say PHP. You could go to the website for PHP and install everything from PHP. I will not go to the process of installing PHP because not my interesting area here. I want just to show you directly how I could work. So to get started, for sure, I say create a new file, or I say here file, a new file, and I will save this file. Sorry, not open. I will save it. Save as. I will save it in the folder named sites, because in the Mac machine, all the web server for the Apache will work from folder named sites. So you don't have to do it from sites, but I have to do it because I'm using Mac machine. So in the sites, I will create a new folder. I will name this one a Twitter server, because I will call it so Twitter. So a Twitter Android server. I will name it Twitter Android server, and boom, create it. Then here I will name this file. Let me name this file for register. I say register.php. Why .php? Because I want to use PHP. So register in this way .php. So this is PHP file. Also, I want to have a header for my application, so I would use it. So I would create a new file also. So new, and I will save it, and I will save it here. I will name it db info. I name it ANC. ANC, it's part from the PHP. Like, you could name it PHP, or you could name it ANC. It is like that. When you do ANC, that means this file will not be directly called, will be called inside other file. So I would say ANC. So here in ANC, I will define some information about my database. So what I will do in PHP, to start work with PHP, I open a bracket, I say PHP, and I just close the bracket, okay, in this way. So some information I want to have it. One of them is the host. What do you think the host here? Host here is 127.0.0.1, because my local machine, I'm saving a local machine. If you are using a remote server, like you want to go to the production mode, you just change the IP address for your server that you upload your database there. Then the second variable, I will name it what the user here. The user I'm using here root, and what the password. Hey, I need to add semicolon every line. I'm using PHP. What the password? The password here, I would use the same one I have, 1 2 3 4 5. This is because I want to connect to my local SQL. I want to connect to this SQL, so I would do it in this way. So then, what the last one? The database. So I say database. Database, name it. You know the database that we created. So if you remember, if you don't remember, I could show you. This is my database. Database, name it to Twitter. Okay. So make sure mention the Twitter here. So this is all the information about the connection. I have the IP address, the username, password, the database name. Maybe this information changed for you when you go to production. Now I'm running on the local machine. When you want to go to production, change all this information for the production mode and keep all the code same. You don't need to change anything. So now I want to connect. I define variable, name it connect, and this connect should have MySQL connect, and will take number of information. One of them is the host. He will take the host, and also he will take the user, password, and the database. So it will take the user, it will take the password, and it will take the database. So database, okay, hopefully everything is correct. So now I just did connect, then just want to make sure if this connect is success. So I say, hey, if the connect, there is error in the connection, I want you to show me to die. What I say, hey, die, and show me this error message like cannot connect to database. Okay, then you just give the error message that you have it in the server, just saying MySQL connect error, then open a bracket, close it, then close this one. So a really basic process here. I just define the host, the user, password, and my connect for this database, MySQL connect. If there is success, that's fine. If there is error, tell me cannot do it, and to die, and give me why you cannot do it. This is just part for connect to the database. So I just need to import this header in my register and in every page. So when I say PHP, and I just close this tag here, okay, and I could write my PHP code here. So I would require here that field, or I would require that file, name it db what info dot inc. So when I do require this file, that's mean exactly just take all this code and paste them here, and I could continue writing my code. But because I need this code in different pages, so directory, I add them here, and I just require them, and he will post them here. So when I do require, he will directory connect it and check everything, and I have connect variable and everything. I just try to run my query. So what's my query? I say, hey, I want to run query, and the query I want to run it will be that query that I have it. So this is what's my query. Is that right? Insert into that table. Let me just go back. Boom. This is my query, and let me just do some update. So first name, email, password, values, just pass the values. So for this one, I need to get the value from the input. So I say this one should be in this way. Boom. So wait a second. Yes. So I say dot, then I say this sign, then get the field name, first name, then dot. That's what that means in SQL or in PHP. That's mean, hey, instead first name that's hard-coded directory, replace it with the first name that coming from the query. Same thing for email, same thing for password, same thing for homepage. But I want to replace them. So this one should be email, this one should be password, this one should be picture path. So this is all the information. Now I have the query, I think, ready to run it on the database. All what I have to do is say run the query. So I say, hey, result variable, name it result, will be equal to MySQL I query. Like I want to run a query on the database, on the connect, from where I bring I don't have variable name here connect, but I already inherit the connect from this file. So from the connect, run it on the connect, and run this query on that file. That's mean, hey, I want this query to be run on the database. Just say, hey, I have the database already connected, just run this query on the database. And that is, if you success, if you not, show me why not. So I say, hey, if there is no result, that means I have something wrong. So whatever, like I said, let me suppose I have output here, output, and the output I would suppose to be this message. This message should be MSG and the message data is JSON message, I should say it fail. That means he cannot save. If he success, that means else. Make sure this one be in this way. And if he success, that means I was able to read the data. So I could say output record or user is added. User is added. Okay. Then what I want to do, just to print this one to the output. I say print the output. At output. Then when you're done, I need to close the connection to the database. I say my SQLi underscore close close, and this way the connect. Boom, I should be set. Here I set. So the question is this: first of all, create connect to the database using this information. Then define the query. Run the query on the database. If he success, he will give you success. If he fail, he give you why he failed, and that is. Now I want to call this file register. So to access to this file you know where it's living. It should be Ctrl+Shift+H, site. Should be live here. In the folder, name it PHP Android service. So to access to it, I have to go to the host, then I say slash the folder name slash the file that I want to call. I want to call register.php. I say register.php. But this register.php needs number of information. If you look through it, he asks from number of information. One of them is first name, email, password, picture path. So I need to pass this information also. So going here, I say, hey, register the first name, let me suppose Hussein, and then I say and sign the email, this way email, I supposed to be c@yahoo.com, then and the password I would supposed to be 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, and last one is the picture path. Hopefully I just get it correct. So take copy. Hopefully everything now is correct, and picture path equal whatever home/psu.png. So this is how to pass the information. To pass the information to the server, you just say the server name, first name equal the value, email equal value, then password equal value, and the page equal value. Run it. You say you have error on the line number 7. So 7, what he said here, what he said about line number 7, I just go back here. You say parse error in register line number 7. So 6 7. Here you have some errors here. Don't know what is it. Maybe so, and I find the problem. I think here I have some error, need to be fixed, semicolon. Here also need semicolon. This variable need to have at before it, because and this else statement is not correct. So hopefully now everything is correct. I don't know the PHP with this IDE. I'm not well with it. Here you go. Message user is added. So now if I just go to the database, make sure that if the user is already added, see, here is it. Here is the user, Hussein, C1234 home. Yes, we did a great job. So now this service is ready. So now whenever I want to call the service, so here should call service. So whenever call service to a new register. So whenever I want to register a new person, just I call the service in this way, and I just replace these with the real values. And here we're done. Thanks for watching. See you next. Hey again. What I want to do in this video, I want to do the login part. I did the register part, so now a user could register using the web service, and this data will be saved here. Now I want to do the login. So first of all, when I say select star from login, it will give me all the information in the table login. What if I want to get specific record? For example, someone login. When the person login, he will send me his email and he will send me his password. Then according these two things, I will return the vault information. So now when I select statement, I say select, okay, star from login. But here I have condition. I don't want to bring all the data. If I want to bring according the ID, I will say where, what I have, user ID, for example, user ID equal, for example, 2. If I say user ID equal 2, he will bring this record for me. Is that right? Yes, he brings that record for me. But I don't want to bring the data according user ID. I want to bring the data according email and the password. I say, hey, where email equal the email that user entered. For example, I want to look for this one. So where email equal this email, and the password will be equal password equal what the password here, for example, this password. Okay, and boom, see, he bring me that record. So whenever I want to search in the database, in the SQL database, I say select star, that's mean bring all the column from that table, where the condition I need when is the email equal this email and the password equal this password, he bring me this record for Hussein. When I get, so now when Hussein want login, he will send to the service this one and this one, and according that information I will say, hey, your user ID is this one, for example. So let me start doing the web service part. So to do a web service, I will create a new file here and we'll save this in new file. So save it, you could save it from directory save, or you could say file save as, and we could name this file login. Okay, login, could name it this way, login.php. Okay, so we'll do same process I did it in this file. First of all, let me just copy same code. So and I do some update. First of all, require that file, that's fine. But now my service, when someone call it, he will call not register, he will call login.php for register, to register, and he will send two information. He will send the email, so I don't need the first name, and he will send the password, so I don't need the path. So anyone want to login, he will send me two information. He will send me what the email he have, and he will send me what the password he have. According to that, I will execute a query on the database. So what does my query look like? So this should be my query, how my query look like, and I just replace it with that one. This should be my query. And instead of having this one, I need to use the get. So I want to get this value from the get statement. So really easy process. I say $, underscore get, then that field email. Please get the email, and bam. Same thing for the password. I say, hey, in this one, get me the password. So whenever the user passes specific email space forward, I will get them. I will create my string to run in the database. So I will run it. So now I need to do some check. I will not follow it in this way. So by the end, I will do output and that steps. So first of all, I'm checking if there is no connect, say die. I will say, hey, if there is error, please die. Die, that means, hey, don't continue. Just die and give me specific error. So I will say error cannot run a query. Okay, he cannot run the query. If he was able to run a query and everything was good, so I will say define array. So the define array in the PHP, I say output, and this one I will suppose to be array, and the array in this way. Okay, this is how we define array in PHP. So define variable, name it output. So and this should be array. You could say like not output, you could name it user info if you don't like word output, so user info. Then I say while, then he asked me to do something, while the row in equal MySQL I fetch MySQL I fetch association for the result. So now I'm running a query in the database. I'm getting a result. So okay, I want to fetch that result. I want to do something with this result. I want to add this one to the user info array. So to add in the user info array, I say add inside array that row. Okay, cool. So really basic statement. I say, hey, create a new array, empty array. Please bring the information from the database as a rows. Get first row add, second row add. I don't have too many rows. I will have one rows by the end because there is not more than one user could register on same information. But this pattern will help me next when get the post other stuff. So, but finally here I have one. For here I could do break and boom, I'm done because I'm getting only one person information to be saved. Okay, say to be saved. So I don't want to get more than one person. So get the array here, boom, I'm done. So go to the next. After I'm getting this one, I'm checking, hey, if the output or the user info is not like is empty, to give me is not empty, like there is a data. I want to print. I say, hey, print for me that information. So I will open it. I print as a JSON. So I say this JSON the way I say MSG. The message should be use pass login. This is the message, and the info that I will add inside the info, that the information for that user, I will pass whatever the info of that user is. So to really do it in this way, and now PHP something new, dot mean concatenate JSON encoder for the value, for the what, for the user info. That's good. So take user info, pass it, I'm done. So this one should be as a string, so between single quotation. So that's mean, hey, if the user was able to log in, please print the message, say user pass, and give me the information of that user. He will give me as a JSON. I will do else. What else I want to do? Same message, but saying, hey, error. So I say, instead having all this print statement, hopefully not, I didn't do anything wrong. So I don't have info now. I say cannot pass, or I say cannot login. That means I'm not able to log in. Hey, print them. Then I'm no longer need to print the output here. I just want to clear the memory. So I MySQL I free result for the, I'm just freeing the memory. So you need to free the memory. Free result for what? For the result. That is. So now I think everything is fine for the register. So if I just do this call and this server, hopefully it will give me log information. See, he get error in the line 16. Okay, 14, 15, 16. I think here he gave me, I think MySQL I is not correct. Should be MySQL I / fetch association. Let me just run it back again. Hopefully everything will be fine. Yes, user pass, but I think I have some error because here he say user info. He give it between quotation marks. So this one I think need to be moved. One will be enough, not two. I don't need to add two around. One here and one. Hopefully now this one will be work JSON, and this one should be variable. Always I do mistake in this part with PHP. Even I'm working as PHP in the company, but I don't like it. So yes, this message pass login info, the info for that user. See his user ID, his first name, his email, his password, all the information. Let me do login for other user. So let's suppose I want to look for Jenna at yahoo.com. So going back, so here I have to, instead of passing that email, I have to pass Jenna email. And for the database info, for the password info, I have to pass Jenna info to make sure Jenna is working also. He gave me also ID to Jenna email, everything. He say login pass. What if I just say something is not available, like this email? He say cannot login. That means I don't know this record. Why you send it to me? So
hey everybody, now we have everything ready, the database and the web service. So let's get started with Android. To get started, I already provide you application name Twitter demo start. This is just our start point. So make sure open Android Studio. So on Android Studio, open this project from your Android Studio. So just when it open, here you go. Just click open a project and look whenever you have this project. For example, I have it in download. I know it will be terrible for me to get access to it, but I hope I will find. I find it here, Twitter app. Where is it? There's too many apps. So this is Twitter app. I will start. So make sure this is demo, Twitter demo start, because Twitter demo is the final app. So Twitter demo start is your start point. So make sure you get to start with the app. So while it's loading, let me do Firebase project. So first point or first part we know in every project we need to do Firebase, and we need to load images. So what we will do, we will save our images in the Firebase while we are saving all the information in our PHP server, just to make you understand how we could connect between two parts. So to get started, I just create a new project. I will name it Twitter app, okay, and create project, waiting for some time until he will create for us the project. Okay, here you go. This is the project. I will add your Android apps. I just give it this. Make sure you give your SH1. You know how you get SH1, we just discussed before. And the package name, if you see here in my app, I just go here and I would see, should be the package name, should be in the bold. I will see this one. This is my package name. So I just copy it. And I will go back here and I will add this package, and I give it, for example, any name, Twitter app. You could give it any name, just make sure the package correctly. Click add. If you see, he will create JSON for us and he will save it. If you see, while I'm saving, I just get error here, say you need that file. So just move that file to, he asked for it, but we already downloaded. So if I go to download, this is my file. So just copy it, go back, where is your project, is demo start, go to app and paste it here. After you add in your project, just do a refresh. You have to fix that problem and you will be okay. So yes, this is basically how we could just connect it. You don't need to do a lot in this project. I prepare everything for you. For example, adding to Firebase connection core, adding to storage because you need to store data, authorization, we need to do authorization, connect to Firebase, and I added all the code. Also for connect here I added. So this is just for initializing for Firebase. So you know everything you are ready to work with. Here in the main face file, we have, if you see, I just added connection to the internet, and I have now in this application I have two activity, login activity and main activity. And if I go to explore some code, so for example, before I go to code, let me explore the activity. I have main activity. The main activity will have a login activity, user enter username, email, password, enter name, email, password. He select picture from phone, click login to login and register. So for the login, I just prepare some code just for accessing to the edit text name, email, password, just access and initialize. I not did anything, just access to that thing. Access to image, you have here to do, that means some job we will do it later. For example, when I click on the image, we need to get image from the phone. And register Firebase. This when someone click on the login, what we'll do, start to stop, there is no more code. And this is here main activity. We just have ListView, will display a list of data, and here we have when someone click on the person, we display a picture of person and his name and the number of subscriber, and you want to follow or unfollow him. This is main activity. For the main activity, I just added this code.
Also, just I create list of adapter. I will talk about it later. And just number of variables we will use it while we are working. And here is initializing for user channel and other form. Just initializing. Just I have a UI and just initialize for everyone. For example, channel info is display information about the user. This is button if you want to click follow or unfollow. So if you see, we have to do later. We have, this is important part, the menu. If you see, I have menu here. That's menu have home and search if someone wants search. So here to go, I just have this one. We did it already for creating search view and how to access to search, and this part will provide for us searching results, so we will call it later. And also we have this one for when someone click on specific item and click home, for example, we will display something. This is two method for them. So if you see here, I have adapter. You know what we have in the post. If you remember, if in the when we describe the table for the post, we have many information about it. So let me just show you. I hope it will be described. Hopefully will be correct spelling. If you see, I have tweet ID, user phone, other information. Not this one. If I say show tables, and I'm trusting in this one, so I say describe on the view, because all the work with the view, if you see, I have information, user ID, tweet text, tweet picture, tweet date, user ID, this information. So I need to display it in the label or in the list view. So I just create for all them just a class and I define properties, then in the constructor I initialize them. This is what we will do with every adapter. Just initialize them. And if you see here, we have the operation. This is just simple method. You will use it to convert any string to byte, and you will use it a lot. It's just taking string and convert it to the byte, and we will talk about it later. And here we have saving, because you need to save user information, like just user ID. You just need to save it, so next time he don't need to log in. If you see here, just have save method. I send user ID, he save user ID, and load method. I just getting user ID and loading user ID and display it, and that's it. And I have here for search type, because it said you have three type of the search: something only his post, on he want to see specific person, on search. And if you remember this what we will target here about when a tweet list 1, 2, 3. So for everyone I give it, just to make my code more organized. Yes, this is all what we will do in our work. So, and this all what we have as a start point. One thing final, I just want to remember you. If you see, I have these two activities, but I have here tweet add, just ticket. He just adding or typing some text, click send and attach photo, and I have here a tweet display that person name and some text and some data, and you click on it, loading, display ticket for loading, and display there is no result. This is for type of ticket we will use it, and we will display it here in this list view. So because you need to type text inside list view, something typing here, you cannot type because the focus on text view. So to do that, I just in our list view, I just in list view add some properties. If you see this one, this properties, I don't want to show this one. I just enable this properties I added here, and also I went to the main here and I added this line to that particular activity. Just the idea behind this two line, just to allow editing inside ListView, and we will go through it just to remember you if I forget it next. I don't have a lot of work here. I just have colors. I had number of colors. You could use any one of them. I just use for the accent color, you said this type. You could keep them. I just color add them. Yes, this is basically our start point, and this is all the files that we have. I think there is some error here. I don't know why, but let's just make sure if there is any error or not. Here we go. I think there's no error. So here we done, and see you next. Hey everybody, let me start in first video with login. So we know first part in any system is login. So now when anyone starts the application starts from this activity, because this activity, main activity, is the main, have the main intent filter. So now if you run the app, you will see this form. We discussed this point before. We say if we want to see if the user registered or not, we will create file and we save user ID in it. So next time when he opens the app, he will load the data already saved. If not, he will ask him to log in if he is for first time. So I mean, this strategy or this algorithm, we did it before. So now if we will do it, we will not have problems. So if you see now, he directly go to this forum, but he will not see anything because he still did not log in. So there's a problem. So what I will do, I need to make sure if the user is logging for first time, so I have to display login page for him. How I do that? I go to the main activity. I just activate this line like setting. I just create an instance from class setting. Then I call load method. What this method do, if I go to it, if you see, this is this class as we discussed before. Just have constructor, we create a new file, name it my reference, and we have two methods, load and save. Load, check if the user ID, if there is user ID, go ahead. If there is not, give 0. So if 0, I start activity, name it login. So I display login activity. And this one we will use it for saving data if you want to save user ID. Now if you run the app, for sure you will see the app will start from this point, from main activity called load see there is no user, he will display login. Now we are on login page. That's great. So now let's go to login and try to do some update. First of all, I need someone click here in this image and select picture. Okay, from the phone. If you see, this is my method for selecting picture. But to select picture, I have to do some steps. First of all, I need to get access to external storage. So I need to add permission to access to external storage. So I say use permission. I need read external storage, I think. Yes, here you go. So we need to access to read external storage. As you know, external storage is dangerous permission. So we need to write in code also. So here you go. I will start first, check call method name it check user permission. So if I go to the my GitHub and I see my files for Twitter app, I will go to the real app, like the complete app, Twitter app, not Twitter app, sorry. I will go to the Twitter demo, then app, then src, main. I know it's long, but not this one, go back, and this one, Java Twitter, this file. So what I'm looking for is login file. So if you go down in the login file, you will see all the method that we have it. So first method I will work with, it is for check permission. So I just copy this line from 304 and go down to the end to 364. Just copy them and go back. I'm assure you now many things about these methods. Just paste them here. Okay. So let me see what this method do for us. We now first of all we call it check permission. If someone click on the button, so we check permission. If there is more than 23, we will check if he already granted for access external storage. If he not, we will display method, or if he's not, we will display asking for permission. If he already granted, we call load image. So by the end, we will display this one, request permission. If he agree, also we will call load image. What load image do for us, do simple step, is just this we want to access to gallery. So how I access to gallery, that means I'm accessing to other app and getting result from the other app. So what I will do, I just sending intent. I say intent, the type of the intent is pick. I need to pick something. What I need to pick, I need to pick images. Then I start activity for result. That means I just sending intent to the gallery, ask him to I want to get picture, and waiting for result from the gallery. If I say start activity for result, that means I will get some result from that app. So I have to implement method for result, for waiting for result. If you go up, you will see I already implemented method for on activity result. So you know that, and we will discuss it. Just first of all, copy 101 to 119, just and go back and paste it here. So whenever you have start activity for result, that means you need results. So there is a method named on activity result. So you call it, you say if you see there is a variable here, you could define it directly now, or you could, to be on standard, you could go up and see here where is this variable or the name of this variable. You just take the code for it and copy it. if you see you have hard time to find this variable, you could just go up and say, okay, this variable is integer and equal any number, give it this number, any number you could give it, so just for this variable. So now I'm clear. If someone click on the image, I will check his permission. If he granted, that's okay, I will load the image or asking for load image. If not, go through process and ask for that. When load image, I just calling gallery and waiting for result. When the gallery started, all these line don't care about it, just you care about this line only. So this is just some process waiting for image, getting. If you click OK, you get the image, get the cursor, then move it, then to take the picture. This code is just getting the selected picture. So any picture you selected, it will be here. So just care only about this line. So don't care about this line. It's just process. For me, I just know this line. So this line just getting a picture from the phone and you display it in your image view. And that is. So if I run it and try to select image, I have to be able to select image from the phone. Let me see. If I just click here you see, he asked for permission. Yes, I'm allowing. Here you go. This is the images. Select image from the phone. This is my image. If you don't have image, make sure to go to the AVD and enable your access to the AVD access to camera and try to take some picture and save it in your gallery. So yes, this is basic how to select image. Now we have image, we have this field. That we go to the next video and try to do register, then login. See you next. Hey everybody, now I have the picture inside my application. What I want to do, I want to upload this application to the server. But wait a minute, how I want to load this image. So I will tell you what. First, I need to upload this image to the Firebase. So to this database, I need to upload it for that user. And second, I need to get the URL for this image and I will pass it to the web service. So as a first part, what I will do, I just uploading this image to the Firebase. So let's do it step by step. First step, I will not go to the rule and I will not change this one to anyone could do that like what we did before. Now I want to make only authorized users could upload image. So I will not change anything. So how I make sure this user is authorized? To make sure this user authorized, I have to add authentication code for the user. You see, I already added here in main face, added auth, asking to authentication. So now I could play with it. Play with authentication. So you now to do authentication, if I go back here, first of all, you need to go up and you see, hey, we define, I think this is 3 lines. We will use them. Yes, here's them. I just copy them. Line number 56 or 63. Copy them and go back and add them here. This is just for Firebase. So now when I have the Firebase initialized, I need to get initial instance from it. So just copy this line from 82 to 99. So and add them. This is just after I create instance, I need to initialize this instance. If you see here, I have to do. So I done this part. I done this part for gallery, both of them. So I have initialize of them. Initialize the authentication. Now I want to do 2 things for on start, on stop. Start service and stop service. If you see, I already have the code here for start service and stop service. Here this is for start and for stop. So just I will copy both of these and I will add it. Instead, I could remove start and stop and replace it with the new one, the new code. If you see, I have, after I start, I need to sign in anonymous. That means I just need to register this user. So I have this method for sign anonymous from 262 to this line 281. Just sign up for that user. That's great. So I just move it, add it here. In any place you could add it. This is just anonymous that we was like what we discussed before. How to anonymous, sign with anonymous, just register the user. This method signing anonymous we discussed before in details. If you see, I have code for hiding the progress. Later on, I will load the image and I want to show and hide the progress. Just layout, just like UI. So just copy this line to 84 or 2842301. Just copy it and add it in your code here. And in the end, just loading display. You will show it in a few seconds. Just someone calling this for method to show loading and to hide loading. For sure, when you're done on stop, you just hide loading. If you see now, I think I'm okay to click run. And if you see in authentication now, I don't have any authorized user because still nothing. Now just waiting for this app to be loaded and see how the new update will be affected. Here you go. Now I have to see the user registered. So if I go to the Firebase, I click rerun on the authentication part, I have to see the new user, but I cannot see it because I need to go to sign up and enable this part. So just make sure you enable it. If you now enable it, you go back and stop it and rerun it again to make sure everything is smoothly and everything is done right. Here you go. Now I have to be able to see the new registered user here. Here you go. If you see now the user is registered. Now this phone is registered. So this phone, because it's authorized, now this phone could load images because I did not update the rule like what I did before, because this only authorized user could update. Now I'm authorized, so now I could do loading image. So how I do loading for image, if you see here, going back to this method for BU loading, if you see BU login, I just copied line from 122 to this line to 165. Just copy them, go back to your code, and let me see where is the login method. Where is it? So stop, start, login. Here you go. This is for to do here. So just copy it, paste it here. Now I don't have this two line, so let me just stop this two line. I will not use them for now, but let me say I will do to do for login and register. This later I will do it in the next video, but in this video I'm just uploading the image. You know how we upload the image. It's not first of thing I just saw progress. As I told you, show progress is just display loading in front of the user. After I showing a progress, I just define the URL that I want to upload to. We discussed uploading image in details before. This is my URL that I want to upload to. So just me copy it, the new one, and just move it here, replace it with the new one, the URL that I want to upload. Then I just say define simple data type, because I need to give every image specific name that between different users. So I just will use this format. I just format the data type in this way. Then I define the data. Then because I don't want to have two image same name, so I just don't get confused. Make it more complex. This is simple, and maybe two user could log in sometime. So I try to make this code like more complex. I just now using specific time. If two user loading in some second, they will have same image. But if they will not load in some of the same, it's not registered in the same second or a different image. You could just change it more, just add more complex, add random number to make it more different. Second, I just need to upload this image to folder, name it images. So make sure I go back here and create a new folder and name it images. So because I said here I want to upload this picture to images. So here you go, this is images, and the same process for taking the image from the input and compress it and load it. After I load it, I have the URL. If you see, the most important part for me is the image URL. I will take the string image URL and I will talk later what I will do with this image URL. When he done, that's okay. I must do hiding for the loading, because I don't have this part. So just make sure add hiding after he did load. So first of all, I show loading, then when he done, I will do hiding. So I will remove it later, next video. I just run and see what I did. I just in this video just he could click select image. Then when he click add, he will see loading that for loading the image to the server. Now if I go to the server, I have to see the image loaded here. If you see, here is it, this is the image. So now what I did, an easy way, I just add authentication for the user, so this user could load image. Then after that I loaded the image and I have the URL. In next video I could take this URL with other user information will be entered from the screen, and I will pass it to the server for login and register. So I hope you understand this video. I hope you understand the rules. Why I did not remove this line, because I need to have to make my app secure. Only authorized user could do adding image. So for that I added authorization for the user before he could load image. If the user is not authorized, he could not load image. Here we done, and see you next. Hey everybody, now we understand how we could pick picture, load picture, and we have the URL for that picture. Now all what we need, user enter his name, email, password, and we pass all this information with the picture URL to the server. So how we do that? For sure we need to have a synchronous task. So to do that, I will go to the my file that I work with now, and I just continue copying from the line 168, and I go down and to this line, to the 242. Just copy them, go back and add this line. It's better to add them by the end, so you will not have problem. So yes, this is not something important. It's just a synchronous task. A synchronous task working in background, sending HTTP request to any URL you want, getting the data from the URL, convert this data from stream to string using this class, that operation. If you remember, we said we have operation class, and the operation class already have method named convert. This is just for converting string to byte. This is not something important, just we need to convert. So after we convert the data, I just pass this data to process, and the process will do some operation. So before I do this, let me make sure I'm calling after I load image. What I will do, so I just go back. Let me just remove this hide one I just added before a few seconds. Just take it off. So what you will do, first of all, you just define your URL. You need to register the user. You remember what we did when register user in the local? What we did, you say localhost. If you remember, we say localhost, then we just put some information for register and other stuff. I don't remember the register. This is the register information. We passed the information for the user first name and all this information in the URL. Same thing, I will use same URL, same parameter, but I just will replace, you remember, just any localhost will replace by 10.222. So I just go here, I just use same URL 10.0.2.2 just instead of localhost, because I'm using emulator. Then this is my username, this is the folder, and this is a register. What I would send to the register PHP, if you see, I'm sending the first name and the email of the user and the password and the picture. What you will see here, you will see the picture and the username. Username may be 2 words, and the picture use URL. So if you go directory here and you say first name will be Hussein space Ahmed, this will not work. This will not work with PHP. You will have an error. That will not be saved. He will save only Hussein. He will not save Ahmed. He will not pass it. So to fix that, you do encoding. So what I will do here, if you see, I have a name. So I just take the name. I just do Java URL encoding. I just take the username, any name entered in the box, any name entered, I just do encoding for the UTF-8. And also same thing for the URL for the image. You see URL image have HTTP and have a slash and other thing. So you cannot pass it through URL specific HTTP. Inside HTTP you pass another, you cannot say in this way. You cannot say HTTP slash, for example, google.test .jpg. This will not work because this will consider as a slash, will not consider it as a query. So it's better to do encoding for that. Same thing I did encoding for the URL. So now the image and the URL, I just encode them. After I encode them, I call it register asynchronous task. I just pass it to the asynchronous task. So what did the asynchronous task? I thought, as you said, we just get the data, do request, register the information. After he register, we now with register method return for us. So we just according the message. We said the message will be in this way, message, and we see it. So we check the message. If the message is added, so that means the user added, I need to login. After if he added, I would login. So how I do login? You know how we do login, same information, but just calling login script and passing only email and password, the email of the person and the password if he success and register. So just passing email, password, the email of the user and password of the user to get user information. What I want to get, this script will return for me the user ID, if you remember. So I just run it again, or run synchronous task again. If he success, you now have login. If success, he will return for us message name it login pass. If you don't remember, if you say here, if I have here register, not register, I will call login. So login will return for us login. If he login success, return a message login pass. If he pass, I will get this information. So what I will do, I say, hey, if the login pass, if the message login pass, that means user login. So take the info. The info is string. If you see here, user info is not a JSON. All these are considered as a string because I pass it as a string. So I just converted now from string to JSON object. Then I just get it as an array, and this get first element inside array because you see this is this array. So after I get the array, here we go, I just take username and pass this username to save data. So the save data could save this information. After I save it, I just close login and finish it to start the activity. If I run it to see how the login work, here we go, I have the screen. So let me say the name will be Hussein Ahmed because I need two name. I say the password will be a@yahoo.com, and I will say username and your password 12345. And also I will say selecting some image for this user from the computer or from the phone and click login. Loading, sometime, finish, here we done. If you see user is added. Now if I go to the database, I have to see, if I select start from login, I have to see this user. If you see, this is all the information for the user. Username, password, all the information. Name, Hussein Ahmed, email, password, and this is the image. This is the direct URL for the image. If I just take this URL and paste it here, I will see the image is uploaded inside Google. I just have direct image. So here you go. This is basically how you log in and how you register. So here we done. Now also in addition to we done, now we have the user ID also save it inside our app. Now we have it here, the user ID. Here is it. So it should be if I have it here saving user ID, I have to do something here. After you save the user ID, it's better to update that user ID. That I will say, not this way, sorry. I will say this dot user ID equal that user ID. So make sure you add this line here because you need to update the real user ID. Or you could after do this one, you could just calling this method. You have too many way. So this is the basic method. Here we go. This is basically after save loading. So the loading will load user ID because next time when someone open the phone, you will load the information. So yes, here we done, and see you next. Hey again, we did complete two services, one for user login and one for user register. What about user want to add posts? So if I say show tables, I will see this table, which is name it tweets. So if I say describe for tweets, I see this field in that tables. So to insert a new tweet, we need to do insert into the table name it tweets. Then what the value, what the information I want to send. I will send user ID. I would send the text, I would send the picture, but I don't send other information. The data will be auto-generated, the post ID will be auto-generated. So what the values for these, for the user ID should be integer. You know the user's IDs, like if I just go, last one I did login with him, for example, ID number 2, which is Jenna, so let me use ID number 2. And what the tweets, I say hello, the new hello to a new demo, this is the text, and the image path, the picture path, let me suppose home slash tweet dot, okay, test dot png. This is not real image, just for testing, make sure everything is working fine, and then we will do everything later. So we say, hey, insert into table named tweets this information, the values for this one, the IDC I didn't add between two brackets because integer value, we say this one is integer, so integer don't need 2 colon, but other one like text string, so need to be string, and the text, this one should be string, enter, okay. So now if I say select star from tweets, I have to see this record. See, he automatically added ID for the tweet, and he automatically added the post for the tweet, because I told him when I create this table, if you remember the tweets, I said, hey, I want the data of a tweet will be auto-generated from the system data. So whatever data in the system, bring it and add it to me. And also I say, hey, the tweet ID will be primary key auto-generated, auto-increment. So for that reason, you just create these two things for me without doing anything. So now let me go to the add a tweet. So to add a tweet, I will just create a new file. Okay. And I say in new file, I save it. And I will name it, I will save it where? Here? Yes, I will name it add, tweet add, tweet add.php. Okay? So a tweet add is exactly same as register, so I have to write the code. I will copy the code from register, move it to tweet, and do some changes. So here, instead calling register page, I will call a tweet add.php. I will pass some information. If you remember, we need to pass 3 information for the tweets. We need to pass the user ID who did the tweet, because I have it already saved, it should be inside the phone. So okay, we need to have user ID that is supposed to be passed to. Then other information, I need to pass the tweet text, whatever the text we need to add in the tweet. So I say tweet text, say let's suppose for now say only one word, hello, because I cannot add space here to allow problem. We will do decoding later on with a URL calling. And the third parameter, I will pass it a tweet picture, so should be same as this one. So just take both these. So I don't use space between the words for the test part, just one word use, test only, because you cannot use space for now. We will use space later on in encoding things. So tweet, I will need 3 information: user ID, tweets, and tweet text, and the tweet picture. So to call this statement, if you see it, here is it for the insert, bam, get it, go back, this was insert statement, so replace it with this one. Okay, I need to do some change. For example, I need to pass here, instead number 2 I pass the tweet ID, so I will say dot mean concatenate and plus, so I want to pass user ID here, so do same process for other part, which is hello to demo, replace it with this one, get to the whatever the tweet text, and I will do same thing for the third part, which is tweet URL. Make sure from these things don't miss them, because they are part from the work. So here I will pass the tweet picture, if there is picture. So user ID, not colon, tweet text, user, everything. Run a query. If he was success, he sucks. If he fail, he still fail. If he success, he say a tweet is added and bam, he should be done and everything is good. So making sure if this one is working or not. So if I just go to the terminal, run, tweet is added. So if I make sure if tweet really is added, select star, yes, he add hello, this one. So if I just try to change something small for the same user, I say amazing and everything same user, tweet is added. So if I just go back to see if there's amazing, yes. See, he still refer here that user ID 2 did this post, user ID 2 did this post, user ID 2 did this post. So all this information about user ID 2. So here we done. Thank you for watching.
Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about ListView. So in the previous video we understand how we could do register and login, and we get this screen. After we get this screen, we suppose we may have different type of ticket will be displayed in this ListView. So just to get refresh, if you remember, main activity have ListView, and this ListView will have our data. So what I want to do, I want to display one time, I want to display this ticket that just for adding posts should be always first ticket, and maybe I want to display this ticket, or I should be display that to this ticket for news for people or for tweet for people. This one I will use it when I want to show the user I'm loading, and this one I will use it to display a message for user, hey, there is no message. So there is 4 type of ticket I want to display to the user inside one ListView. So how I do that? It's really simple. So first of all, let me just go to the code and implement my adapter. You remember we already have this adapter item that have all the information that I want to display, that ID, tweet text, picture, date, user ID, and the information, and here is the constructor. Now what I want to do, I want to do the adapter. So if I go back here to my code and just go back and I go to the main activity, in the main activity I will go to the code part that name it this one for my adapter from 133 to the line number 1241. Yes, too much, around 100 code. So when you're done from copying, just minimize this 2 lines, so I don't want to see it. So here is it, here this code. This code is not something interesting, it's just adapter. So if you see adapter, it's just getting array of adapter item, this adapter item, and when it get it, so do initialize and get context and just do initialize for this array. I have this method because it's base adapter, so I have to have get count, you know about that, get item and get item ID. The most interesting part we are looking for is get view. So according to the view, I will display different data. How I do that, or how I could display this for ticket one time, this one time, this one time, this one time, this one. If you see, I'm receiving adapter, ListView adapter. If you don't remember well, this one is ListView adapter that I have it already, this list of data that I have. So I check for ListView. What I want to say, I will save the tag name inside the tweet date. So if someone pass in the tweet date, word name it add, I will display the ticket for add. So I just create inflator, I inflate with the tweet add, and I will display ticket for the ad, and here we go. This is just ticket for the ad. I'm accessing to the text that someone input, and the image view, or the image view for post when someone click on the post, and for the image view for someone click on attach. So just let me show you what I mean by that. This one name it attach, this one name it post, this one having the text. So just getting access to the text, to the post, to the attach. Now I will not load anything, so let me just stop this line and I write here to do load image attach. I will update it later, and also I will not do anything with this part for
saving post. So I say to do save post or posting. So I just stop this line of code. So just make this code easy understand to you, so you will see what I'm doing. So just I'm stopping this code. I will activate them later. So if someone pass in the text date, I will load this one tweet. So if someone pass loading in the tweet, I will display load ticket. It is this one. This is just for loading. So I just display load ticket. Also just great inflator, accept load ticket, return it as a view. Else, if someone pass no tweet, I will display no tweet ticket. That is this one. Otherwise, if you did not pass any one of these, I will display the normal ticket. So that's mean tweet item. So did you see how I could load different type of ticket using this type? So this is for load. When this one, the load ticket, if you see in the load ticket or tweet item have person image, person name, the text time, and the image for the text. If you see I have here, when someone I want to click it, display only the tweet for that person. So just let me just stop this code, person a tweet, and I will just stop this line of code because I would do it. I will say so I could do it later. So I say to do, so I will do it this update later. So yes, this is all the code. Also, this is for Picasso. We will talk later about Picasso and loading image. To do Picasso, I will just stop this two line because I will work on them later. So just what I want to share with you in this part, how we could display different ticket. Just say if else, and that is. So now if I pass on the date text tweet, I pass this one, he will display ad. Let me show you how. If I go back here, you see how we could initialize the connection with the adapter. So this part, my adapter, you define your adapter, then you connect ListView, then you load. So if I go back here, app, and the main activity, I have this already, but let me just take it. I just define adapter. So adapter should be from my customer adapter. So let's just define for it, name it my custom adapter. Just define my adapter. I define the adapter that I have. This be part of my custom adapter. Do you know what my custom adapter? It is the adapter that we already set up now, and we already passed all this information. So now, if someone created, and here we go, he just initialized and set it. Imagine before I set it, I just passing some data, for example adding some data in the list view. So let me say I have a specific data in this array list, the array list that have array of item, or array that item that I want to supply this items. So now I just added add. So if the add as a tag should load only, or should display the ticket for the ad, should be this one for the ad. Okay, let me see how. Just let me say click on, show you how I do that. Just let me see how we could load different ticket and see how this is the ad. Let me load another one. Also I want to load sometime loading and no tweet. Let me just load loading. So let me copy it, paste it. In addition to that, I will add loading. So he will display the tweet for loading. So whatever I pass here, he will compare there and he say, hey, you want that one? See, this is loading. If you want to pass not a tweet, I hope it should be not a tweet in this way. Not. Let me go. I see it. What is it there? Because I don't remember exact not tweet. Yes, something. So if I pass not tweet, I will display a different ticket. If you see 3 different type of ticket I loaded, I will load here. Now I think you are okay and you understand how we could load different type of ticket inside. See this ticket, this ticket, this ticket. One more, if I did not add any of these one as a date, let me suppose, there you go. Let me suppose anything I want to add here. not something interesting, something not I not is it else. That means you have to load the ticket for the tweets. So the point from this video, I want to share with you how you could load different type of ticket inside the ListView. It's not something difficult, just if else you access, you do inflate with that with the element, then you return it and you're done. Here we done, and see you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video how user could do some post, like write something, then add picture, then he clicks send, it will be saved in the post database. So if you remember, the ticket responsible for the post is the add, and you remember how we called add by adding only this line. Let me remove this 3 more, just keeping only add, so you could see only add on the ticket, so to be easy to follow, just following. So yes, this is the add. So I want just writing select image save. So first part, I want him to select image, so he will be able to select image. The icon for select image, you know the name of it. So if you go back here, tweet add, the select image should be this one, AV attach. So if I go to the main, if I go here down, this one AV attach, I just access to it. Then if when someone click on it, I call load image. In same way we load image, just select it from gallery, then load it to the server. So I just enable it. So I will look for load image here in the file. So if you go back here, this is the file, and this is load image. I will take it from this one. I will also use the dialog that for loading. So I will start from pop. So I will start from 411. Then I go down. I will take upload image and all the stuff for images. I hope now I hope I'm good. So for until 497, just copy them, go back. This is just for loading. So I say load image. Okay. I hope I will not be inside any method. So I will not run into problem. So yes, I'm here in the method, so I will be outside. Load image. So you know how load image. When he call load, what we will do, we'll just, if you see, this is the code. This is first thing of the dialog. You didn't care about it, you know. I'll just show dialog loading, remove dialog loading. So here first he call load image. What we will do, just display picker to pick image from the phone. So start activity for results, then we wait for result. So when he select any picture, if he okay, that means he select image. After he select image, I will upload this image. What I will do now, I just try to do like Facebook. Whenever you pick image, he will directly upload to the server before you uploading the text. So upload image, then when you're done, you write the text, he will save the text with the image in same place. So just I directly after you select image, I say upload that image. I just send that image. If you see, I just replace the name. I take the image and I pass it here. If you see, I have the URL, download URL. How I upload it, I just give the URL for the server that I want to upload the image. So you know what the server that I'm using for images here in the Firebase. So I just already replaced it, but just to remember this one, GSM. So I will not run into problem. This is my new one. So GSM app, I just give a specific name for the image, same thing. But before the name of the image, I added the ID of the user, just a new name, semi-unique. So every user could have different name. So now with this name, you are sure no two user have same image, because you're adding user ID, then the image, then the data time. So the user cannot load same image with same second. Different user, different ID. So just add this one user ID before this data time will help to generate different name for images. So we will not have two images same name, but only we won't have problem with the user image, because maybe two user get account, but the post you will not have any problem with this line. After you have the image, you just upload it to the server, and here we're done. After you upload it, waiting for some time, just execute this line, then you take download image and you hide the dialog. This is just for loading image to the server. So now if someone click run and try to load image, he could see how the image should be loaded. So if you select a click, for example, let me select this image. You will see loading. After he done, he say, I'm done from uploading. This is basically how you upload image in the server. This is not something new, you know about it. So yes, so let's continue and see what we'll do. Then I click select image, waiting. Here you go, he load the image. Now if I go here to the Firebase, click here, you have to see the image. How I could recognize the image? I just have the name underscore the name of the image, because we add underscores. If you see, this is the ID of the user, 9 underscore the image. So you will not have any problem in the image of the users. So this is the image, because I already uploaded the image without anything. Now I have the URL of the image. I want to push the text and URL and everything to the host. So to do that, you need to have a synchronous task working in background. So to do that, just I go here and I try to copy the asynchronous task. Let me see where is the asynchronous task. So the asynchronous task should be this one, from 244 and go down to many lines. I know that. So here is it. I think here we done. Yes. Here is 2361. Just copy there. This is just a synchronous task working in background. It have many parts, but we will talk on all the part one by one. So don't care about it now. Let me just go up and we will go through step by step. So first of all, if you see, I have add. So I understand how to load the image. Now let me go to the second part, how to load the image and the post. Now I have the URL for the image. Someone type something, I click send. So what I will do, first of all, I will just remove this two thing. So to do is done. This thing. So first of all, I define the tweet, because the tweet maybe have spaces. So I need to take the tweet and do encoding for it, URL encoding. I just change it. Also download URL, because it have HTTP. Also I do URL encoding. After I have encoding for both of them, you know why I have encoding, because one have space and one have HTTP and cannot work. So you need to do encoding. So now I want to send them. I will send them to tweet add. You know, tweet add script is for adding data or for adding tweets. So tweet add, what I will need, I need just to pass user ID, the user who write this tweet. I have the user ID already saved in the save setting, user ID. You remember how when we save it. Then we'll pass tweet text that we already encrypted, and we will pass also tweet picture. We have the URL for the tweet, and here we done. So yes, tweet time, you don't need it. Run asynchronous task. When the asynchronous task run, he just starting, try to connect with the URL. After it connecting, sending data and getting the response result. I don't care about the result that coming from this tweet. So I just say I don't care about it, but I have too many results coming from other type of tweet. We will talk about them later. This one, for example, for tweet added. So after you add the tweet, you need to load the tweet that already saved. If you see, I have load tweet, so I need to call this method. This method already I have it here. I think load tweet should be, where is it? And we will talk about load tweet more, but in this video I will not go through load tweet anymore, but just to avoid the error. So copy line 509 to 355. This is just for loading saving a tweet. I will go to it next, but just to avoiding error, I will add it here. So now I think we don't have any error. So now if the tweet is added, I will load the tweet. If you see, here is it. If the message coming name a tweet is added, because you know when you add a tweet, you will get message name a tweet is added. If it is added, I will load the tweet and I'm okay. So here we go, read the tweet from start from 1, but I have to say start from 0. Why he start from 1? So this is a mistake. So should be start from 0 because you need to load from index 0. So let me check. Here you go. So if I run it and see what's going now I have, when I add a tweet, I have to see it in the post. We will talk later about see it. So let me just taking image. I will take this image. I don't know. I don't have other images. I have only this image, so I will use it. I have the image. I'm cool. Okay, so I will say send. Great. If you see, here is I'm cool on this image. He did not display the origin image. You will see the next video how I will display the origin image, because origin image needs some caching using Picasso. So see you next.
Hey again, let me talk in this video about the web service that we will build it to list the tweets. So to list the tweets, there is 3 ways to list of the tweets. Either I'm doing search for a specific tweet. So for example, if you see when I say select star from a tweet, it will bring all the tweets for me. What if I'm searching from a specific tweet, have a specific text? So I say where for example, tweet text like equal, that means exactly equal, like to be maybe equal or not. With equal I cannot use percent, with like I could use percent. Percent mean any number of character. Then for example HE, then percent, then colon. That means hey, I want you to search in the database for any tweet text, start with any character, have HE, then end with any number of character. Which one have HE? This one have HE, have to bring me two character. See, bring me only 2 record only. So what if I want to do, hey wait, I want you to search for any tweet have word new. Okay, make sure colon, he give me only this one have new. So adding percent before, that means a number of character before it, percent after it, a number of character after it. So what I mean by that, if I say go back to HE, I say anyone started with HE or started with AM and have number of character. So then I say enter. He give me only this one, amazing. Then I say wait, see these 3 of them, which one of them have same? Does they have something similar? No, everyone have different. So no, nothing similar. Everyone have different characters. So that's what I want to say. I say when you say percent before, that means any character before it, a number of character, I don't know, whatever they will be. Percent after the number of character after it. So this is how we do tweet search. This is for general, but maybe I want to see only tweet for specific person who I follow. Like I want to see, wait a second, let me show you the 3 cases. So first of all, if I just say this, select star from tweet, he will show me all the tweets. Is that right? Good. What if I say select star from tweet where tweet have word new inside it? So start with any character, have a new inside it. This search for a specific one. What I want to see tweet only for Hussein, for a specific person. In this case, I would say tweets where, for example, user ID equal 2. Okay, that means any tweet that posted by specific person, which will happen. We may be looking for a specific person. He give you all the tweet. And the third case, that means I need only the people who I follow, which is like a little bit complex. We will discuss it in detail in the web service. This is 2 cases. So to get started, I will create a new file. I will save it. I will name it here a tweet list. So I say tweet list list.php. So a tweet list will be exactly same as login. So I will copy whatever I have in the login added here. Still having this one, but this one should be tweet list.php, but it's different parameters. Should will take to have 3 cases. 3 cases, like to have case 1, we want to search. In search,
the OP we will have it for, let me suppose the OP should be 3, and the we will get also the query that we search for, whatever query like, and also we get number of record we want. So I say start from number of record I want to get for 2024 first time. So in this case I will pass it 3 information. First parameter I pass OP, operation, suppose should be 3, and the second parameter I suppose the query. We suppose, for example, he look for word new. The third parameter should be start from, which is from how many I want start from. Let me suppose like start from 0, because you need start from 0. Then second time he may call, he want to get second to 20 record, and how you want to fetch the data from the database. Because start mean from which record you want to start. Like, I will tell you what. If I say select start from tweet where ID equal 1, he will bring all the ID for that person. When I want to get specific records, I say, hey, I want to limit the from the second record and third and continue, like second, like 2. So I say 2, then I say limit to limit. I want to get 20 record, for example, offset 2, like mean from 2, then count 20 record. Oops, he gave me some error. So I think I did something wrong here. Limit will be, should be in this way. Limit 20 and offset this way. So that means, hey, I want you to start from record number 2. This is record number 0. This number 1, number 2. He give me only amazing. If I say, hey, I want you to start from record number 1, he give me number 1 and 2. Because I say, hey, I want to get 20 record after that. I have only 2, he show me only 2. This is what we mean by start from. So yes, so now if I just want to run it, so let me see what we did before. We did 3 different things. This one was for searching. So search from tweet, whatever, bum 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 bum. I added this one here, the query that I wanted. Select from tweet, where tweet, like this. Which one I want to search for? I want to search for $, get the query. Is that right? Now I don't have any instruction. Just select anything from tweet, where query text, like where text tweet, like this one, whatever you want to search for. I would suppose I may have number of character before it and number of character after it. Then I do some offset. I say limit. I need 20 record, offset whatever you want to start offset from. I say offset whatever. Same thing, get, not a query, get whatever he want me to start from. So if you want to start from 0, I will give him 0 and after 20 record. If you want to start from 20, I will give him 20 to 40. If you want to start from 40, I will go 40 to 60 from the database, because he may be loading more. So yeah, this is a query. I think everything is fine here. I did added 2 of them. Yeah, so it's fine for me. Getting, query, everything fine. And see the query database, if the error, he told me error. If the not, message, I say here has a tweet. I could say here no tweet. No tweet. And I think every user tweets. Add inside it, add. So yeah, this is all the information I want to have. So hopefully now this case will run. So just go back here, run it. Cannot run query. Error, cannot run the query. So of the error here, tweet list, operation 3, query, cool. Okay, I saw on this one to be and. Boom, there we go, and I did send the one they give me this one. Because I'm looking for this one, hitch, new, give me other new, whatever. So whatever I'm searching here, give me whatever I want. So yes, this how read that he just give me one record. You know why? Because I believe that I had a break so you have to give me more than one record. So if I just run it now, yes, and you should give me one record, but H should give me more than one record. Of the break, you just prevent me more than one record. So that's for one case. So let's add two more cases. So I just add that code and this. So this was one case, which is the operation on V3. For operation on V2, I will bring according to the user ID. So when I say, hey, select from tweet where the user ID, pull that user ID, specific user ID tweet I want to get. For example, I want to get only tweet for Hussein, for tweet number 3. So I just go here, I say, hey, I'm not searching by that number of things. I'm not searching by query. I'm searching by the user ID 1. For example, give me user ID call 1. So operation B2. They give me this information. So this is tweet for the user ID number 1. I say 3, 2. So for every one he have specific operation. Wait, I think there is something wrong. So for 2, for the 1, I will do this. For the 2, where specific user ID call there, I bring the data offsets are shown of specific place. For operation 3, do this. And this case for, wait, so I say if the I save it? Save it. And go back. To the web, error empty because he doesn't able to bring anything with the user ID 2, user ID 1, empty query again. We return to the same story for the empty things. So what about, that's right, he give me this because if I just go user, I have to give by user ID, I believe. Start from that's fine, user ID. I just give me 1, he still give me error. I understand why he give me error, because if I just do here word echo for the query to see what the query he was running when I give him that one. So he ran this query. If I just take this query and try to run the database to see what the error, say unknown user ID. That's mean in the schema we forget to add one thing. We have to add it now. So to go here in this table, when we did it created, we need to add also from the tweet, we need to add user ID because I need the user ID. I cannot create database without user ID. So now if I say source dot slash, hopefully I'm in the same direction, db script dot sql, boom, I got everything. Now hopefully if I just run that one, he will not give me error. He give me no message tweet. That's mean he passed, there's no error. But now everything is deleted, no tables, no everything. Yeah, we just start from scratch because that's simply how we did it. So tweetless, I'm not getting this message, but I think I'm good to go. So this case for 3, we just explained how we do it when I want to get searching for a query. When I want to get a specific, like I want open your website, open the page for homepage for Hussein and see his post. So I'm searching according user ID, and I also arrange the data according the date. Actually, order the data. Also, when I want to see only the tweets that I follow. So that's mean to do that I have to search from tweet where the user ID, anyone that I'm following. So I go to that place, in the tweets, I search for the people according their user ID, then I'm getting the list of the user IDs that I'm following. So for example, Hussein follow 5 people, follow ID number 1, 2, 5. I will bring the post only for the person who have ID 1, 4, 5. And this is how the query work. Because this say, hey, select follow from following where I'm following. That's mean, hey, this is really easy and straightforward. You're just telling the database to bring all the people you are following, IDs for people you are following. For I'm Hussein, I'm following 2 persons, you say 1 and 2. If I'm whatever following 4 persons, you say 1, 4, 7, 8, whatever their IDs. I bring them, then I search for these IDs tweets, then I show the tweets. So when I open my home page, I see only the post for the people who I follow. So this is how we list the post. Maybe this is a little bit complex for you, but you will get understand it later on when we'll talk about user following. So are we done? Thank you for watching. See you next.
Hey everybody, now let we study how we could display tweets for any person that tweeted in the website. So if you remember a previous video when we just called load a tweet, he display this for us, display this picture for the person and the name, and I'm cool, and there is no image here and no image for the person. The reason behind that things, because you remember we saved URL for the image in the database. So you need to have a way to display image from URL inside this one. So if you see this method when we call it load a tweet, it was loading a tweet. So this method when we just copy it and just click go to it, load a tweet. When I pass from 0, he just takes start and the operation name. If it starts from 0, he will add loading for first element just to show us he is loading. Because I need when he display loading for me here, so I display ticket for loading. If he just scroll in the end, I need to display by in the end. So just I make sure if he is in first element or he in last element, then notify the database just to show loading. Then what I will do, I will just load tweets loading for the person name. So when I pass the person name for the tweet load, we will load the tweet for that person. And just if you see there is number of parameter I passing for it, I'm passing from where I want to start. You know, if I just pass start 1, he will return for us from 1 to 20. If I pass 20, he will pass for us 20 to 40 in this way. So just loading, and by the end that I passed the operation. If you see, the last element was the operation type. So I passed operation already. Type of the operation is loading for the person. Then if you see if it's a 3, I'm passing the search. I will talk about 3 part. Don't care about this part for 3. Then I execute the asynchronous task to display data for me. Don't care about this part. I will go through it, and this one I'll go through the next videos. So after I just imagine you just define display loading, then you call load tweet for that person, then you call this method. This method also execute when it's done. He display message has a tweet. If there is a tweet, yes, that's great. If start point is 1, that's mean if he just want to load first thing, I just clear the list. Because maybe he have already 100 and he want to start from beginning, I just clear it and display first 20. So just clear it, display add ticket to show him add. Then I will add this one. If it's not, no, that's mean he is not in the first element. In the end, I just remove the load. Because always, why I remove this one? Because I'm always adding loading ticket in the end when someone load. So yes, after I'm done 2 points, I just getting all the tweets, because the tweets will be as info as we showed in the previous, and I will take all the tweets in the array and add them here in my array, then notify database. So when notify database, the tweet will be displayed here. Otherwise, if there is no tweet, I will display hey, there is no tweet. So first of all, if the start 0, because if he already doesn't see any tweet, he is not subscribed to anyone, I will display to him, I will clear it and I will show him add, then I will display under it there is no tweet. If you see, no tweet. Otherwise, if he have already like he after 20, like mean he just loaded 20, then he moved after 20 element, he say hey, no more tweet. Also I will call this one and this one for load and more. Let me save
for subscribe and subscribe next. So now I understand how to load first 20 by calling just normal usage operation. By the way, I want to do same thing for when the app start for first time. So if you see now, when app start for first time, I don't have anything to show up. But if you see, this is my task and loaded tweet. I'm not looking for loaded tweet. I'm looking for this one. Let's just wait a second. I just minimize this part. This one, when he select home, I want him when select home display first 20. So I say load tweet first 20, the operation type my following. That means only the people who I follow display tweet for him. Also, when the upload for first time, I want to display my following on a create method, and I no longer need this one because he already will be added. So yes, what mean my following? If you click on my following, it means number 1. That means I'm passing number 1 and 0. That means hey tweet, my operation is number 1, and I want the element from 0 to 20. So he will already say, hey, I will pass here the username Hussein, need his element from 0 to 20. Now if I run it, I would see here is the element. If I click at this, cool. Do you know what the problem? I did not activate the I did not change the URL to, I did not change this image to using Picasso. So now I want to use Picasso. So if you see, I have already Picasso. This is the Picasso website. Make sure secure.github.io Picasso. It's really easy to use it. Just say Picasso with the context name, load the URL inside any image view, and he will load the image. But first of all, you need to add this line inside your Gradle. So just copy it, go back, and here you go. Just go to the Gradle, and here add it inside your app Gradle, and make your synchronize. When you're done, just go back to your app. Now what we have, we need to go, let me just increase this one, and I want to see my adapter for loading normal text. So this is for add ticket, this for loading no tweet, this is for normal tweet. So just get tweet item, I say hey, get username, display first name in it. So I want to display first name here. I don't have any problem first name. I want an image also, I want to do something. So let me check what is I'm doing with the image. See, I have here to do with Picasso. So user image, I just enable Picasso line, and this one enable. So just Picasso, just so you could import it. So what I did, just access to user picture, and I load picture with context, load s.tweet picture. We already in a tweet picture we have the person picture. So and we loaded in the person image, and we have in the picture path we loaded in the picture. So this information already passed from the server when we call it for loading data. So I hope, yes, here you go. This is the picture, and here is the picture for data. So now you understand how we could add tweet. Go. I hope. Now if I just click here, just load image, save. See, here is it. This is to post person image. So you may have some confusing in these lines, but it's not too much. The tweet, display tweet, and you know what tweet we have. We display here image the person and name. You see here we display the name, and here we display the tweet text. What the text that's mean, this text, and the image for the user image, picture image, this one accessing to the image to display the image here, and this one for display the image inside this one. So picture path, as I told you, this picture path with picture, all of this we already passed it from the server when we did a synchronous task, that job to do this operation for us. So now you understand all this part. Let me go next and see what we still missing. Hey and welcome. In this video I want to talk about the following. So if you remember, if I just say show tables that we created, one of the tables that we created named following. So if I say describe for the following, you see this one have user ID and following by other user ID. So if I want to follow any person, I want to say, hey, my ID is following that ID, and that is. So and how to do it? Say, okay, insert into the table name it following, and what two field I want to add? I want the user ID following other user ID, saying, hey, then say values 1 follow 2, like the person ID 1 following person ID 2. If I say select star from following, okay, then he say, hey, 1 follow 2. So how to do following? Okay, I could do it here by creating new file and save this file under name it user following. So I say user following in this way dot php. User following exactly same as the register. You just register a new person. So just copy this code, move it to user following. So the page that we will call it, name it user following. Okay, the thing that we pass, we know that we see here we passed for some information, one of them user ID and following user ID. So you say, okay, we will get the user ID, for example, whatever that we just suppose this one should be, because I'm passing too many information here, so I don't want this part. I'm saying here this one user ID, for example 1 is following other user ID. So this is, that means is following other user ID. I don't need this one. I would say operation. So operation, this one. So operation, if the operation be 1, that means I'm following. If operation be 2, I do this follow. So op1 for follow and op2 for unsubscribe. So I just do unsubscribe for the person. So what the statement should be? Okay, going back here, really easy. Copy this code, come back, add it here. This is all my code should be. So instead of this one, I need to add this to dot then $sign get for that. So what I'm getting user ID in this way. Instead to also I will replace it with other user ID, following user ID. Okay, that's what we do. But one thing, say, hey, if the operation for this get, so if I say, hey, if get equal 1, like operation that pass it, that means I'm doing a process of this process only for 1. So now if I just run this query, hopefully it will work. I don't say message failed, message you following is updated. Say following is updated, and boom. So if I just go here, try to run that query, following is updated. If I just go, now I have 2 record, 1 follow 2, 1 follow 2. This is for following. For don't follow, I have to say delete from following, where I have to add 2 condition. I am deleting according to condition. User ID equal that 1 and following user ID equal 2, and boom, delete. Now if I just say select, I don't have any record. So don't follow, just you remove your following, you're subscribing. So this is the statement for not follow. If I just go back here, I say same code, just copy it, say else if operation equal 2, this is for not follow. So the process is deleting. So if I just go back to this statement, delete. So go back again, I have to do delete. Same, this code should be replaced instead this ID and this code should be replaced instead that ID. I don't know how I did copy the right or not. Yeah, I just need this ID. I don't need too many things because I'm just in the end of the statement. So instead these, I say dot that ID for not follow. So if I just go here now, click enter, if updated, if you just check the database, you see person 1 following person 2. If I just same call, just change it to operation to 2, that means I want to do unfollow. Again, he told you the updated. If I just go back, you have to remove it. Boom! Yes, we done. So are we done? Thank you for watching. See you next. Hey again, one of the web services that we needed is checking if I'm following specific person or not. So you know that like I could follow any person by say this, for example, insert into following that field, and I say person 1 following person 2 when I say select star from that table. But one of the most important conditions, we have to say, I want to see if I'm following specific person or not. So for example, I'm saying, hey, if this person with ID 1 following the person with ID 2, if he give you a record, that's mean yes. If he don't, like for example, is person 1 following person 3, he tell you empty. So we need this in our code to check if I'm following specific person or not, and that we will see it next. So to do that, so I will just get a new file, save it. I will name this file is following.php, save it. So is following exactly same as login because I'm just checking in the database. So copy the login part, move it here. Now I'm checking here for is following. So instead login, I'm looking for is following. Okay, I'm just checking for is following. But if you see in this following, I'm looking for two information for the user ID and whatever. If the user ID, for example, equal 1 and the following user ID equal 2, just do that. Show me the record. So I'm just checking. So I'm following user ID equal 2. So now I'm selecting from which table? I'm selecting from table, name it following. So if you see here, the table, I'm searching in, name it following. So I say, hey, select star from following where the user ID equal whatever you have that a user ID and following user ID equal whatever you have as a following user ID. If you find it, find it, and if you find it, give me the information and tell me like you is following. So a message directory you say is is subscriber. I say here is not subscriber, is not subscriber. Yeah, just this message. So if I just try to run this one and see if this person 1 is following person number 2, say is subscriber, yes. If I say is person 2, 3 following person number 2, is not subscriber. So here we done. Thank you for watching. See you next. Hey everybody, let me talk in this part about follow and unfollow. So follow and follow, you mean we follow specific people and you unfollow them. So to get started, I want to create another user. So let me just sign out from this user by just removing the app and rerun it again with different user, different name, and try to have another user. So the another user want to subscribe to this user. So you could just imagine how the app works. So enter name, I say Leia. Yeah, email, I will say leia@yahoo.com. I will say password 12345. Images, I will click here to the specific image, allow yes. I will load this image for Leia. After that, I will save to create account for Leia and log in to the system. Here we go. If you see, Leia doesn't see anything because she is not following for any people. So now I want to, here we go. If you see, Leia cannot see anything because she did not post anything and she is not following for any people. So how to enable following? Before I enable following, let me enable search so she could search for any tweet here. Enable search is not something complex. If I go here in the search, I see here, this is the part for the searching. So just search for specific anything you entered. When you search it, I just pass it to the load tweet, and load tweets, the type of operation is search, and I pass what I want to search query, and this one, when it get it, you say, hey, this operation is a 3, that's mean he is looking for search query. You could make it like more nicer. You say, no, I will not say 3 or 2, I will use this way. Let me just show you what I mean by that. I mean, you say search type, so just remove number, because number is not the way you could work with your code. So search type dot search, the third one, search, and I'm searching in. Just you cannot write 3 in your code. So I'm searching, hey, this person, I'm doing this person, user ID, want to search to start from 0, but operation is 3, and also you pass a query for search, what he is searching for. So now when you run it, you could see something. When he searches, you could see she could search for cool. He's writing something cool. I need now, when it comes on his name, I do subscribe, click here on his name. So first of all, I want to enable clicking on his name. So what I mean by that, I need to go to this part for query, for, if you remember this one, for get view. I would say here, this is for tweet, for click on person tweet. So first of all, load the tweet, make the search tab is on person. That means just get the tweet for that person from 0 to 20. Then display person here, text view follower here. Then after that, I just taking user ID and just select, hey, this selected this person, so I could load it. Then I check if it's followed or not. So if it's following, I do something, and if it's not following, I do another thing. So if I go here, see, I go down in the progress, I say here, if he is subscribe, there is a subscribe, I set the button unfollow. If he is not subscribe, I set the button to follow. So this is just something like to show we are follow or unfollow. So now if I just run it, I have to see something. I have to see if just seeing something here, just write cool, click on the name. Here you go. If you see, when I click on the name, he just directly display Hussein Ahmed and display this button for me. So I could follow him or unfollow him. So how to follow this person or unfollow him? So I need to write code for this button. So this button is already empty. We already have it, but we did not write any code here for button follow. It's not something complex, easy, just follow and follow. So let me go back here, just look for that code. This is for button follow, this one. This is the code from 116 to 128. So just post it here. I say, hey, the operation 1 subscribe, 2 unsubscribe. If it is already following, so do if you want to follow, click 1, that's mean this one, add follow this person. So click 1 and pass the text and change it to unfollow. Else, that's mean the operation is 2, it is follow. You mean what mean 1 and 2? 1 and 2 is something in the user following script. He now in user following script, remember we passed 1 for follow and 2 for unfollow. So just let me just show you Sublime. I hope could access to it now. Control site. I'm looking for. So here is it. So user following is this one. It have one operation when you want to call script for insert, 2 for when we call the script for delete. So in pass 1 that's mean follow, 2 that's mean unfollow. So now if I rerun it again to see what's going on. So now let me just, I don't see anything because I'm not following anyone. Let me suppose I want to follow the one who write, searching for anyone, right? Cool. This person, click on it, subscribe him. Now if I click, see, I see the post for Hussein because I'm subscribing for Hussein, so I could see his post. Also, you could do unsubscribe for him, and now when you write home, you could not see any post. So if you see as much as people you have and subscribe, you will see their post. If I write cool in this way, Hussein subscribe. Now on my home, I will see the post for Hussein. Now this is Hussein. Now wait a minute. Why when I go to the name of the person I cannot see his post? I have to see the post for the person because if I go here, I have here something named tweet list, and I have here operation 2. That's mean user ID equal this. Yes, I understand. Now we have a problem here. We're just loading our post, not other user posts. I will tell you how to fix this. So if I go here back, where is it the part for calling user post? It is should be here is it. So wait a second. This one for having selected post. This one select user post. Then if it load post. So just make sure just take this one and add it before. So I have the user that's selected. Now I have if the operation is search tab is one person. So if here you go, if search tab is in search, so I say if the user operation equal search type dot one person. So that's mean I'm using this one, search ID, not user ID, not this ID. If you see here, I am using user ID. Here is it. The user ID should not be user ID here. Now should be the person, that one person, the person ID, not my post. For that reason, I did not see anything because I'm loading my post, not the user ID post. Yes, here we go. Now I'm loading Hussein. If I click on Hussein, I have see only post for Hussein. If you see, here is it. Yes, and see I could subscribe and unsubscribe. I could also add posts. Good work. I say add picture. Unfortunately, I have just only these 2 pictures. I don't know why, but yes, that's what I have. Here you go. See, this is my pictures, and this is every person. Yes, here we're done, and see you next. Hey everybody. Maybe you run this app on different device in your emulator. You will not see what I see, like image nice and everything is cool. Maybe the image will be smaller and this one will be bigger. This is totally okay because we are using only one XML file for our layout. And what we discussed in previous sections, we have to design for every size specific layout. Like this tweet item, this item that I want to display it in different layout, I have to click right and click resource file. I name it tweet item, same name, and I will give it, for example, XHDPI. So this one for XHDPI. Then click right, another layout for XHDPI. This is second. Let me go here and say yes. I will make it 3x HDPI. This is 3 screen size. So if you see, I have X HDPI, XX HDPI. I could say new screen. I would say same name. I will give it HDPI, and here we go. So see, now I have different device with different size. Now let's just me copy this code and add it with different screen size, and try to manage this screen one by one and see what the different. For sure you will have many errors, we need to fix them with different screen size. And this is the very a good example you could practice on with your data. So if I see, let me just start from the first one, HDPI. If you just go here, do you have any problem with it? Did you see something small or something large? I feel everything's okay here. Maybe this image need to go less. It's too much, 100, take half of screen. Let me say 19. Yes, to be a little baggy. If I go here for this one, I see HDPI. Yes, little bit okay with HDPI. I don't need to do some changes. XHDPI, here is we have some problem. If you see, the image is okay, but this one is very small. So let me say I will make it 18 by 18. So to be clear, like yes, little bit clear, I think. Same thing with this one. What the problem we will have it in this one? I think the problem we will have it. Yes, same thing with image. So make it 19. With 19. So people could see. Yes, you could increase this one size also if you think this one 16. So with different device size, you will not run into problem. So make sure this one also sizes, make it 240. Did you see how I just give for every device size a specific property, specific thing? So I could get for every device different. Like if you see now a little bit nicer, see the image of the person, you'll see it, name it, and everything seems cool. So yes, here we done, and thank you for watching. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video and next upcoming video about some hardware that available with Android, like a camera and sensor and Bluetooth and more. So let in this video talk about camera and how we could take a picture from the camera. So I want to create a simple app. It has single button. When you click on it, you'll see a camera, then where you could take picture and you have it in your app. First of all, how I could implement this app. If you see there's a camera app already available in your phone or in your emulator. If you activate camera in your emulator, when you click here, you will see the camera is opened. So yes, here is it. What I want to do, I want to send some data to this camera so it would take picture for me, then I will get data back to my app. Again, suppose this is my app. So I would send intent to the camera app and I'm waiting for some result. And then the camera will take picture, then I will get this picture and then I will save it in my phone. So first of all, I need two permissions. One of them I want to save in my phone. So I want to access, so I will say, okay, use permission, or not use feeder, use your permission. Use permission. It should be permission for write to external storage. I will say write. Okay, write to external storage. Write external storage, this one. This permission you need it because we need to save data inside the phone, so we need to use this permission. Remember, this is dangerous permission, so you have to write something for it. Yes. Second thing, I can not take picture unless I have camera in my phone. There are some type of devices have Android but doesn't have camera in it. So I have to make sure before anyone install my app, I have to make sure this phone have a camera in it. So to do that, I will say use feeders. Like I'm looking for some feeders. So I say, okay, use feeders, this one. I'm looking which feeder name. I will say Android name. The name of the feeders will be for the camera. So I will say, okay, Android plus camera 1. Okay, that's great. Then I would say, okay, this camera should be required. So I say, okay, required, Android required should be true. What does that mean? As I told you, that means if the phone doesn't have camera in it, so don't run this app. So this line making sure the phone have camera. So if the phone doesn't have camera, so this app will not install on this phone because say hardware specification doesn't match. So this is a great job, you could do it. And now with Android, if you are using a GPS, you have to do something. You have to do use feeders, Android hardware GPS, because now starting from October 2016, Google ask every developer who use permission for location have to add user feeders for Android hardware.gps. So now whenever you want to use a GPS, you have also to add this line, but not .camera, you will use .gps. That's great. Now I want to complete my work. So what I have to do in this app, I will not do a lot of work because there's something already available. So yes, so I will go here, I will get very simple app. Let me delete this one. I will get some button when someone click it to take picture, then the picture will be displayed inside MGView. So yes, here is it, here is the MGView. You could design MGView in any way. You could select any image inside it, you could increase the size of the image. That's up to you. So let me say I want the width should be much parent and the height should be, for example, 200 pt. It's too much 200 pt. I would say 100 pt would be enough. Yes, here you go. Now this button should be for taking picture. So you could change this one to take picture. Take picture. Okay, here you go. Now I want when someone click on this button, I will see the camera, then the image will be displayed here. Okay, make sure this one have event for on a click. I will say okay, BU take picture. Here you go. Then I will go to the code. So where is the BU take picture? This one. I make sure to implement this method. Then I have to access to MGView. So if you see I have MGView here, I want to access to it, this one. So I could keep it as its name, or you could change the name in the code. So as I told you, follow the naming standard. First of all, define MGView here, this name, then go to the main creation in this MGView, do initialize for it. Say okay, find the view by ID r.id dot make sure r.id dot this name. Yes, here's it. Now I have the image. Now I want to take the picture. That's great. So okay, to get the picture, I have, as I told you before, I have this app. I want to send intent to this app, so this app could take picture. Then I want when the app take the picture, I will get the result back. So I want to set intent to camera app. So first of all, I define my intent. So okay, intent in this way. I will name it intent equal a new intent. Okay, that's great. Now this intent have some extra information. Add action. I will say okay, add action. We'll say intent.set action. I will define my action. So what action I want to do? I want to do media store dot action image capture. So I'll say okay, media store in this way. If I get it, so yes, here is it. This is media store dot. I'm looking for someone for something for taking image. I will say action, then underscore, then image capture. When I send this intent or this action inside the intent, the Android will understand already, hey, I want to start another app, name it images or name it camera. So yes, I defined this one, I added the action, then here we go. Now I want to fire up this event. So how I could fire it, I would say okay, start activity. For now I'm not saying start activity only, because start activity will start activity and that is done, but I don't want to start camera app just for nothing. I want to get results. So I will say start activity for results. So I say okay, start activity for result, just because I'm starting activity but I'm waiting to some result. What I send, I will send this intent. What the tag key, you could send it any key. Let me say integer tag equal 1. So you could give the tag any number because you will use it again. So here you go. Now, okay, I started the activity, but if you see, I didn't start activity without anything. I start activity and I'm waiting for some result. So now, when I run this code, the camera app will be opened, and I will see the camera, and someone could take picture. Now, when he take picture, I want to take that picture. How I could take that picture? So this is start activity for result. Will fire up event. Name it on result. So I will say, okay, I will override this method. I say override. I'm overwriting method. Name it protect void. As I remember, the name of the event is on activity. This is the method. I'm just overwriting this method. Just make sure you write this line on the top on it. Write override. So to make sure you are writing the correct method name. So on activity, start on activity, you write just on activity result. This activity take 3 parameter, request code and result code and intent data. That is great. Now I want to make sure the request code is the same code that I send it. So this one, I make sure what I send. Okay, say if the request code equal the tag, making sure request code equal the tag. Just making sure I get this one mean want to make sure this result is coming from this tag, because maybe you start different intent with different tag. So just I want to make sure this code only execute if it started from this way. That means when it started here, it means started for getting picture. Okay, if the tag equal this one, and making sure the result will also be okay, because maybe he okay. So that's mean when he click, if he click OK, yeah, he mean he take it image, and also the tag was 1, that's mean he want to take image. Go here. So now I have intent have a lot of data that I'm dealing with. So first of all, I want to take the image inside this intent. The intent already, if when you send data to this app and this app taking picture, and when you click OK, he will return data for you. So and also return data as intent. Because it's intent, so it have something. First of all, you have to define the bundle. Say bundle b, and name it data my intent dot get extra, because I have this intent having number of data, so I just get it as a bundle. I use you now. The data will be as a key, and it have a key and value. So I want to take the image. I say okay, bitmap. Okay, define bitmap amg equal. I'm just doing bitmap casting, bitmap again, because I'm doing casting. So what I'm looking for, I'm looking inside the bundle, I'm looking for get something. So if you see get, I should send a key. So what the key that have the image? The key have the image named data. This is specific key with Android that handle the image. So the image will be saved in the key when returned back from the other app. So now I have the image. Here you go. I could add it inside my img view. I say okay, img view dot set image bitmap, or set image bitmap this one. So I give it my image, and here you go. It's done. That's great. Now I have everything clear. I'm sending intent to other app. I'm starting the activity, waiting for some result. Then I display it in the img view. Now I want to start and see. If you want to use emulator, make sure you go to the device manager and make sure you edit your device and you enable on the device show advanced setting. Make sure you enable the camera using web camera, because you need the camera for the phone. Make sure you finish this one. Also, as you know, we are now working with camera. That's mean we are working for some dangerous permission, and you want to write to the file. So make sure you go here and you use this permission inside your app. So this one for permissions, now this permission is first off checking, then we see the data. So get this data here, go back to your code, update it, this one. So instead get permission like get image or take picture, or say take picture. Okay, then define this method as void method here. So it could take a picture for you. So now, yes, here is it. So instead having this code here, I will take it and I will move it to this new method. Also, yes, now I want to start my work. I say, okay, check permission first. So first of all, he will check the permission and see if the device is up to 23. I want to make sure that he have access to write external storage. So make sure write external storage is active. So yes, app compact, this one, and the manager, make sure from it. So yes, then I'm looking for this permission. If he don't have it, take it. If he agree for it, please take this picture. Otherwise, display message denied, like to us, say your message, okay, cannot store file. So because it's a danger permission, if he agree, here we go. Now let you run it and see. Here we go. Now I want to take a picture. I will click take picture. When I click here, you ask for permission because he need to save the image when he take it. So when I click allow, he will open another app that's for taking picture. If I click select, then I click OK. That's mean I'm getting some data for results. So here's the data. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about sensors. Android have different type of sensors. Some of them you use it when you play game, like moving right, moving left, and more. The sensor that I want to talk about in this video is light sensitive. This sensor could sense sensitive the light, so when the light will be increased in the room or when the light will be decreased. Imagine I want to build a very simple app. When the light is going off, play some music. When the light is going on, the music will be stopped. Imagine you have a kids in your home and you want when be a night, you want to play some music for them. Already the phone will already run it when it be by default when it be dark. So first of all, I want to work with the GPS. So I have to open very basic app. Empty doesn't have anything. So I would go to the main face and add something. I want to work with GPS. Not GPS, sorry. I want to work with sensor. So first I'm adding user features. The name of this feature should be Android. I'm looking for some hardware. I'm looking for the sensor accumulator. So I want to make sure the sensor available before I'm doing this thing. Also, I would use permission for access to internet because I want to run the music from the internet. I don't have it in my phone. So yes, this is very simple to permission, just making sure from them doesn't have any crash. Yes, now if this phone have this type of sensor, it will work. Otherwise, it will not work this app. So now I want to get started. First, I will go to my app and I will try to write some codes. First of all, I work with sensor, so I have to define sensor. So I say, okay, I have sensor. Let me name it sensor. Also, I want to manage the sensor, so I have to have sensor manager. So okay, I have sensor. Okay, make sure sensor manager. This one. So I define it because I need it. So yes, here is it. Now I want when application started, I want to initialize my work. I'll say, okay, the sensor manager, this one, will be initialized from system services. Okay, I will say sensor manager. I'm looking for system service. Get system service. The system service I'm looking for the sensor. I'll say okay, context dot the name of the service that I looking for is the sensor service. This one. To make my work clear, I will just open all this page. So okay, I initialize it. Now I want to run it. Okay, I'll say sensor that I have it, not my sensor, will be equal sensor manager, this one dot I want just to get default sensor. Which type of sensor I would use? I would say okay, get default sensor. The sensor I would use it for the light sensor. So okay, sensor. Then you select the type of the sensor. I would like I select the one that have for light, for working for light. I will say light L1 light. Okay, now it's really easy to line. First of all, I just create sensor manager, initialize it from system service. Then it will have a lot of types from sensors. I will select the light one that's could sense of the light. That's great. I added this one. Now I want to complete my work. So to work with sensor, you have to implement something named sensor manager. So you have here to say, okay, I'm implementing sensor value change. This one, sensor event listener. So I'm listening to value of the sensor. You say, okay, I need to implement something. Okay, please implement what I need. You say, okay, I need to implement two methods. One of them is when changing accurate in the value, and this one when change sensor value. I will not care of this method. My work will be on this method. So whenever any change in the value of the sensor happen, this method will be fire up and give me the value. Okay, I want to start and stop the sensor. I started when on resume and I stop it when they're on pass mode. So I just implement this two method. So I want to run it from the on resume. So how I would run it, it's really easy. I would say this one dot I want to register what I have to register sensor, so listener. So I give it the sensor value. First of all, I give it this, then I give it the sensor name, then I just this one for running. So I say sensor manager dot the value that I want to say as sensor delay normal. This one I'm taking this type of sensor. So yes, here is it. Then when I be in pass mode, I just stop it. I say okay, just unregister the sensor. Okay, sensor manager, just please stop the sensor listening. So I'm no longer listening for that. I say okay, unregister, unregister listener. Then I say this. I just here when I want to fire up this listener or this sensor, here when I want done from it. Yes, now let's go to the last part. Now I want whenever the light in the room is open, like some music will be running. So when someone open the light in the room, a music will be running. So okay, I will say here, if I have the value of the light here will be in events. Okay, I'll say if the events dot value for 0, this means the value of the light. For example, I say more than 14. 14 means the room will have a light. Less than 14, it's be dark. So if you want it to be run when it be dark, you for example say less than 10. So that's mean for be dark. So when you want to run to be light, you say more than 14. So what you want to do when be more than 14? It's really easy. I just want to run some music. I say okay, I define media player here. I say MP, then here you go. Here I would run my music and I'm done. Just I initialize it. I define the URL for music. I say I will read online, therefore I added access to internet. Then run it. That's great. Now whenever if the room is dark, someone enters the room and you open the light value will be more than 40, this music will be run. But I don't want this code will be run again whenever the light changes. I want it to be run one time. So it's better to say, okay, I have boolean value here will be is running equal false, for example, this way. So I make sure it's be run one time. I say, okay, if is running and is running not and is not writing it this way. Sorry, I'm just writing code in different language, so I sometimes get confusing. So is running equal false, that means he's not running. So please change is running to true, so to avoid running it again. So yes, now everything is clear. Last part, just go to the main phase and make sure you add this line inside X simulator. You say okay, this will be required because it have to be a variable on the device to start working. Now let me run on real device and see. Here we go. Here is my phone. Now let me just start the app. It doesn't do anything. If I open the light in the room. Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about accelerator sensor. You have to see the previous video before you start with this video. So accelerator sensor help you when you do application for gaming, like when someone moving the phone right, left, side, up, whatever. So simple example about accelerator sensor that what we will do in this video is the Nimbus. If you see the Nimbus application, when you shock the phone, he will look for some people around you. So what we want to do, when someone shock the phone, it will vibrate. The phone will be vibrate in a specific threshold. So first of all, you have to understand how the accelerator sensor will work. So if you see, if the phone will be in the up down in this way, the y will be in the top, 1y minus will be in the down, x plus will be in this side, x minus will be in this side, and z will be for minus in this way and z plus for this way. So to get the speed from one point to one point, I will check how much when he was here, and then when he was here, then I get the difference, I will get the speed. So when he shook his phone, I will see first where he was, then when he be, and how much the time he spent to go from first point to next point. Then I put my threshold. According to my threshold, I will decide if this one considered as a shock or not. So to get started, first I will use the previous video. Just I will change here, instead of using internet, if you see here, instead of having internet here, I will use vibrate. So I will say vibrate, yes, because I need to make the phone vibrate. Also, I keep the accelerator here, I keep it as required. If you go here, I keep the sensor event, sensor 2, also everything here. I just change the type of the sensor to accelerator, this one. This type of the sensor will help me to get X, Y, Z for movement. So I keep the registration same and the unregistration same, just I would change something in onChange. If you see, this is the event for onChange, you have event.value for 0. So now I want to do update, so let me remove this code and remove this one. I will say, okay, I will have integer for X will be value for 0, and Y, Z, it's better to be float because the value here in the float, so X, and I say for Y will be this one, so I say, okay, this is the Y will be for 0.1, and for the Z will be for 3, so for 2. So this way I could get X, Y, Z for a new point. So whenever he moved to a new point, I have the new X, Y, Z. But also you have to have the old value for X, Y, Z. So float X old value, you have to have it because you need to compare old with the new. So just let me copy this 3 lines. So I will say X, Y, and Z. So make X in this way and Y in this way, and make Z in this way. So you have 3 of them. Now I have all that new. Also, it's better to have a threshold. So I define a float 3 threshold. So I would say my threshold will be 100. So if the speed be more than 100 or 1000, whatever, when speed be more than 1000, I will vibrate my phone. So here you go. Also, I need the time when he was previously. I would say long old time. So because I need to get XYZ in the previous location, as we discussed before, we say, okay, we will take XYZ previous location and we get the time when he was here. Then we get the XYZ in the new location and we get the time when he was here. Then we get the difference to get the speed. So yes, I have XYZ. That is great. So now I check the update, the new time. I say, okay, long for current time equal, I would say the current time will be equal the system time. So okay, system dot get, I would say get time in this way, current time millisecond. What? Dot system, I would say system dot current time millisecond. I'm just getting the time in millisecond. So here I have the current time. So I would say, okay, if the current time, for example, minus last update, this one that I have it, or old time that I have it, for example, I would check will be every more than 100. This I don't want because I don't want to check a lot. So I say, okay, if the difference between the last time and the new time will be more than 100, so please execute this code. Because this code will be executed every time, every sensor change, whenever you move, whenever in very, very small value changing in the XYZ, he will update it. So I don't want to update it a lot. I don't want to execute this code a lot. I want to change every when he spent time around like 100 millisecond. So okay, execute this code. So just to keep my code clear. This is the benefit from this line. So okay, if I get it, so what I have to do? First I need to get the difference in time. So I will say long time diff. What the difference in time? I will say okay, I will minus a new location from old location to get the difference in time. So now I have the difference in time. I want to get speed. So I will say okay, to get the speed I will say before the speed I have different time. I need to update the old time. Okay, the old time will be the new one, the current one, because I need to, when he go next check, I have the new one, the as old. Now I want to get the speed. I say okay, float for speed. How I get the speed? So I will tell you how. Let's first say okay, math dot absolute, because I need to get only positive value. I will sum x plus y plus z. This is the new value. Then I take them from x for old value. If you see x for old minus y for old value, then minus z for old value. If I did it way for this one, so I just subtract or sum them, then I subtract them one from other. Then I divide all these results by the difference in time, then multiply them by 1000 to change them from milliseconds. So 1 2 3 4. Okay, the benefit of this multiplication, because here I'm using milliseconds, so I want to change it back to second. So okay, I have 3. I just having first point, then minus it from last point, then getting the time, divide them by the time, I could get the speed now. So now I have the speed now. That's great. Now okay, I could execute my code depending on the speed. Okay, I say okay, if the speed more than the threshold, I have it, I could do vibrate now. Here you go, do your vibrate. So how you do vibrate? You say okay, I vibrator, I think, yes, v equal, then you do vibrator. You need to get system service, I think, yes. You say okay, vibrator. So I guess system service. Then what's the system service you will get? It you will get context. Do you see there's many system services we use it in this work? So I'm using vibrator service. Then you could say okay, v dot vibrate. I want to make it vibrate for a specific time, for example 500. And you could also display a message, say hey, to ask dot make text, get application context, shock, for example. So to ask dot make text, then so to ask dot long to make it, then click show, or you could do whatever you want to do. Now you understand now what I have. Just I get previous location and the time in that place, then a new location and that time, then I subtract them one from other, dividing over the time, I will get the speed. Then if the speed more than the threshold, please do vibrate. You could do whatever you want to, like for Nimbus here, he go to the server and he get everyone doing this shot. So now try to run this application and see what you have, and just try to run your shock your phone by your hand and see what's happened. Here we go. Now this is the app. Before you run it on the device, make sure you change the threshold to 3000 at least, because less than 3000 you cannot see a shock. So if I go, see, shock, just do it again, you will see a shock, and to be it will do vibration. Yes, see, that's what I want to show you. So please, before do this thing, make sure you change the threshold to 3000 at least. Hey, last step we have to do it when we done from our application. We need to upload this application to Google Play and to be live, so any other user could use it. So to upload our application to Google Play, there is some steps we have to do it. First of all, we have to go here to builds and change the mode to release. But before you change it to release, you have to look for something here on the values. If there is something in debug mode, like this map using some keys, so make sure copy this key and then change your mode to release. So because in the release mode the operation is different, you will not see the same. You will have to do something in your, yes, this is the release mode, does it have key, you have to add it. This is the basic example need to change if you have a map. So yes, everything now is good. I need to upload the application to Google Store. So first of all, I have to go to pull here this file and see. Here you see I have to define the version that I need to upload it to the store and the app name. Application name mean the application ID mean the application ID will be in the store. If you see here, this application, for example, have a specific ID in it. If I go back and look for other application, for example, this application, if you see here, it have also a specific ID. So every application have a specific ID that's related to the application. You could give your application any ID. For example, I give it com.hussainrubai.sharedefless. I could name it my app, whatever I have to name it. Then the version. So this is most interesting part. First of all, when you upload application for first time, you give it 1. Then when you update, you give it 2. Then when you update it 3. Then 4. And every update, you increase it by 1. It's better. Then this one is the version name. You could give it any name. Like for example, you give it first time 1.0. Then second time you give it 2.0. Any name you have to give it, you could give it. But here you have to be restricted. You have to increase the number. If you be first time 1, second time you have to be 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, then increase it. When you've done everything, make sure you go to build. Then you go to generate signed APK. You will see the screen. You go next. Then you see the screen. Click create. This key, you have to create it and you have to save it to secure place. I click here, the place I want to save it. I want to save it here. I will name it my test. Okay. Make sure to save this key in secure place, because next time when you need to do update on this application, you have to use same key. So you cannot use other key. Then give it a password. For example, make sure it's long password and have different character, because it will not take it with Google. Give it any name. Here I name it tester here. Then give it another password again. Then again here also I will do same thing. Okay, for the password here, how much here I want to keep this application valid. 25 here. You could decrease it, you could decrease it, whatever you want to do. Enter your first name and you could enter other information as you like, but I will enter only my first name. I click OK. He will accept it. Now if I click remember, so when next time I do release, I could see it. He say ask me to enter the password. I will enter same password that I entered before for my application. If you see, sorry, here he need to master password. This is for my Mac, so I have to enter my Mac password, not my application password. Okay, this is for Mac. For Windows also, maybe ask you, if you ask you in Windows, give it the key that you added here in the application. It will work. Then click OK. It will take some time until he will create APK for you. Maybe you will see this problem when you upload application. This because I'm using Google services, and this I need a lot of code I have to add it. That means I have more than 1000 line of code. So if you have more than 1000 line of code, you have to add this line in configuration. And also go down and add this line here. What does this mean? This means, okay, because you are using Google Play services and many tools maybe in your project, so your code will be more than 1100 line of code. So if your code be more than 1100 of code, your Android Studio will not support it. So you have to add this line and this line also, so Android could support it. So now just click synchronize to synchronize your work. Now everything is good. Just go again to the build and try to build your application again. So generate signed APK, then click next, then he will create. Here you go. Finally, I will see this one. So I click here, I will see this is my APK file. That's great. Now I want to upload it to store. So okay, first of all, go to the Google and look for Google Play Console or Google Play Developer. You will go to this website and click on it. If you are new, he will ask you to enter your visa and create a new account. When you create a new account, you will see at least empty console like this one. But this is my console. I have my apps. So to create a new app, click add a new application, and here give it name. Let me name it test app. And here I give it upload APK. So I need to upload my APK to the store. The application here on Android be in the APK format. That means the extension of the file will be .apk. If you see, this is the APK. I just drag and drop it here. It will take some time until he will upload it to my store. So yes, I will wait for it until he done. Here we go, this is the application. You just go to the now to list content and describe your application, add images and some details, and you'll go to the content writing and do the writing for your application, then pricing and all that stuff. But then when you want to be available, when you're done, you'll see this will be active. You just click on it. It will take like 5 to 6 hours. It will be active. Your application will be active in the store. Yes, here we're done, and see you next.
Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about in-app purchases. That means sometimes you have something inside your app and you need user to purchase that things for any reason, for like get coins for game or like you have subscription for people have to pay every month or whatever. So how you could use that in your Android application? I'm continuing my example that I already did it before. We already did a great application and you uploaded in the store in the previous video. So now I want to add in-app purchases inside this app. To do that, first of all, make sure you go to this one, like SDK Manager, then SDK Tool, and make sure you have Google Play Bowling library is have checked. I'm sure it's not checked in your computer now, so make sure you check it, then click OK. I already checked it, so it will not appear with me. So yes, this is Google Play Services Bowling. After you done from this point, what you have to do, just go to File, then from File go to Project Structure to see where is the SDK. This is your SDK folder. Okay, now open the terminal and let me navigate to that folder. I say cd to that folder, then ls. Okay, I say open dot to go to that folder. So what I want you to do, just navigate to that folder, the SDK folder. Then go to the extra, then Google. You will see Play Bowling, because this is what we just added after a few seconds when we added that option. So now what you have to do, just click this one, and after I click it, this is what you have, samples and drive. And what we are looking for is not SRC. Yes, SRC is this one, and have some file in COM. We will use it. So to get started, first point, I now have this one. Now I want to add these files inside my application. So this is my application. If I click right, I click copy path, then I go back, I do some operation cd to that path, then I say open, or you could go directly to that path in any way you would like. So see, this is my new path, and this is my app path, and this is library path. First thing, I have number of files here. An example, Android, this one, util, this folder. Just copy this folder and go to your project, src, main, then Java, com, the name of the package that you have it, be added beside your main activity here. Just add it. So you have to, now when you go here in the main, you see this folder, and this is have number of files. If you see, I have this package. This package is I'm using in my project, but here if you see, he did not use that package. He used different package. So make sure you change it to your package, then the name of this one, util, because you need to say, hey, this file inside this package. So you just give it the package name. So yes, this is basically do same thing for all other files you just added in a few seconds, and file by file, all the files, just go up, just replace that package to the new package that you use it. Then this one also, the inventory, this one, and sorry, purchases, then not this one, purchases, just make sure I'm just doing the purchases, then say the security one, and also SDK one. So yes, I just added purchases for everyone. So just making sure I just update them so they could work smoothly with my app. Now in this part I'm good. The second part, if you see, I have to add specific folder name. If you see in the GitHub, in this file that you have it for the in-app purchases, this one, in-app purchases in our project, you see you have to create idle, this folder. So just go here. This is my app, so just go back in the main. So what I have it here is the main. So in the main I have
manifest and Java and resource. So here I just create a new folder. I just name it idle. And after you create this folder, if you go here, you will see this is the folder you have it. So just click right on it and click add package and name the package com.android.vendoring.bulling. Make sure you write it in the same name. Com Android Vendor Bulling. Click add, you'll see this is the package. If I go back to my code, I see idle have folder named com because I added com, then inside it Android, then inside Android vendor, then inside vendor bulling. Here I have to add specific file. If I go back to the folder that I have it already, I just created, or I just have it in my Google services, this one, 2 seconds. If you see in this one, if I go back here, then in the Android, vendoring, bulling, and this one, this file, I just copy it and add it inside this one. So make sure you just copy it and add it this one. If I just go back, I just refresh it, see this is the file that I wanted. So now, okay, I added all the file that needed, so just make sure you do same or exactly what I did. Now all the file is added. If I just click refresh, my project have to load without having any error inside it. Now just to make sure or to start working with bulling, I have to go to my GitHub here and here add first permission to use a bulling. So just go back here and add permission for bulling here inside this for app. The second one, just go to main activity, and so what you want to do, I just go here and I want to add these lines, or not this line, only from 17, and just I go down, I continue to line number 18. So just copy all these lines and go back and add them here down any place. So if you see here, you have IB helpers. If you see IB helpers is from com, it is part from com.array.purchases, that library that you have to import it. Same thing, this one also. So it's better just adding here, say, okay, I have import for com. I need to import this one. So I say import com.array.test purchases.util. So I want to access to util, to this package for the util, then star. I need just to access all the files. The second one, I want to access for com.vendoring.bulling. So also I say import com.android. Now for Android, because this is com.android.vendoring.bulling.star. I just want to access all the file, so I could use them in my app. So now here you go, yes, everything is good. Now just I have here, this is for intent, and hopefully everything is great, and I will discuss every part from it in details. So if you have any error here, like debugging, so just feel free to fix it. This is not something like interesting. So what we did, first of all, you have to define the package name, which package you will use. If you see, this is my package name. If I go to package, this is my package name, this com.array.test purchases, and it is same name that will be uploaded in the Google Store and will be available on the Google Store. So just take copy from it and go back to main activity and replace it with this name. This is your purchase Android. I will replace it later, but now we are using like for default for Android that we use it for testing only. So android.test.purchases, this just we could use it to see how we do purchase and other stuff, but just from Android. This is not for app. Later on we will add this purchase. We replace this one with a product inside our app. Just wait a second. I just added number of methods. One of them is just listening for on purchase finish, like whenever the purchase finishes, if it's failure or if it is done the purchase. Then I have a method for on receive inventory, like when he receives the request for purchasing. Then the one that I'm trusting in is this one on consume finish listener. And this one I could add my code. I could do anything, like I say to ask .make text get application context purchase is done. Like for example, you would do anything. You could save information for the user, or you could do anything that you would like. and you could just like, for example, after he purchasing something, you need to save here. He is purchasing, you save it in some file with you. So the message that for the purchasing, after he done the purchasing, this part will execute. Result does success. So you could do anything you would like here after he do purchasing. So how he do purchases? Purchasing, he will call this one buy item. Buy item will receive the item SKU. That's mean we will send it now Android testing purchase. We don't have anything, but later on we will replace that as I told. This one will send it to activity, and the activity display to the user. On that, when the user click and select anything from the activity, like hey, I purchase. I have some listening here, as I told you, when finish completed, and this one when receive the inventory, like when he received the request, and this one when finishing purchase finishing. As I told you, don't do your update in this one or this one. This event you do should in this one, like on consume finished listener, because this one will execute after he done from purchasing. But this one, this two of them is not for after he done. So yes, now I have everything. Now okay, how I should start it? Before I do how start, I still have some code missing here. I need to add this code inside, not this code. Yes, this code I need from 84 to 99. I just added inside on a create method, just added here. And you may see this problem, look, just added. So here he asks for your API key. What's your API key? Just go here, go to your project, your Android application, to the API, I think services and API, and you will have this one. He will give every name to every name for different project. Just copy it and replace it with this one. Just this is your API key. After you add your API key, that's great. He just initialize everything for you. If he success, you say, hey, I'm successing. If he fail, he say, hey, I fail, I cannot do that. And that is, yes, that's all what you need. So now we need to do a purchasing. So how we do that? Just I go to the layout here, and just let me add button for purchase. I say, okay, I have this button, and this button should be a full screen for the user. I'm just doing something like match parent, trying to do something fancy, or it's not something interesting. You say here payable, okay, and you're just calling method bu pay, and here you go. I just have this one payable. I just click here, create. Here you go. Now what I will do this method, as I told you, I just call this method pay item, and I pass what I need. I pass item key. That's mean now I'm passing this one because I don't have anymore anything. I just passing this item key because I did not install anything now. Now if you call it, he will display purchasing for you. So let's just okay, now we think everything cool and we don't have any problem. One final thing missing. This one is for testing. I need to add a real product. So how I do real product? I have to go to my dashboard here in app product and add a new product. But if I try to add a new product, I say, hey, the app that you already uploaded does not have bullying. You need to add bullying. So I need to upload the new APK before. So I just add upload because the new APK have bullying, but the previous one doesn't have bullying. So okay, let me just upload. So to upload the new APK, I cannot upload same version. The previous one, if you see it, it is 1 and 1.1. So I have to update. So I have to go here and say, okay, this version is 2 and this one 1.1. Now, okay, let me just go bold, generate standard APK, then next, I save everything, then waiting for some time. Great, now I have the new APK. I just click on it. This is one. I just go to my project, upload a new APK, see the new APK that I have it, and just drag it and drop it. Wait for some time until he created or uploaded for me. Here we go. The new APK is uploaded and also have permission for bullying. So that's great. That's what I'm looking for. I just clicked on save to save everything. Now if I go to in our product, I could add a product. If you see, I am able to add a product. Add a new product. Let me give it this a product for, say, com.array.getGas. He needs small everything. So now everything is small letter. Continue. Here you go. Now, okay, I give it title get gas. So when someone see it as a get gas. The description you could get more gas. Now could get more gas. I don't know how is it this one? More gas now, just a message. This is the price. How much the price? Let me say I will pay it $33.99, the price for this one. And yes, here is it. If I click on save to see what's going on, say here you go, the template is activate, selected this one, everything is cool now. After I selected everything is okay for me now. Okay, my app is able, or my project is able to use bowling. So now I could go here to my activity and replace this test one with a new product ID for purchasing. But I will not replace it now because I'm in testing mode. So make sure later on when you want to upload it, replace it with this one. Replace this one by this one. But I'm in testing mode, so I will not replace it. So I could not see anything. I think now everything is cool and convenient, and I ready to run. But just before I run, I think I just run into a problem here. Here I'm not sending the real key. I'm just sending a string. So just remove the string because I just want to send this key, this one, this item key. So now if I run it, make sure to run it on real device, not on emulator, because emulator did not support bowling operation. So make sure you run it on real device, and also that device are connected with Google or just are signed by Google. So let's wait for a second and see. Here we go. If you see now the screen is loaded on my phone, I'm using BLU Studio as a phone. So if I just click pay bill, he will display bill for me. So I could do paying for my bill. If you see, this is just sample that have specific text, specific description. I'm just using buy. I click buy, he says successful buy. So, and he also display a message for me, but you could not see it because the screen is too small for see. Yes. So now when I'm done the buy, he say, hey, the paying is done. So could you use now when you upload your application, what you will do, just to take this one and replace it by this one, and you upload it to Google Play. After you upload it, you will be able to do purchasing, but in development mode I don't think you could, because they just protect their. Here you go. If you see, just uploaded, but with my new key. If I just click payable, I have to see payment, but I will not see anything because this one, as I told you, is development mode. But when you upload in the store, or not upload in the store, until this one product will be activated like around 24 hours, then it will be ready to work. Here we done, and thank you for watching. Hey, the app that we created in the previous video, extension for it was .apk. APK is just zip file, it's type of from zip file. So I could go back from this APK to the source code. Let me show you how. If I open the terminal, and I will go to the direction for my application, so cd to this direction, and see the APK ls. This is the APK. I want to go to the code from the APK. It is the zip file, so I just say unzip. I could go back to the source code. If you see, here is everything is created from the zip file. If you see, here is the main phase. That's what I was talking about with you. I told you zip file is this one. Main phase is the place that hacker could read it and do vulnerability with your app. So if you see, this is not excellent way for you to read the data, but it is still, you could access to the drawable layout and everything. So what's the better for? It's better to use APK tool if you want to go back from source code, from the APK to source code. I will show you how. If I go to the install on the APK tool website, it's different from system to system. For example, I'm using Mac OS. See, he say first you just download this file and save it as APK. Okay, I will just click on it. I will click right. And he save as page APK tool. He name it apk.txt. Let me just create a folder for it. I name it APK. In my download, I will add this one, this first file. Let me go next. Next, he say, okay, you need to download the newest version here from APK tool. Download the newest version. I will download this one. Okay, save as. Yes, save as to download. You will take it. If you see it, if I go to download, I have to see the new version of APK. Where is it, the new version? It have to have name APK. Where is it? This is APK tool. So just me moving to this folder. So just making sure from my work. No, I did not move it. So just me move it. So now here is it. Now I have APK tool. If you see what he say, third step. Third step, he say, okay, make sure you have no, I'm working with OS. You say, okay, rename the app to be APK tool JAR. So it asks me and just remove this extension from the app name. I name it APK tool.jar. Third step, you say, okay, go and move this one to this URL. You say, take your data to this URL. If I just open the terminal again, I would just clear it. I would say cd to that URL. I would say open. I just want to go to that URL. Here is it. You say, move it to this URL. I would just take this file, I have them, APK tool, all. Then I move them to this URL. So I just cd to APK. Just make sure I'm in right direction. ls. Yes, here we go. Now in my direction app. Now, okay, he said, okay, that's good. Everything is good. Now make sure, yes, everything is good. Now I want to do unzip for some file. If you see, it's really easy. You say just APK decompression for the file name. Let me see what the file name that I have it now. I'm here. Let me make sure I'm go to the my place. This is my place. And for example, I need this app. I want to do uncompression for it. Okay, I just copy it. I will add it here. Here you go. If you are a Mac, using Mac, you have to write sudo, then you add this line here, java/jar apk tool d, then give it the file name. What file name have it? Here you go. This is the file name. Give it here, then run it. It will take some time. He will change all the APK to source code. This is a really amazing tool that would help you to translate from source code or translate from origin to the source code. If you see, here is the app. It takes some time. Everything is clear. This is main face. This is your main face. It's my permission that I access to. This is what I want to share with you at the beginning. I told you he could go back from the source code, from the origin to the source code. Also, this is all the other thing like resource, smile code. This is Java as smile. This is all the Java code that I write it for Android, for example, for GSM. Everything I have with Java, but add smile. You could change smile to real Java code using some tools available. So yes, see how I could go back from APK to real source code and real files that available with the application as a layout or as a Java file. Yes, here is it, and here is everything. See, here is the layout. And here we're done, and thank you for watching.
Hey everybody, let me talk in this video about Android Reskin and how we could avoid any person from reskinning your application. So first of all, what do you mean by Android Reskin? Android Reskin is very basic process. You develop your application and you upload your application in the store and you want to gain money from it. Some people come to your application to the store and he downloaded this application from the store as APK and he convert the APK to source code as you see it in the previous video. Then he after convert the APK to source code, he go to the string files and he change the IDs that you use it in the string for ads library, and he go to the Gradle and he change the application ID and he repackage the application again and upload it with this name, and he's still getting money. And maybe he will get money more than you because maybe he do ads. So how we could avoid this process in our application? That's what we discuss it. That's what we will discuss it in this video. First of all, that you have to know the person who tried to convert your application to source code and do Reskin for it is a stupid person. He don't know a lot about coding as much as you know, because he's not a programmer. He just someone follow some pattern. There is tool already available. He just now there's a string file and there is a Gradle file. He change these IDs and hey, here you go. He get the money. So you have to know which type of people you are working on. So just adding some tricks in your code, you will not able to get any benefit from your application. So let me try to discuss the tricks. First of all, the question that many people ask me, like, could we prevent reverse engineering? So could we prevent any people from taking our code and change it to taking our application and change it to the source code? Unfortunately, there is no way
that we could use it to prevent Android application from reverse engineering. And you know why? Because Android using Linux kernel, and because this is Linux kernel, it's open source code, so your application as a Java have to be still there, so he could run it and execute your application in the kernel or in the sandbox. So you have to know there is no way to prevent Android application from reverse engineering. So you cannot prevent people from change your application as APK to source code. But do we done? Is the hacker could do, or the Reskin people could do anything? No. There is still some tricks we could add it to avoid risking for our application. First trick, you have to know, do not use local storage. Like, do not save everything your application uses in the local storage, like images and files and XML values and SQL database. Don't use this thing for your application as a resource. So think about it. You have application, and this application have local storage as images and as SQL data source and all this information, or SQLite data and whatever XML. If your application have all these data, and all these data are available on local application, so if the hacker download this application and he change the ID and change the ads library IDs, he still be able to take your application, because he could upload his own application using your resource. He could duplicate the resource. Still your resource goes with him. So you need to avoid using this way. Don't use images or your application images and your application. For example, if you have application using a question and answer, don't save the question and answer in an SQLite database. So what's the solution? Move all these things to the server side. Move all these data to the server side. So whenever you have images and you have XML files or whatever, move all these things to the server side. And whenever you want to access to this data, just retrieve this data from the server. But wait a minute. If you try to retrieve this data from the server, and he also could retrieve your data from the server, so you did not do anything. For example, if you are using your code www.example.com and you use it to retrieve the data, he also could repackage your app with same URL and he could retrieve same data and you did not do anything. No, wait. This is not the case. You cannot just upload it to the server and you're done. There is a specific way you have to use it to avoid his application from access to your application resource using HTTP. I will tell you the most secure prototype that you could use it. First of all, you have Android application. In your Android application, make your application sending, like whenever he starts your application, do something in background, take his application and do account for him in your Firebase, the Firebase that connected to your application. And you saw already how we create IDs for every user in the database, like user account with emails or with anonymous email. So just whenever anyone get your application, just create account for him. Second thing, when your application want to use a resource for a start point, make him first send a request to the server to access to this resource. But don't make your server directly send him the resource back. Make sure whenever he send request to the server, he have to send the application ID, and your server will go to the Firebase and look for this ID and see, hey, if this ID saved in my Firebase, okay, I will give him the data. If not, I will not. So using this process, you will make sure you are 100% the Reskin application cannot use to your resource. Why? Because let me go back to the Reskin application. Think about it. This now Reskin application. He tried to access to your Firebase. He cannot do that because every Firebase is associated with specific application ID. So his application cannot use your application resource. So he will access to his Firebase, not your. Now, when he go to the second process in his application and he try to access to your Firebase, to your service, your service will go and check in your Firebase, not in his Firebase, in your Firebase, and he will not find the application ID. He will reject this process, and that is very, very good thing. You could do it to avoid his application from accessing to your resource, so he will not get any benefit. Second thing, make sure you go to the Firebase and go to the SHA certificate fingerprint and add the SHA for your Windows device. So when he tries to do debugging in his computer, he cannot do debugging because he cannot use your Firebase. So try make sure to add this one, because if not, he will be able to do debugging for your application in his PC. So doing this point, you are sure 100% he cannot do that using your Firebase. So make sure doing this thing. Now, last thing, there's another way we could use it to secure our code. So if we have some specific code and we don't want this code to be Reskin it. So could we do that? Yes, we could do. We know Android now using C++. So just develop your library, write your important point like access to HTTP, access to a credit card, whatever. Write all this code in the C++ library. Then use a program to change it to ISO. This is some type from this type of the C++ library, like when you define your library. Then take this library, add it in the lib file in your application, then access to it. At this point, you are not sure 100%, but let me say 99% the people cannot convert C++ code back. So this I would say use it if you have important information and you are working for a company. And yes, this is a point that I want to discuss with you. So make sure from what I'm saying and make sure to prevent him to access to your resource. Here we're done, and thank you for watching.